Forget what you know about Adrian Grenier. Indeed, he was that Playboy celebrity heartthrob, much like Vincent Chase, the character he played on Entourage. But these days, his life looks nothing like Vinny's. He lives on a farm and is working to be fully self-sufficient. He's a partner in Ducontra Ventures, a do-good investment fund, and he hosts a YouTube channel called Earthspeed, where he shares lessons for others who want to try farming and homesteading. And most of all, he was willing to face his demons and completely turn his life around. This is a bit of optimism.
Well, you and I have known each other a long time. We were trying to figure it out. It's been like 15 years.
Yeah.
You told me a story. You broke up with your girlfriend a while. It's not that long ago. And I talked to you in the moment of being broken up.
Where are you going with this, Simon?
And I'll be honest with you, I forgot everything you said. But in the moment...
Oh, is that impactful?
No. But in the moment, I remember thinking, this is absolutely profound, and I really should internalize some of this.
Right, yeah.
So clearly I didn't, which is why we're having this conversation again. But you went on a journey of self-discovery of what it means to be a partner, what it means to be... I mean, a lot of things. Can you just take me on that journey, because I want to learn it?
And this was recently, I mean, a few years ago, right?
It was during the pandemic.
Yeah. Essentially, I had a rock bottom moment, what I call a cosmic
Direct Tomato
bitch
is
slap,
now live streaming on listening to podcasts.
in which my girlfriend dumped me. And I was so incredulous. I was like, wait, what? You're breaking up with me? Do you know who I am? Like, do you see all the things I have? I'm the man. And I just didn't understand it. And I was like, babe, what are you doing? Like, we're supposed to get married, and we're supposed to have kids, and we're supposed to have a life together. And we'd been together for 4 years. And I was like, I didn't understand. I could not conceive of it. And she casually just slid a list of reasons to me across the proverbial table. And she goes, you're a terrible person, and I have to get as far away from you as possible. In fact, don't call me, don't text, block. And I thought that she was just out of her mind, because I had accomplished so much. I had a lot of material things to offer, and look at me. Right? I mean, come on, I'm cool. I'm living in the coolest spots. Real estate markets are popping off around me. And it just took me a while to really let it sink in. And then I opened up her list, and I started to like go through each one, and I realized, oh my God, she is actually an angel who was like the first person in my entire life that was able to get me to look at myself in a very real, deep way. And I began to...
What was on the list?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, really.
It was a lot around my indulgence, my selfishness, my narcissism. I mean, she was throwing around words like sociopath and stuff like that. I thought that was a little bit extreme. But, the essence of what she was saying is that I was too self-involved. I had too much vanity. I was out for pleasure and indulgence, and I wasn't really looking out for the people around me, and they weren't looking out for me. I had toxic relationships and an unhealthy relationship to escapism.
What made you so open to have that kind of cosmic bitch slap?
No, I wasn't. Oh,
you rejected it?
No, I was going about my life. I thought I had it all figured out.
But if somebody tells you that kind of stuff, the immediate reaction is defensive. You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
100%, yeah.
But that wasn't your reaction.
It was at first.
Oh, it was at first.
Yeah, it was at first. No, but I told her on her way out the door, and I have to admit, there was a part of me, this gnawing sense of dread that I had for years, where I was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because I was like, things are too perfect, and it was suspicious. Nothing ever goes wrong with me. Like, something's going to happen at death or something bad. If you look around at all the suffering, and I'm getting away with everything, and my career's doing really well, and I'm just killing it at life, and I'm like, just dread.
You could sense the imbalance.
I sensed that something was off. And then when she left me, I said to her, I said, look, I love you. And because I love you, I'm going to take a look at all of these things, but I'm going to do it on my own time so that I can honestly say that I took a look at it. I'm not just going to do it to get you back. I'm not going to try and pretend like I'm going to make all these changes just because I don't want to lose you. I was like, okay, goodbye, ciao. And I'd broken up with lots of people before, and, just go find another, right? And so it was just, I had never been so moved to actually do anything. I just would go on to the next indulgence or the next escape. Yeah, she really jarred me. I use the analogy that, it was almost as if, how when you're waking up from a dream and you're like you've been in REM sleep and you're groggy and you can kind of know that you've been sleeping, you're kind of becoming conscious of the fact that you're asleep. It's that moment. I was like, oh, I've been asleep at the wheel for 20 years, driving at high speeds and leaving a wake of destruction. And I don't even know what I was up to for the past 20 years of my life. I was essentially unconscious.
So what do you do? I mean, it's one thing to get a little bit of feedback, but to be forced to reevaluate your entire
absolutely everything
self, personality, the way you show up, the way you're a friend, the way you're a boyfriend.
Yeah.
I'm so curious, sort of what's the first step?
Well, and to look at yourself and admit and to face the shame and the embarrassment.
So what'd you do? What's the first thing you did?
Yeah, to purge a lot of stuff.
So you physically got rid of stuff.
Well, yeah. The lifestyle stuff, I went sober, I went celibate, just cut everything out. Said no. I had to learn to say no so that I could actually find some peace and safe space, quiet space for me to actually take.
So we're talking about simple stuff. I want to go out for dinner tonight. Want to go to a party tonight? No. Do you want this acting job? No.
Yeah, and this was a long process because I had been so used to saying yes to every single impulse and opportunity to get a dopamine hit. I was conditioned to just do anything just because it was offered to me or it was available. And so, yeah, I did a fuckload of meditation. I did some plant medicines.
Isn't that the name of your app? Fuckload of meditation.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I did all the things. I read all the books. I listened to the podcasts. I started to take interest in what I need to do to actually become a person that Jordan wouldn't have left.
You didn't want to become the person that she would take back. You wanted to become the person that she would never have left.
Yes. Yeah. And I started to peel back the layers and look at where did I go wrong or when did I fall asleep?
Yeah.
And it just went back and back, and then I went into my 30s and then in my 20s and then further back into my teens and then even further back to my childhood. And that's what this inner journey, this personal development work is about really going back as far as you can to when you first started making those decisions to escape and run and hide and numb, the pain or the suffering or the traumas that you endured as a kid. It was just a 2-year journey. What do they call it? A dark night of the soul.
You're so open about this.
I thought that's what this was for.
No.
Shit, is that not this podcast?
No, but I mean, it's a compliment because you're portraying yourself as not a nice person of the past. Now you're lovely. It's one thing to do it in private with a friend. Mm-hmm. The reason I wanted you to do this is because I think that your journey has value to others. I think there's a reason to share pain and discomfort. It's an act of service.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
And so how did the conversation go? How did you reconnect with Jordan?
I was, I guess, at the furthest extent of my personal transformation, if you will. And through my process, I realized that I needed to be in the earth. I needed to be grounded. I was essentially, for the past 20 years, flying high, Peter Pan syndrome, not touching the ground. So I needed to be in the earth. So I started working with the soil, and I built a community garden, and that's the work I was doing. That was my focus. And I had purged everything else. I had quit acting. I had quit all my real estate ventures and my business pursuits, and I was just working with the earth. And I realized what I want, what I really truly want, what my soul wants is family, to be close to nature, and to give my life force for my children that I want to have. I'm done living for myself and in my own boyish indulgences. So I wanted to grow up, be on my own, survive, take care of myself and my family, and have the capacity then to give my life force to my neighbors and my community and the world at large. Not in the rhetorical way that I do when I have a nonprofit that I raise money for so that other people can do the work and raise money so that they can go save the world, but so that I can actually show up in a reliable way and have the skills to be able to offer somebody my service. And so when I thought that I was kind of getting it and I was ready, I was looking for a piece of land that I wanted to go move to, and I wanted to learn how to build a house. In my mind, it was like symbolic. I should be able to survive, outside of the protection of civilized society where everything's handed to you and everything's mediated for your consumption. Just buy it or, go work for the man and then consume more stuff. I wanted to go be more in touch with my own ability to make things.
So
and
you took
build
all the
things.
metaphors literally.
Well, and I think there's a reason,
Yeah.
right? I think you learn certain things when you hone those survival skills.
Yeah. So you got a piece of land.
So, no, I was going to get a piece of land.
Okay.
But I was going so far down the archetype prepper role where I was like, okay, this beard can get longer. I can be farther away in nature. Next thing you know, I'm living off the land and eating out of tin cans, and afraid of the world. And I was like, that's not what I want. So I needed to pull back on the reins, and I realized I want relationship. I don't want to be isolated. I want to actually be in the world, but I do want to be in nature. So I decided I was going to buy land, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it until I found my partner. Because
It wasn't land for you, it was land for us, whoever us was going to be.
right, and if I went and I did it, and then I invited somebody like a partner into the land,
Yeah.
then it would be my thing, and they would be part of my thing, as
Right.
opposed to it being our thing.
Right.
So I first had to solve the relational dynamic thing.
Right.
So I started dating. I tried to date, and that didn't go so well because I knew that until I resolved all of the things with my ex, I was just going to keep playing out those patterns. So I had to find closure with So that's when long story short, that's when I reached out to her, and again, blocked on everything. She contests this. She thinks that, no, you weren't blocked, but I thought I was. And so I emailed her. I sat down, and I had all the time in the world to construct the perfect email. And I said, listen, I've made a lot of changes, and I'm sure you've heard it all before, but I have no job. I'm not working. I have no distractions. I'm not dating anybody. I'm not having sex with anybody. I'm celibate. I'm sober. And all I have is time, and I will spare no expense to find closure and healing with you. No agenda. I'm not trying to get back with you. I just want to make things right. And then at that point, we'll see. If we want to be friends, we can be friends. If we want to get back together, if we want to part ways, at least then I can go about my life and start dating new people with a clean mind, and so can you. She was, suspicious at first, but she was open. She's like, I knew you were going to reach out. I felt it. And she's like, I drew this picture of what I wanted to manifest. And she sent me a picture, and it was a picture of like land and a house and a river and trees and the whole thing. I was like, that's it. Like, we're perfect, right? Let's get together. And she's like, not so fast. You're saying the right words, but I want to feel it, and I can't feel it through email.
Right.
We have to see each other. I said, great. I'll show. Where are you? I'll come meet you. And she's like, I moved to Portugal. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll come to Portugal. She goes, good luck. There's a ban on travel to Europe from Americans because it's COVID. I was like, okay, challenge accepted. I got to Portugal, and she made me jump through hoops, and it took months for us to really, truly find closure. But the truth is, we're soulmates. I mean, we were meant to be together.
Yeah.
This is
part of the journey.
Part of the journey. So we were together for 4 years. We were apart for 2, and now we're back together almost for 2 years. We got land. We named our ranch Kintsugi Ranch.
I know kintsugi.
Yeah, kintsugi.
Japanese art of repairing things with gold.
That's right.
Broken things with gold.
And so we are living the essence of kintsugi.
Yeah, it's more beautiful after it's broken.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. You are a different person now. I mean, it's like it's kind of obvious to anyone who's known you. There is a calm about you. You're more philosophical as well. I don't believe in good, bad, right, wrong. I believe that everything is balanced. And I believe that everything that you get in life or any advantage you have comes at a cost. There's a cost for money you make. There's a cost for fame. There's a cost for success. There's a cost for eating chocolate cake.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And at the same time, anything bad that happens, quote unquote bad, comes with opportunity, comes with lessons. And COVID was that, I think, for all of us, if you chose to see it. Yes, there was pain, and yes, there was depression. Every one of us went through something. And it's a strange thing to say, but I became an adult during COVID.
Yeah.
I'm considered middle-aged, though I never felt it.
Yeah.
And it sounds even weird to even say it. And prior to COVID, I was very uncomfortable when people called me a man.
Yeah.
I preferred to call myself a boy, because I felt like a boy.
I believe last time we hung out before COVID, we were having ice cream cones. Like, we went and got ice cream.
We did. We went for ice cream. That's exactly what we did. We went for ice cream. I think it's actually worse than that. I think we actually shared an ice cream in a cup, in a big cup. Like, we got a large, I think. But not Peter Pan in the sense like the way you described your Peter Pan. Like, I wasn't as indulgent as you. I just liked the idea that I didn't have to grow up and be responsible.
Yeah.
I think that's what my boyishness was.
Sure.
One of the weirdest ways it looked, which is I became uncomfortable looking in the mirror and like seeing gray hair. I mean, prior to COVID, if I had a gray hair, I was like, oh my God, I have a gray hair. I'm like, of course I'm going to get a gray hair. I'm like that age. But it shattered my image of myself as the boy.
Yeah. Right.
And now I just don't care. Like, now I'm okay being my age,
and
which is kind of a funny thing.
When you become the adult, then you have to take responsibility, and you don't have anyone to blame.
Yeah.
Like, you're the one who's going to do the right thing in every moment.
Yeah.
You can't skirt responsibility.
But the thing that's important here, and this is what we're skirting around, is like, it's all fine and good for us to say how, we became adults.
Yes, we did become adults.
So what? Like, what's the lesson here? Is this something that everybody goes through? Like, is this a warning
Hopefully.
to every Gen Z? You lived a life that, for the most part, has become a standard of what success looks like. There's an entire generation coming up who wants what you had.
Yeah.
shouldn't our generations be looking at it going, no, 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 we're going to live a life of service. We're going to work in ourselves. When I go through depression or hardship, I'm going to deal with it with the people around me who I owe, as opposed to turning on my camera and simply crying basically by myself, then editing it slightly and putting it on YouTube.
Right. Well, I would just, throw it back to you in terms of what you said before. It's we're always in balance, right? So I don't know if we're worse. I think we're definitely in a collective awakening. So I see from the people that I choose to surround myself with now, a lot of people who are making different choices.
Yeah.
And it might just be a natural rite of passage. It's like our parents are always like, these crazy kids, right? And now here we are growing up and becoming those mature adults, hopefully. And the youth seems strange or out of touch or...
I mean, I'm not... Of course, every youth seems strange because they grew up differently than us, of course, to every generation. But my lamentation, I lament the loss of service,
Yeah.
And serve always, by definition, comes at some sort of suffering. I mean, you said it. I can put my face or give some money to charity.
Yeah.
Haha, I've served.
Yeah.
No. There has to be suffering to serve. And in your case, you served Jordan, you served your relationship, you served the land, and none of that stuff was easy or is easy. Like, the work is never, ever, ever done.
No.
When you toil the land for the rest of your life.
Yes.
It's not like you planted once, your hands are dirty, you wash them, you're good.
Right.
And that's the same, I think that's the metaphor, which is, I did the work on myself. No, I'm doing the work on myself.
Right.
Nobody did the work. I'd be very suspicious if anybody said I did the work. Okay, so you're living on the land, you built this land, you're not self-sufficient yet.
No, I'm learning. I took a class. I learned permaculture. I got my permaculture certificate. But I also just watch a shitload of YouTube videos. I mean, there's so much learning. So many people offering their understanding or their help. So anytime I have a question about anything, I just go to YouTube. So I realized this is a really powerful networking tool, outsourcing wisdom and skills. So we started EarthSpeed as a means to share our experience on the land and hopefully inspire people to take it on themselves and try homesteading and try to learn permaculture.
So what exactly is EarthSpeed?
It's a YouTube channel.
Oh, it's a YouTube
channel. Yeah, it's a social media channel.
Got it.
Right, and then ultimately down the road, it'll be how-to videos and speaking to thought leaders and entrepreneurs about different ways to live in community and live closer to nature and learn how to be self-reliant.
Can you tell me an early specific happy childhood memory?
I think this shows the mischievous troublemaker side of me. We were kids, and my grandmother used to smoke, and so we snuck some of her cigarettes and her lighter, and we went in the back of the shed, and we were trying to smoke, and it was gross, so we got bored quickly. But then we realized we had this lighter, and there were some leaves around, and we had matchboxes, so we went and we grabbed some alcohol, rubbing alcohol, and we doused the matchbox cars with alcohol, and then we lit them on fire, and then we would push them across the little piece of concrete, and they would jump over the concrete and then into the pile of leaves, and then the leaves would catch fire. And that was so much fun until the fire got out of control and we couldn't put it out. But then it got to be even more fun, because then we ran and we got the hose and we were pretending like we were firemen and trying to put out the fire. And we ultimately ended up, well, actually, I don't know if we succeeded, but someone came running out and helped us put it out, and we got in trouble. But that's what came to mind.
Okay. I have this mischievous grin on my face as you're telling the story, because you're basically recapping the story of Jordan, which is you live this indulgent life, which is, oh my God, matches, fire. This is so fun. You're jumping things in, ignited matchbox cars into piles of leaves. It gets even more ridiculous. This is the good life.
Right.
It gets out of hand, and you realize, okay, I know this is out of hand. I'm living a life of this crazy indulgence, but my God, it's fun.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you realize, shit, I have to face this and put the fire out, and then that starts a new journey. It seems like a reaction. It seems like an ability to take hold of the fire, but what you realize, you're actually starting on a completely new journey. And EarthSpeed is part of that new journey. I mean, that's, basically what you want to do is teach people, show people that the new journey, the putting out the fire, the living a simpler life, it's just a better journey. It's a new journey, a new part of life. So I love that everything you're doing now it actually fits that metaphor kind of brilliantly. That's amazing. Hey, thanks so much for swinging by. It's really good to see you. I haven't seen you in person in a long time, and it's really nice to see you. I really appreciate it.
Oh man, this was fun.
If you'd like to learn more about the work Adrian is doing, check out Earthspeed on YouTube. And a special thanks to Aloe Yoga, who let us use their studios to record this episode. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other.
I met Jeremy Deutsch a whole bunch of years ago, and one thing which you will soon find out, he is wonderful. He's a character. He is also a bottomless pit of American presidential information and trivia. So for this President's Day, I thought to bring my friend Jeremy on to teach us all a thing or two about our past presidents and some of their strange habits. This is a bit of optimism. I can't tell you how excited I have been to talk to you. You're one of my favorite people to talk to because you have an encyclopedic brain, an encyclopedic knowledge of obscure things in American history and our presidents. And I always learn something every time I talk to you, so I thought I should not be selfish with these conversations. I should share you and your knowledge. Tell me about John Quincy Adams. He's your favorite, right?
Oh, yeah. I get excited about this guy because if you read what he wrote in his inauguration speech, it was like very progressive things. You know, he was talking about ending slavery in the territories. This is 1824. Please know that if you look at the first 8 presidents or so, and you look at our founding fathers, and John Quincy Adams, not a founding father, his father was John Adams, but of the 8, John Adams and John Quincy Adams were the only ones that did not own slaves. Now think about that. They, sure, they're from the North, but they were big, abolitionists. And Abigail Adams was probably the strongest voice in the Adams family there on a very, very strong anti-slavery platform. So he, in his inauguration wanted to talk about abolishing slavery, in the territories, like kind of a containment strategy that we see later with President Lincoln, certainly adopted earlier by the Whigs. But he also talked, Simon, about a national school system and a national road system. I mean, again, 1824, we didn't see a national road system until Eisenhower in 56, right? In the interstate. So this was a person who was a big academic like his dad, just an intellectual giant, arrogant like his dad. He wanted to make certain everybody knew he was the smartest guy in the room. And unlike his dad, who had a little bit of a sense of humor, John Quincy Adams, no sense of humor at all. So, like, a really tough time.
What happened to him after his one-term presidency?
Well, this is where it gets really cool. And hopefully we still have your listeners, okay? He was really devastated. I think they would, during his presidency and afterwards, I think some would probably say there's clinical depression. Very sad. What is he going to do? His parents were very tough on him, okay? And he started writing a biography about his dad and working on some other things. He's like, nah, I'm not fulfilled. And then he found his why. And it was this. It was getting elected to Congress. Yeah, that was a tactical thing. But he was like kind of our first single issue candidate. And that was to end slavery.
Wait, he went from being the president to going to Congress?
Correct.
Wow, that doesn't happen very often.
No, they're the only one to do it.
Wow.
And actually, Simon, he served 18 years in the House.
Oh, wow.
And many would probably say the impact that he had was super significant. And here's where I get super excited about John Quincy Adams. There was a gag order, I believe it was in fact for 16 years, where you were not allowed to mention the word slavery. not on the House floor, not in committees. And if you did, you could be, censured, right? There would be some type of rebuke towards you. You could potentially be expelled from the House.
Wow.
And thrown out of Congress if you mentioned the word slavery. Well, John Quincy Adams, I'm the former president of the United States. Who is going to kick me out? Okay? And he actually does something quite brilliant. He drafts like a resolution, and he mentions the word slavery as many times as you can humanly mention it in one document. Okay? And now he's going to be censured, potentially expelled from the House. But here's the beautiful thing. He had unlimited time to defend himself. So he spent 2 weeks giving these speeches on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, talking about how horrible slavery was, how it needs to be ended. And that day, his supporters would take his speeches and they would turn them into pamphlets, and they would distribute the pamphlets to citizens because they were trying to change the tide on public opinion on slavery. And this was all driven by John Quincy Adams. And in fact, it took him 8 years, but he defeated the gag rule. And once again, the word slavery was allowed to be mentioned in the House. I'll tell you the other thing. And do you remember, did you see the movie Amistad?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so he was the one, who defended the slaves and the mutiny that occurred on that ship. And he did it pro bono. He didn't charge. And he gave 2 days of oral arguments. The case made it all the way to the Supreme Court. He gave 2 days of oral arguments. He was victorious. And that was the type of guy John Quincy Adams was.
One of the things that I don't think a lot of people realize is how the debate and the discomfort of slavery, how much it has been present throughout the history of this nation, that it was contentious for our whole history, to the point where they banned the mention of the word on the House floor is astonishing because they just didn't even want to talk about it. How do you get enough votes to restrict a word that needs to be talked about on the House floor where and it takes the courage of John Quincy Adams to put his career on the line. And maybe someone else couldn't have done it. He just happened to have been a former president.
I'd have to go back and look, but I think the gag order was in effect for 16 years.
Wow.
And I think this tension that you talk about, well, that also created the rift between Jefferson and Adams. You famously hear about that. They were friends and then they weren't friends. You look at the tension, and I think historians would say Jefferson became very envious of Adams because Adams really believed in the horrors of slavery and that people should not be slaves, period, full stop, right? And, Thomas Jefferson wrote about all men are created equal, but did he really believe that? All? A lot of former presidents, when they passed away, they freed their slaves. But Thomas Jefferson didn't do that. I think you're spot on, since before our country was founded and certainly all the way through the Civil War, and then even after the Civil War.
This nation has a complicated history, and we're in a period now where one side romanticizes our history and the other side demonizes it. And I think both are right. There are some progressive and romantic ideals that come from our history, but there's some darkness as well. We have a checkered past that make us who we are. One of the reasons I like talking to you is, sure, it's fun to talk about obscure presidents and all the kooky things that happen, but I think it reminds us just of the fragility of a nation and the fragility of the people who lead it. Alcoholics and murder and intrigue and subterfuge and back office deals, like these are not new things and they are part of our history. I think the important thing is not to necessarily weigh in on it, but rather to know about it. Because I think knowing about the past informs how we deal with the current state.
You're absolutely right. There's a checkered past, and it's important that we study it, and it's important that we lift up the heroes that, again, I come back to John Quincy Adams, and there's many more that had the courage to say, no, this is wrong. This is 1824. Look where they were. Look how visionary they were in calling it out.
Those heroes risked their careers to do something that they believed was the right thing to do. Like LBJ, Lyndon Johnson, lost the South. The Democrats ruled the South, and he did what the right thing to do was for civil rights, knowing he would completely destroy his own political career, but he would also lose the South. And I don't know of a politician now who'd risk the party's presence in any area in this country because it was the right thing to do. And he was a complicated figure as well.
Very complicated. I mean, we can talk hours about LBJ, who's fascinating, and he was one of the most effective majority leaders ever, what he was able to accomplish, and certainly the tragic passing and assassination of Kennedy. But in the first 6 months, he accomplished more legislatively than the Kennedys did in 3 years, right? I mean, you can go on and on, and that's spot on. I think it's the courage to stand up and the willingness to know that this may not be popular and I may lose everything that I have. And if you study our first impeachment, Andrew Johnson. So
he was impeached and only survived the Senate vote of conviction by 1 vote, right?
Correct. And he was a Democrat. Lincoln was a Republican. Johnson, not many people liked him. In fact, when he was sworn in as vice president, he was so drunk at the inauguration, he barely could take the oath. And he was asking, who's the Secretary of War? Who are these other cabinet members? And they had to do this whole thing to kind of cover up. And they said, no, his back, he was in pain. He was on medicine. He wasn't drunk. And in fact, it was such an embarrassing period that he left D.C. for 100 days. And they had to go and find him after Lincoln was assassinated. I believe he was drunk again. It was a really bad situation. He was not popular. Congress couldn't stand this guy. You say they fell by 1 vote. Well, Republicans had the votes. They had 2/3 of the votes to impeach him. I think they had 13. They had a buffer of 13. And guess what, Simon? 13 stood up and did not vote to impeach him. And all those Republicans who did not vote to impeach the Democrat, they all essentially lost and never came back to the Senate. They stood up. They did what they thought was right. This is where I talk about one of the golden episodes of the Senate. The Senate protected the presidency because Congress passed a law basically saying, hey, listen, guy, if you want to fire somebody, even though you appointed them and we may have consented to them, well, if you want to fire them, you have to get our permission to fire anybody. And Johnson's like, nah, forget it. No, come on. I'm the president. I don't have to listen to this. And I don't have to follow that. And that kind of really egged him on. But really, those Republicans stood up, they did the right thing, and they protected. Because think about this.
So
if that went the other way, we could be impeaching presidents left and right because of their HR issues, who they hire and fire. And that was really a principled stand.
So who's the most obscure president that most people have forgotten about, that history's forgotten about?
There's a few, and there's actually a professor who's studied this since 1970, and he's asked college students to list all the presidents. And there's typically a couple that are at the top of the obscure list. A guy named Chester Arthur, who typically comes in around 7% or so, served after Garfield was assassinated. But it's typically a tie between Chester Arthur, who owned 80 pairs of pants, by the way, which is a lot of pairs of pants. There was this general, Zachary Taylor. It's 1849. They're dedicating the Washington Monument. Not complete yet, but it's the dedication. Zachary Taylor, by the way, that's the only monument in D.C. Please know that. Everything else is a memorial, but there can only be one monument. So this guy, they do the ribbon cutting. He goes back to the White House, and he talks about how he drinks ice milk and eats cherries, and then he dies a few days later. And they thought he was actually poisoned. I don't think he was. And Millard Fillmore becomes president of the United States. He signs the Compromise of 1850, and the whole entire cabinet resigns. And Fillmore goes down as the most obscure president. He was from New York. They were farmers in upstate New York, not good agriculture. His father basically sends him into indentured servitude, if you will. He saves as much money as he can, and he buys his freedom. And then he ends up walking 100 miles back to his house, not all in one day. The only book he read up until the age 17 was the Bible. He educated himself. He was a very dashing, very handsome guy. Queen Victoria said she thought he was the most handsome man she's ever seen. And, lo and behold, he becomes president. And it's a very forgotten, really, really tough time. He was the one who created the White House Library. Isn't that cool? Here's a person who educated himself and knew the value of education, and they created that. And that gets you right into like 1856, another obscure president named James Buchanan. You and I have talked about this. Like, everybody was talking about, oh, Mayor Pete, like if he gets the nomination, if he becomes president, he's gonna be our first gay president. Wrong. James Buchanan. James Buchanan was our only bachelor president. He was roommates with the only single vice president. There was a guy before Buchanan. He was president. He was Franklin Pierce. Very, very, very difficult presidency. Drank a lot before he was sworn in. His law school friend died. They were going to a funeral. The train derails. One person dies, and that's his baby. And he sees his baby's head, his skull crushed right in front of him.
Oh.
And Franklin Pierce thought he was cursed. This was God's punishment. And he really turned into an alcoholic, and it was a very, very tough period. But Pierce had a vice president named Rufus King. And Rufus King was our only single vice president. And Rufus King and James Buchanan were roommates for like 10 years.
I mean, look, I know it was a different time, and the discussion of being gay was not an open thing. But do we have good evidence that Buchanan, rather than just because he was a single guy, do we have good evidence that he was in fact gay?
There's a note he wrote to his house mother. So Rufus King is appointed to like ambassador of France, going overseas, somewhere, right? They called them prime ministers or ministers at the time to Europe. And here's a letter in the 1840s or so where Buchanan writes his house mom and says, I'm wooing other men and they're not taking my advancements. I don't know. Do you want more evidence than that? I mean, this was, but Simon, no one made an issue of it.
Yeah. Interesting.
You think about, I think that's so fascinating. I mean, Andrew Jackson called him Mr. Fancy and Aunt Nancy, the pair. Homosexuality, I don't believe that word wasn't coined. I think it was coined in Germany in the 1860s or so. So they didn't make it a campaign issue.
I know the parties, their names remain the same sometimes, but their politics change, and we've had different names for the parties. But can you discern the basic 2 points of view? Because the way I like to describe politics, which is, we have this thing called the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, endowed with these unalienable rights, amongst which include life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we have a constitution that lays out a structure for how we're going to advance that vision. And the difference between the two political parties is an interpretation of how we're going to advance that vision. That's all it is. It's a debate on, should we do it this way or should we do it that way? And depending on the culture or the tastes of the day, parties go in and out of favor because their points of view go in and out of favor. And that's sort of how I try to explain the two-party system. It should be a debate. It's not about right or wrong, but it's like, we believe that the vision should be advanced this way. No, we believe it should be advanced this way. But they should both share the same vision. That's why they should find common ground, right? Because they both believe and agree on the vision, just they disagree on how to get there. And so throughout American history, we've had the Whigs and we've had the Democratic Republicans and all of these, different names for the parties. Are there two basic points of view that have always remained regardless of what the parties have been called?
That's a great question. Maybe it's the scope and size of government. And I say maybe because, look, my background, and I'm a Republican, and you could say that, the limited government, the smaller government, right?
That goes back to Washington, that debate.
Yeah, because it's Hamilton and Jefferson, right? Because Washington also warned about his farewell speech, avoid the political parties, right? And you had somebody who was Jeffersonian, Thomas Jefferson, who believed in a certain size and a limited size of the government. And then you had Hamilton, not president, but very influential, who, believed in a bigger, larger role of the government. And that's probably historically been the tug of war all the way to Reagan, maybe Bush, But there's also been significant, I guess, expansions under Republicans in current times.
Regardless of what the parties have been called, whether it was the Whigs or the Democratic Republicans or Democrats, regardless of the names that they've taken, there have been two basic interpretations of how to advance towards the vision that is the United States. One party has always generally believed that government's role is to intervene and help as many people as possible achieve that vision. And the other party has basically believed that government's job is to do the basics, collect taxes, defend the country, and basically let people figure it out themselves and sort of stay out of the way as much as possible. And regardless of what the parties were called, that's basically our two-party system.
Yeah, and the challenge is, it's kind of like Fiddler on the Roof when the two sides are fighting. And remember, Tevye says, well, yeah, he's right. And then he hears the other argument and says, well, he's right. And then the other guy says, well, they both can't be right. And it's like, you're right, right? But both sides are right. And it's just like, how do you bring them together to do more things and solve problems?
Final question for you. What, in your mind, are some of the key lessons that we can take away from some of these obscure pieces of our history that will inform or help us improve modern day tensions in our politics?
There were certainly very uncivil times, but I think you can look throughout history where there were civil relationships in a good way and in positive. And I'll give you maybe two examples. Certainly the presidential transition of power is so important to our country, right? And I mean, James Buchanan, during Lincoln's inauguration right before, says, you know, if you're as happy as I am leaving this place as you are, Mr. Lincoln, coming in, then you, sir, are the most happiest man in the world, right? During that period, and it was a lame duck period, I think 7 or 8 states left the Union, even before Lincoln was sworn in. And Buchanan didn't do a thing. And Lincoln inherited a big mess from Buchanan. And if you look at all of Lincoln's speeches and everything he said, how many times did he blame James Buchanan for all his problems? And the answer is 0. And I think that's really important. We've certainly seen it with President Trump. We see it with President Biden. And it's blaming the others for the problems that they have now. And I think, again, you know, being inspired to paint a positive, forward-looking agenda, not looking back. Yes, studying the past, but looking forward. I think that's really important. And I think we can draw a lot from Lincoln on that. I'll close with our guy who messed up with the numbering system, Grover Cleveland, the 2 non-consecutive terms, who I made this comment recently. I was comparing, you know, President Obama to Grover Cleveland, which I don't think anybody has done. This is probably a first on your podcast. And I was just talking about, wow, we haven't seen like anybody's political career go up so fast since like Grover Cleveland. And like, you know, Barack Obama went from like state senator to US senator to president of the United States. Grover Cleveland goes from like mayor of Buffalo to governor to president in 3 years. Beat that. Okay. But, okay. So Grover Cleveland loses to a guy, Benjamin Harrison, who, oh, by the way, has an addiction to cucumbers. We won't get into that today. His dad, Harrison's dad writes him. He's like, hey, man, you got to lay off the cucumbers, okay? They were worried about, he said his 2 vices were cucumbers and cigars. You got to lay off of it. But he was the grandson of William Henry Harrison. William Henry Harrison was at that time, the oldest president sworn in. He gives the longest inaugural speech. He rides like back to the White House without a hat on to show how youthful he is. And he dies like 30 days later, pneumonia, whatever it may have been, shortest presidency. His grandson becomes president. Oh, by the way, his grandson gives Simon the shortest inaugural speech, okay? It's inauguration, and it's raining. And you can look at the photos, and you can see the former president, Grover Cleveland, is holding an umbrella over Benjamin Harrison's head while he's getting sworn in. And Grover Cleveland says, it's the duty of the former president to make certain that the current president isn't rained on. Isn't that something? Wow. These are leaders, and whether they're president or members of Congress or on the town council, they have a platform now bigger than they've ever had before to inspire, to be positive, to do good things, and to have, you know, meaningful impact and change.
So if I can sum up the lessons that you so eloquently shared, that to look to our past, the lessons that we can learn in our modern day, is play the hand you're dealt. Like, don't worry about who dealt it. Do the best you can with the tools you've got, and act with civility.
Amen. We can't create the future by clinging on to the past.
Jeremy, I I love talking to you. It's always such a joy. I appreciate you taking the time and helping me and anyone who stayed listening learn a little more about some of our obscure American history and some of the checkered past. I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. I usually don't like to introduce someone based on their resume. Arthur Brooks has written 12 books. He's the former president of the AEI, and he teaches at Harvard Business School. He is a pretty smart and well-accomplished guy. So what would we talk about, you ask? Well, it's one thing to accomplish a lot. It's another thing to be happy. And this is what Arthur's thinking about these days. How can we be happy in the work that we do? This is a bit of optimism. Here's the trouble I have talking to you, and I think this every time we talk. I love you to death, but I always feel a little dumb.
No, well, I just always feel a little pretentious. That's worse, Simon. That's worse.
You're so smart and so well read. I love the idea of books, and people have a big misperception of me, which is since I was a kid, I've struggled to read because of undiagnosed ADHD when I was younger, so I couldn't focus. And a lot of people give me all this credit for reading all these books and assume that I'm extremely well read, and I like to joke that I've written more books than I've read.
But you harvest material effectively, which is really the skill of serious nonfiction. Learning how to learn very, very quickly without being bogged down in verbiage.
I think this is something we don't teach our kids. And again, I was very, very fortunate that when I was pretty young, I learned how I learn. Once I got to college, I took classes that amplified how I learned, not amplified my weaknesses. So, for example, I avoided classes that relied heavily on the necessity to read texts. I took classes with very, very good professors who are extremely good at explaining things that I could go after class and talk to them about it. And I had to go to every class. I couldn't skip class and read the text. And so I did okay. But we don't teach kids how they learn.
No, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
I was very lucky that I learned this, and I learned from listening. And so a lot of what I know and all my retention comes from talking to people.
You're an auditory learner. One of my sons is a reading learner, is a visual learner, and one of my sons is an auditory learner. And the auditory learner was diagnosed with dyslexia and ADHD and all that, but he can retain anything that you tell him. But you have to tell it to him. The truth of the matter is that my son, who, diagnosed as ADHD and dyslexic, those are precisely the qualities that make him an outstanding U.S. Marine.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that he sees things in a different way than the rest. He's able to solve problems, especially kinetically and in real time. He's a great Marine. He's a squad leader. He's flourishing. He loves his job. It's fun. He gets to blow stuff up and jump out of helicopters. And when it comes down to it, he has to do dangerous things too, and even risk his life, which is what he wants to do. And somebody who's like, let me go and look on the internet about the odds of dying under these circumstances. Let me think about it. Let me get a book. Let me get a book on how to be a good Marine. It's not going to be a good Marine. I'm so proud of him for becoming a man fully alive.
Brenna?
Yeah.
And not only getting around what we would call a learning disability, but flourishing because of the way that he's wired and doing something that, frankly, I couldn't do.
Like your son, I was diagnosed only as an adult with ADHD. It is my superpower, and one of the problems with modern medicine is we study, especially in psychology, we study broken, but we don't study what works. And so the whole happiness movement is great because we're studying what works. I lament the fact that we call it the attention deficit disorder. We tell a child, you have a deficit and a disorder. Me and everybody else who has ADD and ADHD, we have hyperfocus. And I prefer to say I have hyperfocus, and occasionally I'm extremely distractible and struggle to get my work done. But when I have focus, my mind is crystal clear, and adrenaline helps me, which is why I'm good on stage, because it's exciting and the adrenaline pumps when I go on stage, and I'm lucid. I wish we would tell children they have a superpower that comes with a liability, rather than you have a liability and we never tell them about the superpower.
Yeah, for sure. And there are all kinds of ways to exploit the unique advantages of people who learn in these different ways, whose brains are wired in these ways.
Yeah.
This is not some evolutionary glitch. This is not an oversight by Mother Nature. On the contrary, there's a reason that so many people learn in this particular way, because there's a genetic advantage. There's an evolutionary set of benefits that actually comes from this. But we have decided, because we treat people like cogs in a machine,
Right.
and we march everybody through these routinized, syndicalized school things where everybody's crazily the same age year after year after year, so we can't learn from people with different levels of experience.
Right.
And then we set them up like we're stamping out widgets in a factory, so everybody's got to learn the same way. And by the way, it's very convenient if they sit quietly. Sitting quietly is wonderful for teachers. It's just really bad for students, as it turns out. And if we were a little bit more creative and we cared more about children, we would have an education system that's more tailored to the advantages, and as such, we'd be a much richer society. There's other examples that we dislike, but they're really important to keep in mind. And a classic case of this is the way that we treat clinical depression and anxiety. We have a tendency to say that this is the broken brain.
This podcast is called A Bit of Optimism. I liked the first episode a lot. Like a lot. The second episode was alright. I liked it a lot. Third episode, it was about US presidents and stuff. This one, so far, I'm undecided about. But the first episode was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It might be one of my favorite things that I've ever experienced. And I only just found it yesterday, so that was pretty good. But, yeah, I'm going to keep listening.
It's just a big mistake. And again, there's tons of suffering, and you don't want to have your boat overturned by suffering. And, you have to have things treated from time to time such that you can function as a human being without complete misery. But the truth of the matter is, if you look, any fair reading literature shows that people who have some dysthemic tendency, some chronically low mood, they're better decision makers. They tend to be more creative. They have a better grasp on reality. They make fewer mistakes in their decision making. And so the point is, the most important thing that we can do is not to regret who we are and to remediate everything about us, but to understand ourselves, because we have unique power.
I'm going to change tacks on you. I know the answer to this question, so it's rhetorical and it's designed to spur conversation. So you're teaching now. Do you like teaching?
It's interesting. University teaching it's the family business. It's the family business. My grandfather, my father, this is something I grew up on a college campus. When I was 19, I got myself tossed out of college. I got tossed out of the California Institute of the Arts. I'm like the first person in the history to get tossed out of that place, right? You have to work hard. And I didn't go to college till I was 30, and the whole thing, it's like, I'm never going into academia. And then I woke up, like somebody slipped me a Mickey, and I woke up as a college professor. And it's turned out to be great. It turned out to be as great as my dad and grandfather told me.
What have you learned as a teacher?
I've learned how other people learn, which is the most important thing that I see every day, getting back to the early part of our conversation. One of the big problems at universities, and some people had pretty mediocre or unrewarding experiences as college students, especially, think of your economics 101 class. Why was that unrewarding? Because the teacher would come in and she or he would say, I have a model, and write the model on the chalkboard and make you learn the model, and then give you a couple of examples and move on. And the examples would be the cheese industry or the widgets industry or something really boring. You didn't quite get it, didn't quite care. And the reason for that is that about 5% of learners, they tend to learn deductively, which is to say that they get a model and then they expose it to data. But 95% of people learn inductively. They notice all kinds of stuff around them, and then they try to look for patterns. The biggest revelatory experience for me is being kind of an academic, but that most of my students are inductive. I turn around the entire way that I explain things. And so I'll say, did you ever notice? Isn't it weird how people behave? Did you ever feel, and now I teach happiness. I mean, I teach this big happiness class at Harvard Business School. It's perfect for inductive learning. So the first 20 minutes of the lecture will be a bunch of experiences that people have and asking people if they've ever felt this and that and the other thing. And then I'll say, well, it turns out there are 50 academic journal articles explaining what's going on with the neural substrates of the brain and actually what the bias is, and the social scientists have weighed in. And by the way, Aristotle was talking about it in this way. And by that point, they're locked, man. They're locked because they're starting to understand themselves, but only when they can see themselves at the beginning. So that's the most interesting thing for me from teaching, is that I have learned how people learn.
So good.
And so I can teach to people in a way that is an expression of my love.
That is so good. That is so good.
And the key point is also that the algorithm for getting happier is actually relatively simple. I mean, the biggest mistake that people make is they wish that they were happier, but they don't work for it. The second thing is that they learn about it, but they don't apply it. And then the third part is that they don't share it. And so the way to learn happiness, to become happier, I can't say you'll be happy because, you know, there are limits for each one of us, but you can be happier, is number one, work for it by learning about it. You know, use your brain to learn about human happiness. Number two, apply it, practice it in your life. You know, just as you wouldn't, you know, try to learn golf from a book, you got to actually go out there and play golf. Not that I do. And the third is the most beautiful of all, which is that you can only get it when you give it. And that's where the leadership comes in. Happiness and leadership is the study, the science and practice of happiness in your life, and the way that you cement it into your own life by sharing it with your sisters and brothers. And leaders have a unique opportunity to do that. I've seen you so compellingly talk about this, to talk about how leaders have this gift, which is not just, you know, telling people, barking orders down the hall. It's this gift of actually being a teacher of things that matter in people's lives by embedding core values into your message, into your leadership journey. What a gift that is, and leaders get to do that.
And good teachers, people who like teaching, are good leaders because they want to see those people around them do well. They want to see them excel. They're cheering for them rather than, as you said, the command and control, do as I say.
Or you could say that great leaders are great teachers too. You could say the great leaders, they're pedagogical. You know, they're pure crystallized intelligence.
And great leaders never consider themselves experts in leadership. They all consider themselves students in leadership. And you and I, we've both met some remarkable leaders over the course of our careers, and they're insatiably curious about leadership. They read books, they read articles, they want to talk about it. Like, they're really accomplished people, and they want to talk about the topic all the time.
Yeah, for sure. They can be the chief executive officer of General Motors. And if you tell them some interesting insight that occurred to you, they'll be like, oh, wait a second, I want to write that down. I don't want to forget that. That's important because that means they're learning. They don't want things to escape them. They want to make a big idea more than just a sensation. They want to make it metacognitive so they can use it.
Today is February 15th, and your new book comes out today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, is Strength to Strength Day.
Strength to Strength Day.
And you read it. You read it a long time ago. You blurbed the book. My blurbers were Simon Sinek and the Dalai Lama. So from now on, I'm going to call you Your Holiness Simon Sinek.
Holy cow, you got the Dalai Lama to blurb a book.
It was a very calm blurb, I have to say. It said, Arthur Brooks has written a book that shall help people.
Hey, man, it's the Dalai Lama. How did you get to know the Dalai Lama?
I put together a list. This is about 10 years ago when I was still
Joy of
president of
working.
AEI. So for our listeners, that's a think tank in Washington, D.C. that I led for a long time. And I made a list of the people that I thought that I needed to know so that I could be better at what I did. And furthermore, that people would find unusual alliances. One of the great aspects of effective leadership is going where you're not invited and saying things that people don't expect in a spirit of love. I made a list of people and I put the Dalai Lama on it. I said, publishing in the New York Times, places that the president of the American Enterprise Institute would not ordinarily show up. But then I had to figure out how to execute on that. I figured out who actually worked with His Holiness in the United States. And then I secured an opportunity to get an hour of his time at his monastery in Dharamsala in the Himalayan foothills. And then I went there. At that point, there was no flights from, the closest city was a 7-hour drive. I almost hit a goat on the way. I mean, it was just harrowing up the mountain. And I sat for an hour with His Holiness and we talked. And it was this, for me, a magical connection. And over the last 10 years, since that first meeting, we've worked together, we've written together, I've interviewed him. He was the first guest speaker in my Harvard class last January, which was Me and my Harvard students and 14 million people on live webinar, which was a beautiful experience. And I have to say, he has taught me so much about what it means to be a full human on the earth. I have to say, I love him. He's been a mentor and teacher to me, and a really, really treasured relationship.
What's one thing that you've learned from him that we can internalize and implement reasonably easily to take one step towards that better human being space?
Let me give an example, and this is something I talk about in this new book, Strength to Strength. And it's about the satisfaction problem in the hedonic treadmill, this like run. And your brain is telling you, if you get there and you hit the goal and you'll get the reward and it will endure for the rest of your life, notwithstanding Mick Jagger's injunction that he can't get no satisfaction, etc. Well, the Dalai Lama tells us how we can solve that problem. And it's basically this. He says to get stable and steady happiness, we need to stop having what we want and we need to start wanting what we have. And what that means basically is this. How to implement this in practical terms is the following. We think that satisfaction is a function of getting what we want, of having things. If I have that job, if I have that spouse, if I have that relationship, if I have that success, if I have that money, then I'll be satisfied. And no, you won't. The real way to understand this is that to remember that your satisfaction is not a function of what you have. Your satisfaction is what you have divided by what you want. It's a fraction. And the wants are the denominator of your happiness fraction. And if you don't know about your wants, if you only have a haves management strategy, you're doomed. But if you have a wants management strategy, you can decrease the denominator. And there are ways to do that.
Your haves divided by your wants. The number goes up if you have fewer wants and have more haves. So it's not, I wish I had the new, it's, I love the thing I've got.
Or, I'm going to break my attachment to something that I'm craving. And so here's what I recommend to lower the denominator of your satisfaction equation, which is haves divided by wants. How do you manage your wants? We've learned forever that we got to have a bucket list. It's on your birthday. Write down your cravings and desires and attachments. And this is what's going to fuel your ambitions, and it's going to make you more successful, and you're going to climb the ladder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The bucket list is a metastatically terrible idea for your satisfaction. What you need is a reverse bucket list. And the reverse bucket list is where you do make a list of your cravings and your desires and your attachments, absolutely, on your birthday. And then put your hand in that bucket and take a handful of those things and say, I am no longer chained to this attachment. If I get it, fine. But I'm no longer going to consider my success a function of the car and the relationship and the success, the outward success and the admiration of others and the money and the power and the pleasure and the fame. Goodbye. And saying I am the master of my own desires is this reverse bucket list is a positive act of rebellion against your wants.
It seems like Western society is hell-bent on the opposite. What is the first step that we can take to sort of operate independently within the system? It's all fine and good to talk about, the reverse bucket list, but the pressures upon us are extreme.
That really famous book called Atomic Habits by James Clear? He makes a very good point on how to do this, which is he says, stop paying so much attention to goals and start paying more attention to systems. I mean, systems are, what they do is they make it possible for you to be effective day to day and to be more mindful of what you're doing. Your systems should be putting your priorities in order. One of the things that we find about the happiest people is that they're really focusing on four things: their faith or life philosophy, their family life, their friendships, their deep friendships, and work that is meaningful insofar that they feel they're earning their success and serving other people. Those are the four things. If you're going to have a bucket list, make it those four things. But to do those four things is not about worldly goals. It's about proper systems. And so what I recommend to my students is that we have a little exercise called intention without attachment, where you basically say, okay, where do I want to be in my life, in my family life, in my faith life, in my friendships, in my work, 10 years from now? Just kind of describe it 10 years from now. Okay, now what do I need to be doing in 5 years to be on track for that? What do I need to be in 1 year? What about 1 month? What about 1 week? Okay, what do I need to do today? What are the systems I need in place today? And then live in the day-tight compartment. That is intention without attachment, with a focus on systems and a mindfulness that can bring you true and enduring enjoyment.
This is finite, infinite thinking, right? The goals are finite and systems are infinite.
This is your newest book.
Speaking of newest books, What was the motivation for Strength to Strength?
I was on an airplane 8 years ago, and it was very dark on the plane. It was 11 o'clock at night or something, and I heard a couple behind me talking. It was an elderly couple. I could tell by their voices, and I assumed it was a married couple, a man and a woman. I don't know, but I assumed so. And I couldn't quite make out the husband's words, but I heard the wife saying, "Oh, don't say it would be better if you were dead." I'm like, whoa, man, that's heavy. And then I hear him mumble, 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 and she says, "It's not true that nobody cares about you anymore, that nobody respects you, that nobody even knows who you are anymore." And this goes on for like 20 minutes. And I get in my head this picture of this guy. He's probably disappointed with his life. He didn't get the education he wanted, and didn't get the promotions and the jobs or start the companies, and now he's kind of put out to pasture, and he's disappointed. The lights go on when we land at Dulles, and I'm curious enough that I want to get a look. And it turns out to be one of the most famous men in the world. This is not controversial. He's beloved for his achievements that happened a long time ago. And this is blowing my mind. And I'm just sort of thinking about this. You know, as a social scientist, this is interesting, and it has this human pathos. And as we're leaving the plane, the pilot spots him, looks right through me like a pane of glass, and looks at the guy behind me now, who's a hero, and says, "Sir, you've been my hero since I was a little boy." And I turned around and he's beaming. And I asked myself, which is the real guy? This one or 20 minutes ago? And then I had a selfish thought. How can I be that guy now and not that guy 20 minutes from now? No, I'm not going to be a great world famous hero. This guy's a much bigger deal than I am or ever will be. But I'm trying to do a lot with my life, and so are you. And the fact that people are listening to this podcast means so are they. They're trying to get the most juice that they can get from this piece of fruit we call life. How can you, if you do all that striving and struggling and working, and how can you make sure you're on the upper branch of happiness and not going back down again? Because it turns out the data are very clear that around age 70, the population breaks up into two groups. One group keeps getting happier all the way to the end, and the other group, which is about half, start decreasing in happiness all the way to the end. I want to be on the upper branch. I don't want to be like the guy who did a lot with his life and now is disappointed because it all passed him by. And this book is about what each person can do at no matter how old they are, whether they're 20 or 50 or 80, what they can actually do with their life to give them the biggest fighting chance to be on the upper branch in the second half of their lives. And I found the 10 big lessons, studying with the Dalai Lama, but also looking at the most cutting edge neuroscience that can give us the best shot at getting that. I think, Simon, I think I figured it out.
How different do you feel from before the book?
It's fundamental. It's the biggest set of changes I've ever made in my life. And I'll give you an example. When I was doing this, I was the chief executive of a think tank in Washington, D.C. It was a very high pressure, very high motivation job that got a lot of attention. And I saw that it was good as far as it was going to be, but that it wasn't going to last. And part of it was because there's a change in the kind of intelligence that we have as we move from our 40s to our 50s into our 60s. That goes from this fluid intelligence to crystallized intelligence. And crystallized intelligence rewards the ability to use ideas, put them together, to share them with others, much, much more so than what it takes to do what I was doing as a think tank boss. And so literally on the basis of this research, I quit my job. Nobody quits those jobs. I quit my job because I knew what was coming, and I knew what I was going to be good at, and I knew that my gifts were going to be better served by doing what I do now.
I remember talking to you when you decided to quit, and you told me confidentially that it was going to happen because it wasn't public knowledge yet. And I was cheering you on. But I had no idea that you were in the middle of this journaling that led you to this wonderful insight, this wonderful conclusion to move on for your own happiness.
Yeah, to remodel my life, and to remodel it in a particular way that loads on the particular skills that people have in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, and they can even stay high in their 80s and 90s. But they're different than the skills that people have in the natural abilities people have in their 20s and 30s. The innovative capacity, the tirelessness on a particular single task that people have, and then they want to keep that. They want to be a big star. They want to be the star lawyer. They want to be the startup entrepreneur or something in their 50s and 60s, and wonder why it's coming harder. And so there's a bunch of things that we can do to understand ourselves, to cultivate that wisdom, that particular crystallized intelligence, and to turn it into a new vocation that's other focused. Charles Darwin. If you had a 3 greatest scientists of all time, Charles Darwin would be on your list. It's just, he's inflecting in the way that he understood the natural world as a biologist, a zoologist, botanist, and he became a super big star all over Europe when he was in his 20s because he did this 5-year voyage starting when he was 22 as the naturalist on the Beagle, which is this sailing ship around the world. And it was there that he collected samples of all different parts of the natural world, animals and plants. And he also came up with his theory of evolution, his theory of natural selection. And he developed these ideas over the next 30 years of his career. And he was the most innovative guy. He was the king of the mambo when it came to science all over Europe, celebrated, rich, famous. And then his innovative capacity just screeched to a halt. It just stopped because he hit a limit in what he could understand mathematically. And it turns out that the science had gotten to a point where you needed much more complex mathematics and statistics to make the next step in thinking. He published like 11 more books, but they're all derivative and duplicative. And he felt like kind of a failure and died a hero, but disappointed in his own capacity. He was on the treadmill and then he got thrown off the back of the treadmill like some hilarious internet meme. Now, somebody who did it right was Johann Sebastian Bach, the greatest composer who ever lived. He was the innovative creator of the high Baroque par excellence, all the way through his 20s and 30s, super famous, commissions from the greatest royalty, et cetera, et cetera. But then something happened. He had a lot of kids. He had 20 children, as a matter of fact. And his third son, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, created a new style of music, not the high Baroque. It was called the classical style of music. It became all the rage all across Europe, and it eclipsed his father. His father was like writing the equivalent of disco at that point. Nobody wanted to hear it. And so the father then decided that he was simply going to spend the rest of his life as a master teacher of the forms. And he spent the rest of his life writing a textbook that was an example of the high Baroque, because he thought, yeah, maybe sometime in the future somebody's going to want to know about this stuff that used to be popular. It was called The Art of Fugue, Die Kunst der Fuge. He was in the middle of it, and he stops in the middle of a measure, and it's written on the score in the hand of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, the son who eclipsed him. At this point, the composer put down his pen and died. Strong finish. And he was beloved, and he was happy, and he was surrounded by family and his students. What he was doing is he was taking the greatest that had been thought and said, and he was putting it together in the service of others as the master teacher. Bach moved off his fluid intelligence curve to his crystallized intelligence curve and cultivated his relationships and his faith and his love. And he was successful and happy in a brand new way by remodeling his life.
I hope young people read this as well, not just people who are in middle age who are going through this, because I think it sets up expectations and a recipe for what's the life by design, not believing that the wonderful Disney ride that we're on now lasts. And I've seen this in a couple of friends, which they, again, wildly successful and famous in the past, and other people have replaced them in their disciplines. It's the normal course, and they keep talking about what they did, and what they're doing is an attempt to recreate what they did. Right. And I think, and this is not just for people who are wildly successful. If somebody has one success, and we see this in companies all the time, I'm going to keep doing that thing because it worked once. It's probably going to keep working. And I think this is sort of the great insight here, which is no matter how much happiness or much success or the thing that you want, you get, all of those things are temporary. Every single one of those, to see those and accept those as temporary.
Absolutely. And the interesting thing is also this period when you are remodeling your life is something that people, well, first, they don't know that they can have a transition. But part of it is this fear of letting things go. And it takes practice, by the way. I mean, the idea of taking your career down to the studs and rebuilding it when you have a really, really good career, I mean, trust me, man, it's tricky. And you're going to be lonely, you're going to be insecure, and people are not going to return your calls. And, politicians that you thought were your friends, it turns out that you're not real friends, you're deal friends. This is just the way it works. But there's a key insight about transitions, and this is in the book too. There's a guy named Bruce Feiler who wrote a really nice book about his life is in the transitions. And that's what social psychologists call liminality. Liminality is the time between two things. And it has a particular disconsolate feeling. I mean, it's scary, it's disconcerting, but at the same time, it's incredibly fertile. And it reminds me, when I was a kid, I used to like to fish. And I remember the first time I went fishing in the ocean. I grew up on the West Coast. I'm from Seattle, but I was on the Oregon coast. I went out fishing on the rocks. First time I ever tried it, and I was catching nothing for 2 hours. And this wizened old mariner from, the town comes up. He says, "Hey kid, you catching anything?" I'm like, "No." He says, "You getting any bites?" And I said, "No." He says, "Because you're doing it wrong." And I said, What am I doing wrong?" He said, "You can only catch fish during the falling tide." Now, the falling tide is the time when the tide is going out really fast. And I said, "Well, no fish, right?" He said, No, 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 no. In a falling tide, it looks like everything's going out, but the bait fish and the plankton are stirred up, so the game fish are going crazy. You'll see. He said, looked at his watch. It's like 28 minutes later. We throw our lines in and we're pulling them out one after another. I mean, it's unbelievable. And afterward, we're sitting on the rocks exhausted, and he lights a cigarette, and he's looking all philosophical, and he says, "Hey kid, during a falling tide, you can only make one mistake fishing." And I said, "What is it?" He said, "Not having your line in the water." And that's true for life, man. I mean, the falling tide, it looks like it's terrible. Nobody wants the falling tide. The tide's going out. This is the end. It was so good. The falling tide, it looks like a period of loss. And what it is the game fish are waiting for you. Get your line in the water when you're most uncomfortable, when you've lost the most, when you feel like the best days are past. That's your chance. That's when you need to jump on it, because that's when magic can happen.
Arthur Brooks, I could talk to you for hours. You are pure magic. I stand by what I said at the beginning of this conversation, which is I've never had a conversation with you where I didn't learn something or have a new perspective. My mind right now is firing off. You have so much original thought, and I have learned so much from this conversation. Let's just do this on a regular basis.
Let's do it, man. I love it. I love every chance to talk to you. It just gives me more of an excuse to hang out with my old friend Simon.
You're fantastic. And for those who want to learn more, pick up Strength to Strength, available at fine bookstores everywhere, and some not so fine ones as well.
I meant all the disreputable bookstores too.
Arthur Brooks, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other.
I bet they have sense. I haven't modeled a dick yet, but hey, one day I might be convinced that I should. I can actually hear my furry friend up there snoring right now.
For all the shit that I get
My
social
cat's name
media,
is Anonymous. I
fully
wish
aware
Strawbells
that
was in
there
my
are
bed.
Plenty of good things that come out of it as well. One of those things is Mark Bustos. Mark is a hairstylist. He gives fancy haircuts to fancy people. But there's something he also does on the weekends. He roams the streets of New York and gives free haircuts to the homeless. It restores their self-confidence. It gives them a sense of dignity. It makes them feel really good. And the remarkable thing is what it's done to Mark. This is a bit of optimism. Mark, I can't tell you how excited I've been to meet you. I first learned about you on the Instagram. I saw a posting of you giving a haircut to someone who was homeless. You showed the before and after pictures, and you said how this simple act just lifted their confidence and did remarkable things for them. And I was completely struck by that. I'm a sucker for people who do things for others. I'm a sucker for those in service. And as soon as I saw that, I called our producer and said, please, can you reach out to Mark? I really want to meet him. So how did it start? I mean, you're a hairdresser, and you've been doing this for years, and you do sort of high-end fancy stuff, which is wonderful. How did you start helping those less fortunate restore dignity?
I started doing hair when I was 14 years old out of my parents' garage, giving all my friends terrible haircuts. I'm a little bit better today, but back then all I wanted to do was become successful, whatever that meant to me back when I was 14 years old. Fast forward many years, I just wanted to kind of continue to work my way up in the hair industry. And I got to this point where I was able to work at one of the top salons in New York City. And this is probably 15 years into my career at that point, or 14 years into my career at that point. And I got to that point, I started charging top dollar for a haircut, and I realized that if this is success, I still don't feel it. When am I going to become successful? And it wasn't actually until I stopped looking for success is when I found it. It was just a trip to the Philippines visiting family. Philippines, like many other developing third world countries, is eye-opening. I went out there, I had all my tools with me, and when you see certain things, you want to do something about it, and there's no real questions asked after that. So I basically rented a chair in a barbershop, like a garage door that opens up, 100 degrees, 100% humidity, 4 barbers just slaying away, giving 50-cent haircuts was what they were giving. So I rented a chair in the barbershop, and I invited all the homeless kids that I saw on the streets to come in for free haircuts, because this is what I was able to do. This is what I do best. Let me do what I do best and share it with people in need. And it wasn't until it was the first boy that was sitting in my chair at that barbershop, and he had the same name as me, Mark Anthony. We both had the same name, and he was 12 years old at the time. Really, really shy, had his chin pinned to his chest the entire time, didn't look up into the mirror once, and I gave him a really cool haircut, and somebody standing from outside on the road looking into the barbershop just yells out at the end of the haircut, yells out, "Now you look like you're from New York City." And the kid just cracks a really big smile, still not even looking up in the mirror, but just cracks a huge smile. And from that moment on, I realized that, I knew I was going to make them feel good with a nice haircut. But what I didn't realize was the feeling that it was going to give me. I then realized that, I can do this anyway. This is so powerful. This is so special. What I do for a living is I've found a new appreciation for it. So I went back home to New York City after that family vacation, and I packed up a backpack and just brought all my things, anything portable. I had cordless clippers and scissors, anything I didn't have to plug in. And I went for a walk on the streets in New York City. And that's when it really started for me.
You say you had this thing and it was obvious, but it's not obvious. There's a lot of people who cut hair who don't go on vacations and decide to give free haircuts to the kids on the street. What prompted that? Were you bored? Were you just sort of wandering around? Were you talking to people? What was the impetus?
I think it was really just immersing myself in that environment and seeing real true perspective. You see it on TV, but it's not the same as seeing it in real life. When I was 12 years old, I used to ask my parents if I could go out to the movies on a Friday night with my friends, and they would always say no. And I would never understand why. I'd be in my room. I'd just lock myself in my room and cry on a Friday night. Never understood why. But it wasn't until I actually went for my first time to the Philippines that I realized that I get it. I'm just a lucky kid to be living in America. And these kids living in the area where my parents grew up didn't have the option to go to the movies on a Friday night. And it was real true perspective that I realized that I'm very fortunate, and it's just natural to kind of want to give back.
I love this. I think a lot of people have the desire to want to give back, but they ask themselves, what can I do? What can I do to give back? And I love the fact that you didn't go on a journey looking for something new to give. You took the thing that you have and said, okay, I can give this. When you started cutting hair in New York, do you remember the first adult who you saw sort of dignity restored?
After that trip to the Philippines, I got back home to New York, and I went for a walk in the Lower East Side on the Bowery. And I was kind of right by the Bowery Mission. There's a lot of homeless individuals that hang out over there. And it was probably around 4 o'clock p.m. There were a bunch of people just standing outside of the Bowery Mission. There was a group of 2 people, a group of 5 people, one person standing alone, another group of 7. And I wanted to approach somebody. I just didn't know how. I was a little nervous. I was very nervous. And I just kept pacing back and forth. And it was probably my 6th or 7th time coming back around. Now everybody's looking at me like, what the hell does this kid want? There was something inside of me that just pulled me towards the man standing alone. I guess because he was less threatening to me because he was alone, less intimidating. So I walked up to him, and I had no idea what I was going to say. And as I was approaching him, it kind of just rolled off my tongue and just came out of my mouth. And I said, I want to do something nice for you today. And, he kind of just looked at me. He's like, okay, what's up? And I was like, well, are you hungry? And he goes, yeah, that's actually why we're all standing here right now, is because they're about to serve some dinner around 4:30 or 5 p.m. So we're all waiting to eat. And I was like, well, do you like what they feed you here? He goes, no. I was like, well, if you can have anything right now, what would it be? And he paused and had to think about it for a minute. He just wanted some fried chicken and rice. And I was like, all right, cool, let's go get some. And he was like, all right. So we went for a walk just a couple doors down and got some fried chicken and rice, and the food came out. And I was like, this is what I really do. Like, I happen to be a professional hairstylist, and I really want to give back. And I want to, because when you look good, you feel good. It sounds cliche, but it's true. I said, I have everything with me right now. You look like you need a haircut. You look like you could use one. If you'd like one, let's go around and to the park and cut your hair. He goes, okay, cool. Super nice guy. He only spoke when he was spoken to, very respectful. But at the end of the haircut, I handed him a mirror to show him what he looked like. And he looked in the mirror and he said, do you know anyone that's hiring? I want to get a job. And I wasn't prepared for that. And I told him, I was like, no, I don't. But I mean, you look amazing. If you go for a job interview anywhere you go, I'm certain you'll find something. And the following Sunday after that, I asked everybody around, because everybody knows each other on those streets over there. And nobody has even heard of his name before. And I even showed everybody photos, like, do you know where he is? Nobody knew him, and he wasn't around. And to me, that was an amazing thing, that he was able to get back on his feet and maybe find himself a job. And for me, he's like an angel in disguise, because from that moment on that he said that he wanted to go get a job, it really pushed me to continue what I'm doing.
The thing that's great about when we give to others is it inspires others to give, you know? Good acts beget good acts. Have there been other hairstylists who have seen your work, maybe that you don't even know that that are now doing this around the country or even around the world?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a guy in the UK that went viral. There's a guy in Australia that went viral. And each one, before they went viral, each one has reached out to me saying, thank you so much for the inspiration. And it's great because, you know, I get people saying, oh, you have this copycat here and a copycat there. I was like, that's the exact kind of copycat I want. I mean, that's the hope. I can't do this alone. Are you kidding me? And whether they give me credit or not, it's not about the credit. It's about doing good things and helping others and making the world a better place.
How do you define success now? You thought success was, whether it was recognition or fame or money, whatever it was, and you got to the highest levels in your industry, and yet you said you didn't feel successful, but this has changed how you felt. You know, what's your new definition of success?
Success is measured by the amount of people that you're able to help and the amount of people that you're able to serve. But also my motto in life and how I found my success is in the saying, I'm either expensive or I'm free, but I'm never cheap.
It's a little bit of Robin Hood, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I got to be able to take care of myself first before I take care of others. You know, I have two babies. I have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I got to take care of myself, you know, but at the same time, I'm going to take care of everyone else around me.
I think this is one of the misnomers about service, which is you can have both at the same time. You can take care of yourself and you can take care of others. It's not martyrdom, and nor is it selfishness. There's no guilt that needs to be associated with taking care of yourself and your own children, obviously, but not necessarily at the expense of service. It's not one or, it's one end.
Exactly.
How has it changed you as a dad? I'm so curious. Like, how are you instilling this idea in your kids?
My 5-year-old, when she turned 1, and also when my 1-year-old just turned 1, I did the same thing for both of them for their first birthday. It's something that they won't ever remember personally, but it'll be something that they'll be able to look back on and see photos and know the story behind. But rather than throwing them a big first birthday party here, since they won't remember it anyway, I sent money back home to the Philippines, where my family's from. And, you know, 5 minutes down the road, there's a cemetery where a lot of kids live in the cemetery, living in squatter homes and tarps over the graves, the tombstones and all that kind of stuff. And sent money back there to bring all the kids to the local restaurant called Jollibee. And Jollibee is like a super famous fast food restaurant in the Philippines. So threw a big first birthday party there for a couple hundred kids, for my kids. The amount of money I would have spent here on just like 15 or 20 people, I was able to feed 300 people back home.
I'm just so inspired how you're not doing anything innovative. And what I mean by that is you haven't found something new. You're doing the same thing for different people. Even with the first birthday party, it's the same thing, which I love, which is I'm going to spend X amount of dollars on a kid's first birthday, except I'm going to do it for 200 people and give it back. It's the same thing. You didn't go and look for something. You did the same thing you would have done. You just did it for someone else. And I think that's so simple and so profound.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be able to help all these kids where in the cemetery where I leave my heart every single time I leave there. And at the same time, I want to instill something special with my kids, you know?
Is there someone that you cut hair for free that stands out amongst the others?
I mean, there's so many stories. I mean, if you pop up a photo of a haircut that I've done on the streets, I'll be able to tell you the exact story like you were just yesterday. I'd have to say one that stood out is when I was walking the streets of the Bowery, and I went around to the corner, and there was this older man sitting on a park bench, and he had a plastic bag on the floor next to him. And I approached him, and his name was Graham, and he was from the island of Dominica. First, I asked him if he wanted a haircut, so he said yes. So while I was cutting his hair, he was telling me a bit about his story. And he doesn't really have much family here in the States or in New York City at all. And he worked in construction for about 35 to 40 years. And he ended up having diabetes, and he went blind. And he didn't have any help. He didn't have a support system. And in that plastic bag that was sitting next to him were fruits and vegetables. I share this story because it's just a story that it makes me grateful for everything that I have, one. And two, that homelessness can happen to anybody. Many times we may judge people living on the streets as having being alcoholic or a drug addict or any of those things. And, like there are alcoholics and drug addicts out on the streets, but there are also alcoholics and drug addicts that have homes. You don't have to be homeless to have all that.
So true. Changing tax on you, how does a 14-year-old discover that they want to cut hair? Most want to play video games or sports.
To be honest, when I was 14, I saw my other friends getting jobs at the bowling alley or cleaning up the movie theaters, and I couldn't get a job anywhere. When I was 14, I looked like I was 8, and nobody wanted to hire an 8-year-old. And that's really the truth of why or how I started cutting hair out of my garage. It's like, I got to figure this out. So I started doing it for free, messing everyone's hair up and charging like $2 for a haircut, and then graduated to like giving haircuts for chicken parm sandwiches, and and now I'm here.
But you found a passion in that. Do you remember when it went from being, a means to an end? It was a solution, but at some point you went, no, I actually want to do this.
Something really cool that I learned through doing that at such a young age is that I was able to bring people together in a positive way. You would never see like the band leader like hanging out with the captain of the football team. They wouldn't even make eye contact with each other in the high school hallways. But now you're in my garage getting a haircut, interacting and having a good time. And to be quite honest, if anybody argued, I wouldn't cut their hair, because if anyone argued, then my mom would get mad. If my mom got mad, then I'm in trouble, and then everybody's in trouble, and nobody's getting a haircut. So it was a cool way to just bring people together.
What's next? Like, do you take people from your salon out, or is it just something you do?
This is something that I do. It's my way of being an example to show everybody. It's great to be part of an organization or a team or a church or anything along those lines. But at the end of the day, if you want to do something, just go do it yourself.
I'm learning so much from you, which the idea that you give whatever it is you have to give. Spending money that you're going to spend anyway, spend it differently. Or a talent or a skill that you have, just give that exact same talent or skill to someone else. But also the idea of fortunate and less fortunate. You refer to those who are struggling as less fortunate. And I love this idea that you consider fortune and less fortunate and more fortunate is part of the equation. I guess it helps manage judgment, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I call myself fortunate, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself financially rich. I'm definitely rich in life with all other things, but not financially rich. I've always found myself to fall somewhere in the middle. I'm a middle child of 3 that grew up in a middle-class family. My friends and my clients are from homeless to billionaires and literally everything in between. And I find myself on city streets, and I find myself in multi-million-dollar penthouses. But at the end of the day, here I am in my little apartment, sitting in the middle, just trying to be that strong link that's uniting both ends of the chain.
You have a salon in New Jersey called the Silver Vine Room, and you have a salon in New York City called My Darling Ivy. What's with all the vines? How'd you get those names?
Yeah, so actually, the first salon I opened is called the Silver Vine Room in Summit, New Jersey, and it happened to be the name of a plant. Silver vine is like a plant used for catnip, but I didn't name it that because of that. But the reason I named it that is because one of my partners came up with the word vine. I came up with silver, and I always like the word silver because just like in the Olympics, first, second, and third place, silver means you're in second place. And I always say that I like being in second place and not first. People think I'm crazy when I say that, but when you're in second place, you're always going to have someone to look up to and be inspired by. And vines grow uncontrollably when you take care of them, So the Silver Vine Room is just a place for growth.
There's that middle again. You prefer to be silver rather than gold because you always have somewhere to go, always somewhere to grow to, and grow uncontrollably.
Exactly. And if you feel like you're the best in any particular situation, it's time to move on. You got to go somewhere, and you got to be surrounded by people that are always smarter and better looking than you.
Yes. There's nothing to learn when you're at the top, but if you're in the middle, you always have somewhere to go. It's an amazing lesson to learn to give what you have to somebody else. But this is profound.
When did you figure that out, that it's better to be in the middle than at the top?
I was actually when I was like an assistant at a hair salon, one of the first hair salons I actually worked at as a professional with a license. I was an assistant, and there was no more room for growth for me over there because I was the best assistant at the time, and like I was now just kind of leading all the other assistants. But the salon owners wouldn't give me a chair and wouldn't promote me to having a chair. So I was like, all right, screw this, I gotta go. They're not going to let me grow into being a stylist here. I'm already the best assistant. It's time to move on. So I moved on to be the worst stylist at a new salon.
Yeah. You and I have very similar career paths. I started out my career and I'd learn a lot and gain a lot, and then it would get boring because I got good at something, and then I'd quit and go do something where I was the worst person there, and then I got good at it and I got bored and I'd quit and go do something else. And I remember I had a job where things were going really well, and I quit, and none of my colleagues and my boss could understand why would he quit. And they told me about a conversation they were like having about me after I'd left like my old company. And they were like, why would he leave? Like, he's doing really well here. He runs his own accounts. Like, why would he go leave to work at a second-rate place on a crappy account where it's not even guaranteed to work? And they went, oh.
Yeah.
The thing that propels people to do well in the first place is the fact that they're not at the top.
And when you are at the top and you do have that gold medal and you're in first place, you have nothing but people chasing you.
It's the difference between offense and defense, right? When you're at the top, when you're the gold medalist, for the rest of your life, you're playing defense. People who want to knock you off your pedestal. Where when you're the silver medalist, your entire life you play offense. And you're way more creative playing offense than you are playing defense.
That's right.
Such a joy, Mark. I'm so glad I got to meet you. I'm so glad we reached out. You're an absolute inspiration for the people who you meet, but also for people who you don't meet. There are people out there who are following you and learning from you, and you don't even know who they are. And it's good that we have people on the planet like you.
I really appreciate that, and obviously, same goes to you.
Thank you. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. We live in a world of oversimplification. News is given to us in sound bites. In fact, everything is given to us in sound bites. If you can't do it in about 140 or 180 characters, people won't have the attention span to listen or pay attention. Things are getting shorter, smaller, and dumber. Not for Phoebe Robinson. She's a comedian, producer, actor, all-around remarkable human being who believes that we need complexity, we need nuance in the work that we do. Why? It just makes it better. It makes it smarter. And it makes it more important. This is a bit of optimism. When your new book came out,
yes.
Please Don't Sit on My Bed in Your Outside Clothes, I didn't even have to open it. I was like, oh, she and I can be friends. Right? Because this is a complaint I have had with almost everybody I've ever dated in my life who like comes in from the outside and gets on or worse in my bed.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, I'm getting into bed. I want to take a nap. I'm like, no. Those clothes have been on the subway. Those clothes have been outside.
Mm-hmm.
Bed is a place for pristine, like that's why you wear pajamas or nothing. Like only the thing that belongs in the bed is what goes in the bed. Nothing from the outside world.
100%. I agree.
And you're the only other person I've ever met. And you wrote a whole damn book about it. Well, it's not a whole book about it, but you titled a book about it.
Can we like just get into it if we want to get into it in terms of dating and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Because you're very successful. You work really hard. You're on your grind, on your hustle. Like, are you in a place where you are prioritizing finding a partner? Are you sort of just like, if it happens at this moment, cool, but I'm focusing on Simon?
I made a deal with myself many years ago.
Ooh.
When I started with Start With Why and I started to get invited to speak and travel, I recognized that if I pursued this, it's going to hurt my personal life. I mean, it was obvious. I'd be on the road so much. I'd go on an amazing first date and I'd say, oh my God, I had such a good time. Are you free for a second date in 6 weeks?
Yeah.
So I was pretty undateable for anybody that wanted anything serious. And I made the choice that I was going to pursue spreading this message because it really mattered. And I knew that it would come at personal sacrifice, and I was okay with that. The deal I made with myself was that when it found its own momentum, that I would reprioritize. And as things started to go, and I didn't have to be out there pushing the flywheel by myself every day, like social media and other people, like books that all helped, I could refocus. So I'm in that space. My personal life is very important to me, and I will turn down work because something at home matters now, and I am dating somebody, and it's wonderful, and I like being in a relationship. I mean, I've had relationships prior.
Yeah.
It's not like this is my first one.
Yeah.
But my mindset is very different, and COVID also had something to do with that as well. I believe that there's no such thing as bad or good. Everything is balanced. Like everything good comes at a cost, and everything bad has some sort of advantage or lesson built in. Everything is balanced. And so I'm curious, for all of the stress and fear and horror and sadness that goes with a global pandemic, I'm curious what you gained.
I think the biggest thing that I gained was perspective, which is really cool because it's not necessarily like this tangible thing, but it's a life-altering thing in a way. And I've been working in comedy, entertainment going on, 2022? So we're talking almost 14 years at this point. And, much like your career, it's like you kind of just, if you're like, oh, I'm going to do this, I have to give all of myself. And so I was just hustling, I was grinding, I was like, work came before everything, family, friends, relationships, all that stuff. And then when COVID happened and we had to just sort of stop, and like all these work commitments that I have for 2020 sort of like dried up, and I was like, well, what does this mean? I have this business. I made all these plans. I was doing everything right, as if like me being morally a good person is going to prevent a pandemic from happening. You know what I mean? I was really sort of like mentally struggling. My work is a big part of me. So who am I without that part being as present as it was? I was sort of thinking about starting therapy, and then my boyfriend and then a close friend of mine were like, yeah, we think you should just do it. Let's just do it like once and see like what's up. And I was like, all right, I've never done it before. And it really just allowed me to sort of be like, as much as I want all my dreams to happen, and I want to do the TV shows, and I want to produce, and I want to keep writing books, there's more to life than just doing and creating. And I think it's very easy when you love what you do to have it be like, well, I love this thing, so I want to keep doing it. But it's like, I miss weddings. I've missed like, friends having kids. Like I just have missed a lot of things that now at 37, I'm sort of like, I don't want to keep missing stuff. And I don't want to keep missing my life is what I felt like I was doing,
That's such a great lesson, right? That we are worth more than the work that we do. I see this with successful people. Their whole self-identity is tied to their work, that when they stop doing that work, they literally have an identity crisis. They retire or they get fired or whatever happens, something goes haywire in their career, and they have crisis. I wonder how many people had that mini crisis during COVID when they were faced with that image before it actually happened. It's like a crystal ball.
Yeah, I think so many people, because it's like, listen, there's certainly the capitalism aspect of things. You have to work to sort of live and support yourself. If you have dreams that you want to come true, you have to put a lot of energy into it. And so I think it's easy to kind of get caught up in the work of it all and the pursuit of things, because the world is sort of built to like keep moving and pursuing and building and acquiring and more and more and more. So it's easy to lose that perspective and see like, oh, what am I actually missing out on here?
You do so many different things. You're a polymath. Is there a thread that you try and weave through everything? whether you're writing or producing, that you have something you're trying to spread, something you're trying to instill in others?
I think especially in the world of comedy, comedy changes so much, and I think it often can not only reflect what's happening in society, but also help society sort of change course, right? And I think specifically with comedy, for a while it was very sort of cynical and sort of like, I'm gonna be detached and I'm gonna be removed, and that's kind of cool because I'm checking out of this bullshit. And I think, certainly with the pandemic, we're sort of coming into a place of like, I want to laugh because I give a shit, because I'm emotionally invested, and I'm laughing even harder because I recognize that thing.
It's the old jester's role, the one person who can tell the truth to the king,
Yeah.
who has a perspective and is willing to speak out about irony or nonsense.
Yeah. And like, I want to have fun and be light and be celebratory about life, but then also have like a lot of heart too. Like, I just think like some of my favorite comedies, they have so much heart. I think people could just shortchange comedy as like, oh, it's like light. You just turn your brain off and you're like not even thinking. But I think you're not really like when you're really laughing super hard at something, sometimes it can just be like a silly sort of like physical pratfall, but it's because you recognize something in that, or you experience that, or it just means something to you, that it captures your heart and hits you where your essence is, and that makes you laugh a lot too.
Back to the question I asked before. So what's your cause? Like, what's the thread? What's the commentary that you want to weave into all of your work to make sure that it shows up?
I want people to feel without turning it into judgment, making it like about, I'm righteous because I feel this thing now. And I think it's very easy to get on your high horse and be like, I'm perfect, I'm smart because I felt this thing, whether it's joy, whether it's sadness, whether it's rage, I got it. And you didn't get it because you didn't get it when I got it. And I want people to just be able, like, no, just be able to experience the world without it being a competition. I get caught up in that too sometimes, where it's like, you get so caught up in, well, I figured this out, so everyone else should have figured this out already. And it's like, well, there was a moment where you also didn't know.
Yeah. So can you give me an example from your own work where that really is a crystal clear example of, you want it to be your own journey, it's not a competition, have all the feels, and if somebody hasn't had the feels yet, support them rather than berate them?
It comes across, I think, a lot in my writing, and sort of how, if I'm going to make a commentary about anything on the outside, I'm going to address myself first and be like, hand in the air, I fucked up about this thing. When you run your own business and you're like a boss, you make so many mistakes all the time. You're just like, fuck, okay, I know that now. And so I think being a boss in general has been probably the most humbling thing, because you think, boss, you're like, I'm gonna have these cute, like, I'm a CEO outfits, I'm gonna have like the nice, you know what I mean? You're like, I wanna have a nice chair for my back, and you're like, bitch, why the fuck are you worrying about chairs?
I remember the first time I got a nice chair.
Yeah, and so I think, for me, one of the biggest things I learned right away is I learned such a higher level of compassion.
Yeah.
Because, your employees are people. They're going to have good days. They're going to have bad days. And you can't judge them for the bad days and ignore the good days. Yeah. And so if you see someone sort of like struggling, you could be like, bottom line, or you could be like, fuck, I've had weeks where I've just been off. Yeah. And I have to be like, that's okay. That's normal. Yeah. And like work through it. And so I think it, sort of going into being like, it's just about achieving dreams and like knocking everything off the to-do list. And it's like, no, this shit's like, it's hard. Yeah. And people are going to respond to certain things in certain ways, and you have to be open to that.
I think this is one of the great gifts of COVID when it comes to leadership, which is, we judge people at work almost entirely on their performance. You're a good performer, you're a bad performer, But COVID forced us to see everybody as human, right? Because we saw them in their homes.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes saw their pets, their kids. I didn't even know you had kids, you know? And it made it all a little more patient, you know, because, you know, there were interruptions and we were fine with it. And I think we understood that we were all going through something, and when somebody's performance was down, our instincts for the first time, our natural instincts, were not to judge performance, but to be like, are you okay?
Yeah.
And so one of the questions is, how do we tell the stories that help us remember and bring the feelings back so that we can remember to be the better versions of ourselves? And I think this is part of the role of the entertainer, which is to remind us of the stories, to show us and remind us. Whether it's dramatic or comedic, it doesn't matter. But the best stories are the ones that you left sort of like, I got to be a better person at the end of it.
Back to what I was saying before about sort of this kind of cynical air of comedy, I think now it's really, because of COVID, it's like you want the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think that is a really interesting place. I think that comedy and drama are both sort of circling right now. I think people want to be seen.
I really do think that one of the great things about COVID is that it forced us to have conversations with ourselves now that we ordinarily would be having in like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
We're having conversations with ourselves like, what does happiness mean? And do I want the life that I have? And the Great Resignation, which is a real thing, I think is part of that. You know, in the past, most people would define their job as fine. Like a very, very small percentage get to say, I love my job, it's great. A very, very small percentage, it's the most toxic thing in the world. They get berated at work every day. It's, you know, it's probably too many, but it's relatively speaking, you know, to all people working, a small number. Most people, unfortunately, if you say, how's your job? They say, it's fine. Is it great? No, it's fine. Would you like to quit? Yeah, but you know, it's fine. And the problem is the unknown of quitting is way scarier than the status quo. And so we make do, and I hate to say this, we probably do this in relationships as well, but you know, we make do with okay because unknown is scary. And what COVID did is some people got furloughed, some people lost their jobs, some people just had fear and uncertainty even though they kept their jobs, and we were okay. Our relationships are intact. And all of a sudden the unknown became a lot less scary. And if I'm comparing fine and unknown now, I'll take unknown. What I think is so interesting about the Great Resignation is that it's affecting all levels inside a company, especially lower levels. So it's your frontline worker who for decades has been mistreated and abused because companies knew that they needed the paycheck and they could get away with it. And for the first time ever, that frontline employee is being like, no, I'll take unknown. It's an indictment on leadership and the manner in which we built corporate cultures for the past multiple decades. It has been so unbalanced against your average employee that this, to me, it's like a stock market correction. This is a rebalancing. And it's going to go off balance the other direction for a short period, which is what the Great Resignation is, but it'll find equilibrium. And what I hope happens for equilibrium to happen is the quality of leadership goes up, the quality of corporate culture goes up, and that average frontline employee can say, no, I like my job. I'm happy. And fine becomes the minority.
I love all of that. That was so smart. I was like, I wish I was taking notes.
Well, the good news is I've recorded all of this.
I do have a quick just question based on what you just said. So we are both very lucky for us to love what we do.
Yes.
Not everyone's going to have that. If someone's just like, my job is fine, isn't that also okay? For like your, like, say you just want to be like middle class fancy, right? Like you want to have like, you put in your, I don't know, 45, 50 hours a week. You have your weekends off where you can be with family, friends, hobbies, blah, blah, blah. But like your job is not, it's fine. It's whatever. Isn't that also okay as well? I don't know.
So my intonation of fine and your intonation of fine are different. When I say fine, I'm not thinking about, yeah, it pays the bills and I'm really happy and I love my life.
Okay.
When I say fine, I mean like the corporate culture that I go to work to every day, the people that I work with, the manner in which I'm treated by my leaders is fine.
When I talk about fine, I mean literally like it makes me a little bit, not depressed, but it makes me a little bit sad. Because I bring fine back home. And then I sit on the couch and my home life is fine and my relationship is fine. And we're active participants. It's not just like, the office has to give me this. I'm like, yes, that's a part of the equation. It's like, in your relationship, my boyfriend has to do this. True, and you have to also reciprocate.
Yeah.
Like, it's a relationship. It's a relationship, and I think that's been forgotten. I think all of this has been forgotten. I think we've forgotten that we're in relationship with each other in life. We accuse each other, like the left and the right, and whatever the cause is, you know? We forget that we're in a marriage. It's like we live in the same country, we live in the same cities, we share the same resources, and like we're gonna have to figure this out at some point because like we're in the house together. And like this is what I lament. I lament the fact that we are partners in a relationship, we are one part of a relationship, and it doesn't matter who's right or wrong, we're gonna have to figure this out.
The thing is, it feels like you're 100% correct in that. But what I find, I'm not saying who, but what I find is certain people do not want to respect others. You can't live in a space where you're going to be disrespected based on race, gender, sexual orientation, how you identify. So I don't know. I just feel like we live in such a world of toxic negativity where it's much easier to say something shitty or to be like, hey, did you see this horrible thing that happened over here? Let me like retweet that or post that, as opposed to like posting something positive or interesting or something that can't be boiled down to extreme reactions and actually requires nuance. And I think the biggest thing is that we've lost nuance.
Amen. We have turned this world into it's all binary, and we've forgotten that life is complex. To your point, it's nuanced. And we are not very good at dealing with complexity and shades of gray.
So how are you going to fix it, Simon?
Working on it. Jeez, all the pressure. The path that I've chosen is to try and sit in the middle, where I think it's important to listen. I don't know if you know the work of Dia Khan. She's a award-winning documentarian, Muslim woman living in England, who is trolled by white supremacists to the point where the police advised her to stay away from open windows. Like it got that bad. Yeah. The way she responded was she moved to the United States and went to meet white supremacists. She was in Charlottesville. She wasn't marching with them, but she was walking with them.
Wow.
She went to give white supremacists a safe space to feel heard. And she tells the story of her own journey where she went to the rallies and she spat on the Nazis and she felt self-righteous. She talked about it with all the people who went to the rally and spat on the Nazis and held their signs and screamed and yelled and called them racist. And they all felt great about themselves. And at the end of the day, Dia asked herself, what did I do? Did I move the needle? Did I actually affect them, or did I just feel good about myself? And she realized that screaming and yelling and spitting at people isn't the solution. She made a documentary about it called White Right, Meeting the Enemy. And something remarkable happens, which is she gives them a chance, as she calls it, to empty the bucket. At the point that they feel heard, they're willing to listen to her. And they struggle to now reconcile their racist views with the fact that they trust her and view her as a friend. And one by one, they drop out of the movement.
What she's doing, I think, is helpful. I think it was great for those Nazis to sort of realize I shouldn't be a Nazi. Okay. But what I also find is like, I feel like we can't be in a place where we have to center ignorance and hatred and hold their hand. There's a part of me where it's like, I don't care if a Nazi doesn't feel heard, because what you're spewing is vitriol. Like, as a person of a color, as a woman, as just like a person who's like not horrible, to me, it's wild.
That's all right, chat. Maybe she'll click by the end of the episode.
That what she's doing is never done from the other side. Like, a white supremacist is like, let me go talk to some Mexicans and figure out my shit. It's never that. It
Correct.
is someone else having to do the work of fixing white patriarchal bullshit, which I'm like, we are not here to fix your shit and fix this mess.
You're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
And I asked Dia that question. And she said she's worked with white supremacists, she's worked with jihadis, she's worked with abortion activists. And she said in her work, in her experience, the one lesson she's learned, agree or disagree, like it or not, is the victim very often has to go first. And you're right. I shouldn't have to. The white patriarchy, I shouldn't have to fix their shit. You're right. But then what? How is someone who has a racist point of view or a misogynistic point of view or who has supremacist thinking, how will they see the light if they don't have an experience that helps them see the light?
That is a great question. I think that's super valid. But also, I think it would be more supportive of stuff like this, even though I think what she's doing is brilliant and,
Sure.
and smart and necessary, obviously. But what I find is more often than not, it tends to not be sustained. Throughout history, there have been, gay people, people of color, women, white dudes who get it, who have done the work of educating this group or that group. And it's great for like a movie that Hilary Swank will star in, you know what I mean? But the the fruits of that labor never come to pass. If it's not actually being sustained through years and decades, I'm not sure what the work is actually doing in the long term.
Well, I think you summed it up. The work is constant. I mean, you're in a relationship. You're in a 4.5-year relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I never understood that. Like, people are like, relationships require work. I'm like, how good is your relationship if you're constantly working on it, And I'm in a relationship, and let me tell you, it's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
But every day I wake up and say, is this work worth it? And every day I say yes.
Yeah.
And the minute it's not worth it, then I guess it'll collapse.
Yeah.
But the work is worth it, which is why I and we keep doing it. And if it was only me, then it would fall apart too.
Yeah.
To your point, which is how much do I have to keep doing this? But as you know, in a relationship, one of you has to go first. If you have a debate or an argument or a fight, one of you has to say, I'm sorry, even if the other person's wrong. Or can I tell you how I feel? And what happens when both parties stand on the sides going, you have to go first, although I refuse to? What happens? And I'm not saying right or wrong or good or bad. I'm just asking the question, what happens in society when both sides sit with their arms folded and demand the other person to go first?
You're right. I mean, we end up with the shit show that we're in right now.
Pretty much. A podcast sure ain't going to resolve this. Can you tell me something you've been involved in that you absolutely loved? And if every project you worked on, if everything you did was like this one book, this one special, this one show, or this one script, whatever, that you would be the happiest person alive?
I honestly, so I'm in the middle of a writer's room on my show, Everything's Trash, that's coming out on Freeform later this year. And it is truly the best working experience I've ever had. Part of it is because I started achieving success, career-wise, success the way that people would view it later. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't happen for me when I was 21, 25. Like, the Two Dope Queens on HBO happened when I was 33, going on 34.
Yeah.
Which is just a different mentality. You're much more appreciative. You've experienced more things not working out than working out. And, a lot of the writers in the room, they're in their 30s. Some are like early 40s. Some have kids. Like, everyone's sort of like been through their own shit. And so when we all come into the room, we're sort of like, this is a goddamn privilege. Like, to be in this room and like create and write and laugh with each other for 8 hours a day. We're not going to bring the bullshit in. We're not going to be competitive with each other over like, I want to say the funniest shit. Like, there's just a level of like, we're adults. And I think when you're an adult, you sort of kind of enjoy things, I think, in a deeper way without the sort of insecurities lingering over it.
You've worked with adults before, though. What makes this one stand out that you're saying it's the best working experience I've ever had? I mean, you've worked with mature people before. What's so special about this one?
I don't know if it's because of the pandemic, but there's just a level of appreciation and a genuine sort of, I want to feel good today, and I also want you to feel good. And I think that's maybe something before the pandemic when it was sort of like, like, I just want to feel great. Like, I don't really give a shit how you feel. And we're sort of like, no, we want this to be good. You know, it's sort of like when you have like good sex and you're like both being like, this is tight, as opposed to just one person being like, I'm getting mine. The other person's like, oh, I have not gotten it yet. I'm still waiting. You know what I mean? And I think that we want this together, which is nice.
Tell me an early specific happy childhood memory.
One of my favorite like memories of just childhood is just like, my brother's 4 years older than me, and he was always so generous, and so he would always just let me play with him and his friends, and it was just like such a cool thing. Like, he was never like, oh, get out of here. He just like included me sort of in that. There was just no bullshit. He was like, I'm having fun, I want you to have fun too. And I could just like, I closed my eyes and I could just see us like in the backyard playing basketball together, and it's just like, he's such a cool dude. He's such a cool dude.
Do you know that the story you just told me about your childhood and the story you just told me about the writer's room were the exact same story? What you just revealed is basically your deep-seated motivation, your deep-seated inspiration, what energizes you, which is what you said is this mutual appreciation. You are become your brother. It's not just about him playing with his friends and having fun and keeping his little sister out. It's about him having fun with his friends and including his little sister so she can have fun too. And that's how you describe the writer's room. It's not just about me having fun, but I want you to have fun too. It's not just about me finding success or fulfillment or joy. It's about you finding it too. And your life's work now is to basically invite other people to the basketball court to play basketball with you.
Oh my, I'm gonna tear up. Simon, the way you just encapsulated that.
And I would argue that that your best work is the work that the message is about appreciation, inclusion, and it's not just about me, it's about including you as well. And like the messages in your work, when that comes through, you will look at your own work and be like, I'm proud of that work.
This was great. Oh my God.
Phoebe, you're magic.
So are you. This is a dream. This has been a true dream.
The feeling's mutual. What a joy. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other.
I'm told that the best podcasts are true crime podcasts, so this is my true crime episode. David Middleman is the founder of Othram, a company that has completely reinvented how to evaluate DNA. They are solving cold cases left and right, identifying unidentified victims, and catching criminals that have been getting away with their crimes, sometimes for decades. His stories are absolutely riveting. I now know why true crime podcasts are the most popular. This is a bit of optimism. David, thanks so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Just so people know what you do, can you share a cold case that your team has cracked so that we really get a sense of how special your work is?
I'll tell you one story that comes to mind. There was a girl, she was a 17-year-old high school cheerleader. Her name was Carla Walker. This was 1974, and she was coming back from a Valentine's Day dance in February, and she was going to high school in Fort Worth, Texas. And she leaves the dance with her boyfriend in his vehicle. They end up parking behind a bowling alley, doing what high school kids do. And then out of the blue, according to the boyfriend, some guy just comes out of the darkness, pulls open the door, yanks her out of the car, and that's it. He never sees her again. But at the time, it was such a wild story. It's like, who is this guy? He didn't know who it was. Just randomly out of the blue comes out and grabs the girl and runs. And she was found, unfortunately, brutally beaten, raped, and murdered not long after, just a few days after, in a culvert. And the law enforcement in the area worked the case to the best that they could, looked at lots of folks, talked to everyone, obviously her school friends, known associates, everybody. And the case just didn't go anywhere. They couldn't figure out who it was. And so this case ended up sitting ultimately for 46 years until we got involved. And through the course of the investigation, the CODIS system, which is our national system run by the FBI to catalog DNA profiles from crimes, that kind of came into prominence in the mid-90s. And in the early 2000s, they started looking at a whole lot of cases in new ways and going back to see if they could develop these DNA profiles timed to people. And so they continued to work this case. It wasn't just sitting. They worked the case continuously. Right before we got involved, there's a guy, Paul Holes, and he was an investigator in California. He helped track down the Golden State Killer using some of these newer DNA techniques. And he was doing a TV show for NBC, and it was called The DNA of Murder. And he was profiling 10 cases that are these really kind of bizarre cold cases that never got solved, going back to revisit them to see if there was insight he could glean from the investigation and if ultimately DNA testing or something could help. And one of those cases, it was this case of Carla Walker, and they actually found a DNA profile that was from the crime scene in which Carla Walker was murdered. And they uploaded it to CODIS. There was no match. They used it to rule out a number of folks they thought might be involved. I mean, obviously, they test the boyfriend's DNA, anyone that knows her. Everyone's excluded. They've got this unknown male profile, and they can't figure out who it is. And so anyways, fast forwarding a little bit further, it's April of 2020. The show airs, and I like Paul Holes, so I can't resist. I see episode 9. All the cases kind of spoke to me, but it's episode 9's in Fort Worth, Texas, just 3 hours from our office. And the story ends with a black title card that says DNA testing is in progress. Who knows what we'll find? But it's like an unfinished story. So I call Paul, and I'm like, come on, man, you got to tell me what happens at the end. And he says, well, I'm really sorry. We ended up sending it out, and they couldn't even build the kind of profile you would need to do some of these more newer advanced methods. So it looks like the case will remain cold. I said, that can't be. Like, I would like a chance to look at the case. Could you please introduce me? And so anyways, long story short, he introduces me to the Fort Worth Police Department, Detective Leah Wagner and Jeff Bennett. They tell me they've fully consumed, they didn't just fail, but they had fully consumed the DNA that they had available to them. There was another extract that had much less DNA and it was much worse quality, but it wasn't suitable for any testing. And I said, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you got. And so they deliver this DNA to us sometime in May. And my lab director is looking at the data. He knows that this is a high impact case and they've been asking about it. They're so nervous. And he's like, I'll just take a peek. And as he takes a peek, he sees connections at the genealogy side and the family records side. And he's like, I actually think I know what the answer is. So he pulls an all-nighter. We're looking at the information. It's July 4th. It was a Saturday, early in the morning. I'm at the gym, and my director calls me, and he's like, I think I have the answer. And I'm like, if you have the answer, let's call law enforcement. And the thing you got to know about these detectives, it's like nobody goes to cold case unless they really care about cases. A lot of cold case detectives will spend the entire cold case career, solving no cases or even one case. And I remember Jeff Bennett, he had told me, he's like, I just want to solve this one case before I retire. So anyways, I was like, I don't care if it's July 4th, we got to call the guy. So I call him on Saturday morning. He's still in bed. And he's like, hello. And I'm like, Jeff, I have some news. So I get my lab director on the phone and we start to tell him about what we had found. And we told him about the family we identified. We start discussing a surname, and there's these three brothers that we think could be involved. We don't even get past a surname. Jeff's like, hang on a second. I can hear him ruffling pages because I think he like sleeps with the case file. And he's like, could it be this guy? And we talk about it. Anyways, turns out what they had not told us is that when the crime had happened, the guy, when he pulled the door open, he had knocked unconscious the boyfriend with the bottom of a gun. And the magazine discharged. It fell onto the ground, and it was actually the gun was not recovered, but the magazine was. So they had a pretty good idea of what weapon was used in the crime, and they actually had done kind of like a request for anyone that had a gun like that or had purchased one in the near time in that area. And there's like probably 100 people that had bought a gun. But guess what? One of the guys that had bought it was this guy that we ended up identifying. So he recognized the name. He's like, that guy's on my list. And so now with this new information, they go back to their group. They end up doing a tremendous amount of investigative work after we did our part, because we don't solve the case. We just provide leads. We just provide information. And so they go back and they test the DNA from this guy, and he matches a crime scene. Not using our technology, but just using standard CODIS. Because CODIS is really good at confirming identity. It can tell you that you were at a crime scene. It's not good at finding someone. So if you're not in the database, it won't find you. It can just confirm once you're there that you're the person. So it confirms that he's the guy. They arrest him, and he confesses. And while he's in prison, he does a radio interview and confesses again and tells the radio host that it was an accident, something between it was an accident and she brought it upon herself, because apparently from his perspective, they were bickering. He rescued her, then he got the wrong idea. And anyways, she ended up dead. It's actually not uncommon to blame the victim when something like this happens. And then out of the blue, because the case has to have one more twist ending, he unconfesses. And he says his confession was coerced. So it's a whole nother year until the fall of 2021 when we go to trial. Ultimately, he decides to once again confess. And so the case is closed. He's convicted and he's in prison now. So you have this event that happened in 1974. 46 years elapse. 2020, they come to Othram. We get him the leads they need. He's identified by the end of the year. And then in 2021, he's convicted. And so the punchline of the story is that going forward, it is unnecessary for people to wait 46 years to identify the suspect in a crime or to identify someone. There's a lot of unidentified persons, people that have died, some of them the victims of crimes. It's like, how do you solve a crime if you don't even know who the victim is? And so these people remain unidentified forever, for decades.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to happen anymore. The guy who was the brother of Carla Walker, his name is Jim. He's a wonderful fellow. He dedicated his life to this case. He's the one that made so much noise about the case that he got this TV show picked up. He lived in the same house for 46 years, and he told me he didn't want to move because he was hoping that one day a police officer or a detective would come to his door and say, here's who killed your sister. The world kind of moves on when something like this happens, but these families are frozen in time. They cannot move forward. They're destroyed by the tragedy. There's no path forward because they don't get an answer. I can't think of a more crueler fate. And it was an amazing thing to be able to see Jim Walker in court, able to address the person responsible. There's no way to bring back his sister, Carla, but like to the extent that you could give someone the opportunity to face the accused and have that discussion, express himself, like it happened. And he was very gracious, and family members from both sides of both families have come together since then, and it's really quite touching. I mean, it's insane if you're not in this field. It's insane to see how many people's lives are actually affected by a single crime. There's obviously the victim and the family, but there's friends, associates, the family members of those that do commit the crimes but aren't really responsible. Like none of these people knew that he had done this. So anyways, it's a wonderful story, and I think it captures the magic that we're trying to scale to every family that's been tortured by a crime, and not just one.
It is amazing. I'm bubbling with questions. What technology did you advance? Like, what is it about your lab that was able to solve this case where all the others who had tried and did the DNA work were unable to come to the same conclusion?
So there's a few things that we do differently. CODIS was developed by the FBI. The way the system works is that if there's a crime that's committed and they recover DNA from the crime scene, or if you died and they don't know who you are, they can develop a profile. And the profile is basically a set of DNA markers. There's a lot of spots in your DNA, and the DNA letter at that spot could vary. And so if you take a number of markers, you can get a profile. And CODIS started out kind of small. So I think it was like 8 markers. Now it's like 20 markers. But there's these 20 markers in your DNA. And the information at these markers varies from person to person sufficiently that the odds of you and I having the same information at all 20 markers is essentially, in the quadrillions. You'd need more people on Earth than exist to be able to have the chance of finding another person with that information. So that's what makes CODIS so powerful. It's like a very straightforward way you can sample a few positions, 20 positions, and it's been the mainstay for the last 30 years. It really transformed forensic investigations in the late 80s. The biggest issue with CODIS is that CODIS was designed to track repeated crimes. So you commit a crime, you're convicted of that crime, they know who you are, they log you, so if you ever commit another crime, or you already have, they can connect the dots and say, well, hang on, this guy's responsible, and particularly for like across state kind of situations, right? You commit a crime in Florida, now you're in California, there's a national system that ties it together, so you can't hide by jumping from state to state. CODIS works perfectly for what it was intended to do, which is to track the criminal behavior of known people that commit crimes. But here's the thing. Let's say, someone's walking in the woods and someone murders them and there's no identification on the body. That's not something CODIS was designed to tackle. And so the problem is, because CODIS is really the only real DNA tool that's been around for the last 30 years, they just use it for everything. And so there are going to be situations where CODIS is not the appropriate solution, or rather they use CODIS and it doesn't return an answer and they're like, well, I did what I could. The second thing is that CODIS has certain requirements, as all testing does. You need certain quality of DNA, certain parameters to make it work. So to answer your question, you're asking what makes Othram different. Othram is different for a couple reasons. Number one, we can access information from DNA that's been considered essentially unusable, too degraded, too low quantity, right? DNA that like literally can't be used in any other test. So even if the person was in CODIS, you'll never know because there's not enough DNA. We worked a sex assault in Las Vegas from the equivalent of about 15 cells worth of DNA. There is no laboratory that would accept it. They tried, trust me. Number two, instead of 20 markers, we're collecting tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of markers. So we're collecting a lot more information and we can learn a lot more about that crime scene. And what that allows us to do ultimately is to access the biogeographical origins of somebody. And the other thing we can do is we can do long-range relationship testing. And we can, if for an unidentified remains, we can find the next of kin. In a case like Carla Walker's case, we can trace through public records and family trees and sort through and figure out who the person responsible was.
How did you find yourself on this path in the first place?
I started working in this space. Forensics is newer to me. I started working in this space during the Human Genome Project, and I got really fired up about this initial effort. The Human Genome Project was this effort to figure out essentially what all the DNA letters of a human being are. And the idea is if you could build this kind of map of all the letters, you could then use that to do research, improve health. You learn so much from understanding what the DNA sequence of a person is. And so I worked in the Human Genome Project in the 90s, and then my first company helped bring a lot of this like kind of newer version of DNA sequencing and testing into the clinic. 10 years ago, this stuff wasn't used in medicine, and now it's, you can get a DNA test for whatever you want on any street corner. But here's the thing. It was a few years ago, it was 2018, when we realized you can get a DNA test on any street corner to learn about a medical condition, but what street corner do you go on to solve a crime? And so there were some early ideas for how to tackle this problem. I proposed some ideas. I actually proposed some ideas to some folks in the government to see if we can get funding, and they were like, "It sounds great. How much does it cost?" And I was like, "Should be no more than like $20,000 or $30,000 a case." And they started laughing at me, and they're like, "That's ridiculous." So what happened is, over the last 10 years, I kind of just doubled down on diagnostics and developing technology. And what's happened is the cost of doing a lot of this testing, just like computers, cost goes down, power goes up. It's not just me, by the way. It's a team of 25 folks. And so we all have tackled different aspects of this problem from a medical and research perspective. And we're like, how cool would it be if we can make the world a better place with a different use of DNA testing, basically. And ended up being a lot harder than we thought it would be. But it's been really exciting because for any one case, that you provide even the smallest amount of value for. There are so many people that benefit on the other end of it, and so it's just exhilarating, and it's why we get up in the morning. I mean, it's super exciting to be able to come and do that, right? We worked a case in Canada. This was a case, the guy was found in a septic tank after he was brutally murdered, and for 40 years they couldn't figure out who he was, and they actually said he's never going to be identified. They spent $1 million Canadian on this case, like $1 million Canadian, and we solved the case for around 5,000 US. You can imagine the skeletal remains of this person were not in pristine shape, sitting in a septic tank and everything else that had happened to it. And we took these human remains and we were able to get usable DNA. We were able to build a profile. We were able to find a next of kin. Turns out he had a living sister. We eventually tracked her down. Case solved. After and I'm telling you, they've done so much work: dental analysis, facial reconstructions. Like, who is this guy? Yeah, they were like he's probably not even Canadian. Maybe he was passing through. Like, I mean, it's a weird case, right? Like, no one knows who he is, so they just figured he couldn't have been from the area, but he was. He was there, and he had a name, and he was waiting to be identified. By the way, one more thing, and sorry,
Please.
I'm a little passionate about this, but in Las Vegas, where I told you we were working a number of crimes, we identified a man that's never been accused of any crime, that had actually been the rapist and murderer of this girl. And as soon as we did that, they went back and were able to match his profile and CODIS to a few other crimes that we have nothing to do with. So that's another thing you should be aware of. Is like when you're working a crime, sometimes you pay one time for one case, but you actually solve a handful of cases. They're now looking at him for as many as 5 other cases.
But when I visited your website, I was astonished that it's not just police that can give you a lead. People can submit their leads to you directly. You know, can you help me find my lost sibling? I found that so astonishing that you put yourself out there, you put your lab out there to say, how can we help you, to all of these people who may have lost somebody, you know, recently or a long time ago.
I really love the engagement. We have to work for law enforcement. They're our customer, they're the custodians of the evidence, but it does not mean that we can't provide transparency to the crowd and to engage the crowd to help us. And, you know, sometimes a crowd has suggestions for cases. Sometimes they have tips. Sometimes they want to share their DNA profile because it might be the stepping stone. You know, they're not going to be closely related, but they could be distantly related and be the stepping stone to an identity. Sometimes they help us fund cases. We've literally crowdfunded cases for agencies that can't unlock federal funding yet or are still working through the grant process. And I got to tell you, like, what I love about those cases and what makes me most proud is you've probably never heard of most of those cases. Some of them are only a few years old, so they're not even cases that you're going to see on a. They're never going to become cold cases. These cases get resolved now almost in real time. Like that's the other thing to note is we do cold cases. We do a lot of contemporary cases too, and these cases are not famous cases. So these are cases that, without funding and without the notoriety, may never get solved. I mean, I can't think of any time in my lifetime. I don't know if you can in your lifetime. Like, when in our lifetime could the crowd basically direct the activity of a cold case investigation? It's wild. Like, if you stop to think about it, it's like mind blowing. So I love the technology. I love the DNA testing. I love solving crimes and helping agencies get answers. But like, I love even more the idea that like this is a community endeavor. There was a lady that was murdered and found in the storage unit in Durham, North Carolina. And the case went cold. They couldn't figure out who it is. And there was enough random people on the internet that were like, I want to know who she is. It's been enough years. It's time for her to go home. They literally crowdfunded this, and they went to the agency and were like, look, it doesn't cost you a dime. Let's go knock out the case. And the thing you should know about these agencies is, like, again, like, there's no cold case detective that's like, I don't want to solve a crime. They all want to solve crimes, but they're hamstrung by having too much to do, too little resources. So you come to them and you're like, look, I'll do this testing and generate the leads at no cost to you. The crowd funded this. They're in. So we do it, and we ended up identifying her and getting her back to family. So that's a pretty wild thing. Like, with a little bit of participation from the crowd, you can take cases that otherwise would have just sat in a box forever and just get them sorted out. I think that's probably the most exciting thing about our business.
Is there a favorite case you have that when you look at one project that you worked on that you're like, this summarizes the reason why I'm doing this work? This is the most satisfying case I've ever worked on, and I hope they could all be like this one.
So here in Texas, we have a girl that was known as the Walker County Jane Doe. She was a kid, and she's literally the poster child for unidentified Jane Does. And she'd been unidentified again for like 40 years, since I believe the early 80s. She was found brutally murdered and sexually assaulted in Huntsville, like after Halloween night. It's terrible. And again, no leads. His body was found on the side of the highway. And they don't even know who she is. So how are they supposed to figure out who did this to her if they don't even know who she is? There was just so many hurdles. The case was old. the skeletal remains, which generally are a good source of DNA, didn't work. So there was just nothing that could be done. They tried all sorts of DNA testing. We tried working with the bones, and we couldn't figure it out. And we ended up, again, it's just like there's enough people that care. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they're partners with us. So we start working with them. Other people are getting involved. Next thing you know it, we find out there was an autopsy. There was this like little piece of material that was preserved during the autopsy. They applied this process to preserve it. And preserving tissue during an autopsy is a great way to be able to look at the tissue later, but it destroys DNA. But it's all we have left. So we take it, we literally invent a new method. We have to develop a new method to be able to read this kind of like broken up DNA. And in the end, we're able to get just enough DNA to where we can read and build a profile. And the crazy thing is, it was very easy to find the relative once we had the profile. But the challenge was that most of the evidence was just unusable. And it took such a tremendous team effort from so many different agencies and dedicated law enforcement, nonprofits, and others just to find the thing we needed. And then in the end, a name.
I mean, I just love how every other agency, if you'd given them this DNA sample, this preserved piece of tissue, they'd say, yeah, it's unusable, sorry. And you guys invented an entirely new technology simply to read the DNA.
It's like leave no case behind is kind of our motto. So every time we encounter something new, we try to develop, if we don't have methods to access it, because it essentially it builds up our toolkit. Because again, like I don't want to go solve like the 10 most exciting cases. I want to get every case solved. And so to do that, we really have to be sensitive to the fact that there are such a wide diversity of inputs. It's like, trust me, every time I think I've seen everything that comes in from a crime scene, there's something else. So we once had to work on a piece of material. The agency called us. They're like, we have bloody gauze. I'm like, oh, it's great. Blood, no problem. Well, it comes to us. It's like bloody gauze from 40 years ago. So it's basically dust. We're like, what do we do with this? And so you just never know what you're going to get. But
what happened in that case?
We were able to get DNA from it. So by the way, our success rate, I'm not here to tell you our success rate is 100%, but we are very conservative. If we haven't done enough cases where we feel we've had similar types of DNA and good outcomes, we'll actually reject the case and put it in our backlog. And we've had cases that we've had to reject in 19 and 20 that we've then gone on to help law enforcement solve in 21. That case I told you in Vegas with the 15 cells worth of DNA, I would have never taken that case in 2020. But what's happened is we've just continuously used less and less DNA, and we worked enough cases with low DNA. I tell them, like, look, this is risky. It's a lower amount of DNA than anyone's used, but it's a calculated risk because we've done other things that are similar. So yeah, I mean, we're very conservative. We're in no rush, but at the same time, we don't want to leave any case behind, right? So we either try to develop a method or it just goes on our backlog, on our waiting list until we feel like we can take a calculated risk to do it right.
So you said policing agencies usually come to you as a last resort. Shouldn't they come to you first?
I don't want to be pushy. They don't have to come to us first, but I'd love to be like the second or third call instead of the 50th call. So, because the problem is when you're the 50th call, you usually have no DNA left or it's in very bad shape. I got to tell you another quick story if you want to hear it. There's a number of cases where they'll have skeletal remains and they hire an anthropologist to do like analysis of the bones. And they can look at the bones and the markers on the skull and other parts of the skeleton, and they can tell you this is a man, this is a woman. They try to guess, is this a person who's white? Is this a person who's Asian? Could this be a person that's African, right? They do the best they can do, but especially like with partial skeletons, they're really imprecise. So we had a case actually like a week ago out of Michigan. In the report, it's like this body was hit by a car, dropped out of a high altitude, or like, this person was beaten to death. It was a terrible condition of these remains. And when they did the assessment of ancestry, they had a whole bunch of guesses. He might be black, he might be white, he might be biracial. It could be a whole bunch of things, right? But when we did the DNA testing, it turns out he wasn't. He was Asian. He was East Asian. And then when we look at some of the records, it turns out the investigators are looking to see, like, is there an East Asian person missing? And there's a guy who was a grad student in Michigan who had told his wife he's going to end his life. Grad school was a pain, and he didn't want to, he was under too much pressure. And he jumped out of an airplane, allegedly, is the story. And they found the plane crashed in Canada, but there was no body. The anthropology would have never led them to the answer because they had the wrong biogeographical origins. But once we figured out that the guy was East Asian, it begged the question, could this be the guy? They test a relative, it was the guy. They had found him.
What are the implications of this technology outside of the work that you're already doing? Like, flash forward a decade or two, what kind of things will this open the door to, do you think?
I think we're going to drive repeat crime probably to extinction. I think if you leave DNA somewhere, you're going to get caught, and you're probably not going to rape or murder another person. I think there'll be other kinds of cases that will resolve. I mean, we still in today's day and age have these cases of baby does, right? So babies that are discarded by parents that don't want the baby and don't want to take it to a church or a fire station or somewhere else and just like literally discard the kid. Those cases are hard to solve because obviously that baby's not in CODIS and it doesn't have a license or any identifying documentation. But like with DNA testing, these cases will resolve almost always. So crimes that have been traditionally inaccessible, serial predators that prey on others repeatedly and leave DNA, they'll get caught the first or second time instead of the fifth time. The idea of having a cold case, like unidentified person, I think that'll largely become a thing of the past. I think eventually this technology becomes a deterrent for crime, and that's I guess what I was alluding to with respect to cases involving the murder of a little baby or something else. Is like eventually if you get enough of these cases worked at scale, people begin to think twice. So maybe right now we're helping family after family, then it moves towards doing this at scale to clear backlogs and reconnect people at scale, and then eventually works as a deterrent to keep society safe, because if you want to do something terrible, you'll find something else to do, because harming people in a violent way and leaving DNA will no longer be something you can do more than once or twice without getting caught.
What an astonishing thought, right? What a science fiction-y kind of thought, that violent crime is something you can perpetuate once, maybe twice at most, and that's it. It's kind of an incredible premise for a film, if you think about it.
Yeah, it sounds science fiction-y, but I think it's science fact. In the very near future, if you leave DNA somewhere, you will be found, and you will not leave DNA again.
David, you are endlessly fascinating. Your work is endlessly fascinating. I wish you nothing but good luck and good fortune. If you want to learn more about David and his work, or if you'd like to actually find a cold case that you want to sponsor or promote, visit DNAsolves.com. DNASOLVES.com. David, thank you again. Such a pleasure. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. I first learned of Luma Mufla's work when I saw her TED Talk a number of years ago, and I was absolutely inspired by her and her story. The TED Talk was called "Don't Feel Sorry for Refugees, Believe in Them." And that's exactly what her message was. It was one of empowerment. Luma has gone on to coach a soccer team just for refugees called, of course, the Fugees. And she started the first accredited school just for refugees. The schools are spreading across the United States, and she's giving refugees new hope to rebuild their communities. This is a bit of optimism. Luma, thanks so much for taking the time. I first learned about you and your work from your TED Talk, like so many, and I was brought to tears and inspired by your work. I'm a sucker for people who devote their lives to the service of others. You could have just focused on yourself. You made a life for yourself here. You figured things out for yourself here. What made you turn around and want to give back to the kids?
I mean, I think it was timing. Like I had been focusing on myself. I had, right after college, tried to figure out what I wanted to do. I'd been waiting tables, clerked at a law firm, opened up my own cafe. I was like, I'm going to, live the American dream. And it wasn't working out. Like it just wasn't. And I think a lot had to do was because it wasn't what I wanted to do. And I accidentally made a wrong turn, saw some kids playing soccer in a parking lot, and it reminded me of home. Like I grew up in Jordan, And, the minute you can start walking, you learn how to play soccer. And it's what I needed that day. I saw these kids outside. I wanted to play. I grabbed my soccer ball and jumped in. And I know for a lot of people, it's like kind of creepy. You're like, what is an adult person like jumping into a kid's game? But all over the world, that's how you make friends and how you build communities around that beautiful game. The boys I first met were from Afghanistan, Sudan, and Liberia. They were shocked when I could pronounce their names correctly. They're like, where are you from? And I was like, no, I was born in Jordan. I'm Muslim. Like, that's why I can say your Nurullah properly. And started making excuses to leave work early so I could play with them, and then got to know more about their lives. It's like we started a soccer team. I'd been coaching club soccer for a while, and after practice, some of the kids would be like, Coach, can you help us with our homework? Initially, I was dismissive. I was like, go get your parents or your sister to help you, not realizing that their parents were illiterate, not only in English, but in their own languages. And they kind of just exposed me to everything that was wrong, especially in the education system. Like, I was helping a kid with his homework, and they would have grade level work even though they'd only been in school 6 months, like total in their life. And so they're expected to do fractions and multiplications when they didn't even know the number order. I had some kids that had Romeo and Juliet and couldn't read a picture book. And what was even more shocking was that they all got A's and B's. And I was like, how are you getting A's and B's if you can't read or write? And it shook me.
So how were they getting A's and B's if they couldn't read and write?
They didn't cause trouble in class. Teachers have too many kids. How do you teach a kid at the kindergarten level with a kid at the 8th grade level? Some teachers don't expect much from our community.
The point is they weren't getting an education. And these are kids who had come to the United States under various stresses at various ages. Some of them may have had some education back home, but probably because they left war-torn countries or other stresses, education was the last thing on the priority list. Survival, I assume, was number one.
Yeah, survival. First it's fleeing your country or getting to safety, and then once you get to safety, it's eating, right? Like, you're not thinking about school, you're thinking about how can my family eat?
So you played soccer with these kids. You start is it a team or a league?
So I start a team.
The Fugees, right?
Fugees, yeah. A take on refugees. Yeah, it's like, let's reclaim the word. And start with one team. Siblings want to join. We end up being 3 teams and then 4 teams. And then after school tutoring. So it was like a backward design. And then summer programming, and then realizing that this was a Band-Aid. Like, yeah, we felt good when we went out and played games, but the reality did not change. Our kids still lived in poverty. That cycle was not going to be broken. The majority of their day they spent in an environment where they were not set up for success. And regardless of how good of an after-school program or soccer team you're in, that can only do so much. And so it's like, if this was my kid, what would I do? I'd send them to a school that could meet their needs. There wasn't a school. I couldn't afford private school. It was actually cheaper to start a school than send a kid to private school.
So where is your school?
So we have a school right outside of Atlanta, and our second school is in Columbus, Ohio.
And how do kids get in? You apply.
I had this issue when we were going through accreditation, and they're like, what's your application process? I was like, well, we take them out on the field and we have a tryout. And they're like, you can't have an athletic tryout. Like, that's illegal. You can't do that for a middle and high school. I was like, it's not an athletic tryout. Like, we have the kids come out. We run them for like first 2 days of tryouts. It's 3 back-to-back days. First 2 days is all conditioning. And we're looking for the kid who's going to continue, who's going to push themselves, who's going to show up on time. On the 3rd day, we scrimmage. We're looking for the kid who helps others. Soccer's a team sport. And a lot of this has to do with the work that we're going to ask them to do is hard. And we want them to show up. And regardless of what they're facing, they can get through it. We're not looking for the most athletic kid. We're looking for the kid that is hungry, that wants out, that wants something different. Then it's like whomever survives, right? And then now it's gotten out. It's like, okay, if you survive tryouts, you're getting in. Then we do an academic test, and we take the lowest performing kid because they're the ones that need it. So it's kind of like the flip of what a typical school looks for.
So how many kids do you have in each school?
We have almost 200 in Georgia and about 80 in Columbus.
Amazing. And how long have the schools been going?
Columbus for 3 years, Atlanta for 14.
You've built a remarkable culture in these schools. because you're looking for grit, you're looking for accountability, you're looking for teamwork. It reminds me a little bit of a story I heard about the Navy SEALs, and I've shared this story before. A former Navy SEAL was asked, what kind of person makes it into the SEALs? And he said, I can't tell you who makes it in, but I can tell you who doesn't make it in. He says, the star college athlete who's never really been tested to the core of his being, none of those guys make it in. He said, the preening leader who likes to delegate everything, none of those guys make it in. He says, the ones who show up with bulging muscles and tattoos to prove how tough they are, none of those guys make it in. He says, some of the guys who make it into the SEALs are skinny and scrawny, and you'll see them shivering out of fear. But what they all have in common is when they're emotionally exhausted, when they're physically exhausted, when they have nothing left to give, they are able to dig down deep inside themselves some way, somehow, to find the energy to help the guy next to them.
Those are the guys you want on your team, right?
And so what I think is magical is you're creating a school how the world should operate. It's not just about personal ambition, but it's how do we get through this, not a how I get through this. It's how do we get A's, not a how do I get an A. Have you ever watched The Great British Baking Show?
Yeah.
I love that show.
Why do you love it?
I love it because it's what competition should look like. Like, they're all competing. It is a competition. There is a winner, and yet they root for each other. They help each other. Some of them are unabashed about their ambition. I would like to win, they say.
Yeah.
And yet still, you see them help each other. And that's kind of how it should be, which is the ability to help each other succeed in the same competition doesn't preclude us from advancing and winning ourselves. And so why not help?
Yeah.
Like, you can still do well if you help others.
And we've drifted so far away from that, you know?
Yeah, I find it ironic. You know, this country is basically a country of immigrants. You know, almost everyone here except for Native Americans came here looking for opportunity or running away from something awful. That we seem to have moved away from that immigrant mentality, that we're all in this together, that it takes a group of us, a community, to look out for each other and try and build each other up and grow as individuals and as a group. And it's kind of ironic that it's taking a group of refugees to remind us of where we came from and show us how we should be living.
Yeah. I mean, it's ironic in so many ways, right? But I think what we show is like the best of America and the best of the East. You know, how do those two come together? Like individualistic and community practices. Like, it's just like you said, if you help someone else, doesn't mean you're going to get less.
Right.
Or you're not going to benefit, right? But I just feel like recently it's like, well, if someone gets something, then I'm not getting it. It's like, nope, we've got enough for everyone. And you're always going to be learning, you know, just like you always learn from losing and competing against teams who are better than you. It doesn't mean you haven't won. It means there's more things to work on and
Right.
other ways to look at it, right? Like, it's
Life is a kind of competition where multiple people can win simultaneously. Just because you win doesn't mean somebody has to lose. So now I'm really interested in the graduates you're producing. What did your school prepare them for? Did some of them go to college? I'm so curious the kinds of lives that they're living.
some of them went to college. Some of them have finished college. Some of them went to community college. Some of them went right to work. When we ask kids, hey, what is it that you want to do after you push a little bit? We'll usually get the typical answer, I want to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. And you just keep asking, like, what is it that you want? And they'll say, well, I just want to take care of my mom.
Mm.
And it's like, all right, that's one we can take care of, right? So let's find things that you are good at, things that you love doing. And so that's why we
Winning
don't
enough.
have one portrait of a graduate, right?
Can you tell me a story of a specific student whose experience perfectly captures what you're trying to do?
I think there's two. So the first one is
I
one
should
of my
probably
Somali players.
swap to another
graduated high
project.
school, ended up doing
Because this one isn't
aviation
working out
mechanics
as
program
fast
in
as I
Middle
expected.
Georgia. He loved working with his hands. He loved fixing things.
Still
He
learning
was in a
stuff, but
classroom all day, so that was like a perfect
Not the stuff I
match for
wanted
him.
to learn, which is
He has
fine.
two brothers who were deaf and felt he needed to take care of everyone. And after he finished his program, he started being a valet at one of the Atlanta restaurants to support his family. His dad had been diagnosed with cancer. He needed to earn money to pay the bills and support and make sure his younger siblings were in school. And then had a breakdown and wanted to figure out how to practice what he had studied, and figured out a way to pay for his tests that he had to take, and he ended up getting a job with American Airlines. Loved what he did, started earning money, moving his way up. But the one moment that stands out to me is he sent me a picture one day, and it was a house that looked very familiar. And I was like, "Are you in my old neighborhood?" And it was a picture of a house down the street from where I used to live. And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "Why are you sending me a picture of this house? It's not my house." And he's like, "No, I just bought it for my mom."
Wow.
And he was like so happy and so proud. And that was what he wanted to do. He wanted to take care of his mom. He never gave up, and he always saw light. Like there was always hope. And I think it's very easy with our kids to pigeonhole it and say, "It's so bad, it's so terrible. Look at what I've been through. Look at what my family's been through." You know, they left Somalia, they came here. His dad gets cancer and passes. It's like one thing after the other. And
this is
no,
called a
we can
bit of
do it. We're so
optimism.
lucky. And it's his persistence and his
I'm
optimism.
gonna be honest,
He wants to
not
take
all
care of
episodes
others.
are
It's family.
like
That's
this.
what you do. You take care of each other.
They're generally all
One of the
heavy.
things that I'm learning from you is that service mindedness, can indeed and is taught. It's not because of their experience, but they're in an environment in which teamwork and service is the standard, and so it's in them. How do we scale what you're teaching your kids so that more than just Fuji's can learn this magical lesson, but rather that we can bring these lessons to all schools in America?
I mean, I think it's like a change of mindsets, because initially I'd say, okay, we should introduce team sports. Every kid should play it all the time, right? But with the wrong coach, it's going to be a win at all costs, right? Not every kid plays, not everyone learns, not everyone supports each other. When we get report cards at school, we read them in front of each other, the entire school. So you get up and you read your report card. And it's not to be like, "Oh, this one has an F, I have an A." It's like, one of my teammates is struggling. What do I need to do to help them? And so you see if a student gets an F, their neighbor is now making sure they wake up and go to school on time. If they're acting out in class, the entire class, "Stop, you got to behave because you've got to pass." We're all responsible for that F. We focus so much on, well, we're celebrating all the A's, we have honor roll and all that. But it's like, why aren't we paying attention to those that need our help? And why aren't we equipping other kids who are doing well, that they have a responsibility to help, not to be like, "Well, I have an A, that's great, because now we're not going to be competing for college rank like valedictorian," all that.
So every kid is responsible to read their report card out to the entire school. And I know what so many people are thinking as they hear that, which is how humiliating for the ones who don't do well. I would never want my kid to do that because I wouldn't want them to be humiliated. I want to know the speech you give each time before the report cards are read out.
Our team is only as strong as our weakest player, and our schools are only as strong as our weakest students. And if anyone in our community needs help, we help them. And if anyone is struggling, it is everyone's responsibility in this room, because we all want to say, "Hey, I was responsible in helping that kid get that A," right? But you're also responsible for that kid getting that F. And that's every single person in that room, from the coaches to the teachers to their classmates to their friends in every grade. And they get up and they read it, and you feel like you've got, I mean, it's a community, but this entire team behind you. Because sometimes kids get Fs, or when we fail, you know, we like lock the doors. We're so embarrassed. We don't want to talk about it, you know, unless we can, we're like some tech person where that's celebrated. You failed, but now here's your redemption story, right? But why aren't we teaching that at a young age? Well, here's your F. Here's how you can get out of it. It's not the end of the world. And so when our kids experience any type of failure, they know what they need to do to get out of it. We have one kid, like, he had been in the country less than 4 weeks, and he got up to read his report card and all Fs, but he came up to read it, he couldn't read. The paper was flipped upside down. He had it facing, never been in a school before, and, you know, no one said anything. And then 6 weeks later, he's getting up to read. and there was a 1F, a couple of C's, 1B, and the entire school started clapping. And every kid in that room had seen him learn to read because of the effort everybody put behind that. And that was progress, right? And then it continued to be that. And I think when you know that you are part of a community, then you are held more accountable.
How do we do that in work? Because what you're talking about is honesty. What you're talking about is candor. What you're talking about is I see myself as part of a community, as part of a team, as part of a company. I cannot be expected to succeed by myself. And as you said, by putting so much celebration on only on those who succeed, it creates a pressure to either lie, hide, and fake, or use any means to get that high grade for fear of slipping or fear of looking down, which could lead to some sort of rather unethical ways of getting those A's.
Yeah.
Kids who are constantly cheered and succeeded because they're straight A students all the time, and people say to them, "Oh, I knew you'd do well, you're so smart. I knew you'd do well, you're so smart." But later in life, a significant number of them actually don't overachieve because they're afraid of falling off the pedestal. Average students who are rewarded for their growth, good job, you really moved that C to a B, well done, I knew you had it in you. They do much better in life because for them there's no pedestal to fall off. How do we create incentive programs at work that part of your incentive is helping someone, not just achieving yourself? Like one group hits their numbers, we give them a huge bonus. Another group misses their numbers, we give them nothing. How do we ensure that the successful group is helping the less successful group?
Well, because you're part of a bigger team, right? Like you can pit them against each other for something that's like a little healthy, but then what are we learning from each other? And how are we making sure we have a well-rounded team that everybody has a role to play?
I think you're highlighting something, which is life is not an individual sport. Life is a team sport. When we look at data of individual athletes versus team athletes, for example, Michael Phelps becomes the most medaled Olympian in history, which was his dream, after which, depression. Andre Agassi becomes the most celebrated tennis player in history, after which, depression. Because they've surrounded themselves with people only to help them with their ambition. And they find that if they achieve it, and very few actually do achieve it, it doesn't make them feel better because now they have no friends and they've got no support structure and it's very lonely. Team athletes don't have that.
No, and I would even argue that soccer, it's the only sport where the coach is not in control. You have taught your players, you've trusted them, you're maybe giving some inspiration and keeping temperaments down, but I can't call a timeout. I have to trust that I've taught them and they're going to get creative and do what they want. And that's what's beautiful about it, is they have to rely on each other.
So soccer is unique here. It's not about all team sports. I mean, although all team sports may teach them something, you believe soccer stands head and shoulders above the rest because, as you said, it inherent is team reliance.
You need all 11 players to do well. One player can't carry a team. Some people well, Messi can't. He can't. LeBron can. Tom Brady can. We've seen that happen. But in soccer, your whole team, so you've got to take care of each other. But I do think all team sports contribute. Yeah.
The refugee crisis around the world is gaining more and more press because it's more and more dire. People leaving totalitarian regimes and war-torn places, or places that offer them no opportunity to provide for their families, and they go off looking for better lives. I'm just curious what your commentary is, what your point of view is, given the state of the world right now. Because I assume you are seeing more people applying to your schools, right?
Yeah, and we're seeing school districts reach out to us. So that's what we're mapping out, is how do we support school districts instead of just opening more schools? How can we have them implement our model in their communities and learn to understand the different demographics who are coming in? I think it's a good thing that people are focused on it right now. Afghanistan has brought it back front and center. I hope it's not, well, here it is for the next few months and then we move on. Some days I'm optimistic, some days I'm just depressed that the world we're leaving our children is going to be worse than the one we were in. And that's just a number of refugees. It has not gone down. It hasn't even plateaued. It just keeps going up. And we don't change what we're doing. We don't change how we stop wars, how we stabilize regions. We just continue repeating history. I mean, that's why we're in the position we're in. Like, I was trying to explain to my daughter what happened in Afghanistan, and I was like, we're trying to help Wahid's grandmother get out. And she's like, well, what happened? I said, well, we gave it to the Taliban. And she looked at me, she's like, the Taliban, the ones who shot Malala. And I was like, yeah. And she just couldn't understand it. And it's like, it's that simple. We know that we don't agree with brutality and murder and genocide. And why aren't we putting a stop to it? Why aren't we stabilizing countries so people never have to leave? It shouldn't be like, can we take more in? It's like, no, nobody wants to leave their home. That is not an experience I want anyone to ever have to do. And so what can we do as a society to make places more peaceful?
This discussion is fraught with irony. As you said, the way you help refugees is by creating a place where they never have to make the decision to leave. There should be no refugees. It should be a rare thing, not such an epidemic thing.
And I've always like, well, World War II, that was going to be where everybody, right? And then it was like, which war is going to be like, we've had enough, this can't continue.
Yeah.
I don't know what needs to happen for people to be like, this is not acceptable.
Do you have a mentor? Is there someone in particular who inspires you or you look to?
I mean, I have like my grandmother's voice in my head all the time. She's passed, but like everything that she has done, and the way she looked at life and people, and that's always there.
Where was she from?
Syria. So she left with her kids when the first Civil War started back in the 60s. She took care of everyone, her family and her community. If anyone came to her door, Arab hospitality is known to be generous, but she actually lived it, never turned anyone away, and was always pushing. Like, anytime I patted myself on the back, she's like, well, what's next? What are you going to do next? And I'm like, really? Like, and I think I have that. Like, when we get together as our schools, like, what did we do well? Everybody's I was like, all right, so what can we do better? And they're like, come on. I was like, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, right? We're going to celebrate it. But we can't get too comfortable. We can't get too complacent. What can we do better? And pushing people to try things differently, and what new ways can we reach kids and bring the material to life. Yeah.
You are magic, I have to tell you. I love what you are doing, and I do believe that your model serves more than refugees. I believe it serves as a model for how we need to teach all children and what it means to be a better human being. We're team animals. We're built for team, much more than we are built for individual. We're not that strong and not that smart by ourselves. But as groups, we're remarkable. But as you said, the team is only as strong as the weakest player. And so how do we build up our weak players? You've given me so many ideas about some of the things that we all can do at work or with our families, to share group accountability. It's really magical what you're doing. And I want you to be wildly successful because I think your model is really important.
Thank you.
And I hope it spreads. And I hope you help a lot of kids.
Thank you.
If you're interested in learning more about or supporting Luma and her work, please visit or consider donating at fugeesfamily.org. That's FUGEES family.org. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. How would you react if you saw a video online of someone talking about a conversation they overheard of two people trying to uninvite their friend with your name to their birthday party? Well, that's exactly what happened to Marissa Mize. And the way she responded was probably a little different than most of us would respond. Instead of getting angry or lashing out, she went online and started her own community of people who feel brushed aside or just lonely. And they came together, 200 of them, to meet in real life, to foster new friendships. This is a bit of optimism. Marissa, for those who don't know your story, can you please tell us, because it's kind of insane and wonderful all at the same time?
It is kind of an insane thing that happened in my life, I guess, in a lot of people's lives, but basically a guy named Drew was walking in Madison Square Park and he overheard two girls talking poorly about their friend Marissa, saying how they wanted to plan a party on a weekend that I would be out of town so they wouldn't have to invite me in the first place because they already knew I was going to be out of town. And he overheard it, and I didn't know Drew, by the way. Did not know who he was, never met him before, we had no mutual friends. And he posted a TikTok video. He was saying, you know, if your name's Marissa and you live in New York City and these are your friends, then I hope you find some new friends. And I saw the video, it turned around, it got, you know, over 20 million plus views. I didn't even see the video on TikTok. I actually got it sent to me about 50 plus times through every platform of people either texting it to me or messaging me. And the last straw was when my aunt actually sent it to me, who's in her 50s, and was like, "This is you?" And I was like, "How did you get this video and where did this come from?" So I watched the video and I was like, this is too detailed to not be me. So me and Drew met up the next day and we talked about it. It happened to be me. And from that turned into a meetup of some sorts because overnight a bunch of people were following me and messaging me saying, "Hey, screw your old fake friends. You know, let's be friends. I would love to meet up." So I decided to have a mutual meetup.
So let's back up a second here. So you see this video on TikTok and you decide to turn this into something more magical, which is to recognize that there are other people out there who may be experiencing similar things as you, which is to have these friendships that we call friendships but are probably more superficial than anything else. And you decide to create a space for all of these people to come and meet each other. And so you post on social media, "Come to Central Park, let's all meet up." And 200 people showed up and hung out all day.
Yeah, we hung out for probably about 9 hours and then ended up after the 9 hours going to hang out somewhere else at like a bar for a few hours. So,
and I hope some real friendships were born out of that day. In fact, how can they have not been? But the thing that I find really fascinating about your story is not just the story itself, though wonderful, which is it really raises the question, what is the definition of a friend in a modern social media world? I've talked to young people before and they've said to me they are fully aware that their friends would cancel on them if better plans came up, or that they enjoy their friends, they have fun with their friends, but they don't really trust their friends and wouldn't go to their friends if they were struggling. And I find that notion kind of depressing because that sort of is very different to what my notion of a friend is. So the question is, has the definition of friend changed, or is there a young generation growing up because of social media and cell phones, etc., that are not enjoying the true experience of what friendship means?
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I mean, I'm 24. I just turned 24 a little bit ago, and I did not find my quote-unquote group of real friends until this started, which was kind of funny. I feel like I always was in that position that I either was maybe thinking that I wouldn't go to them because I feel like they would tell somebody else my secret or whatever was going on in my life or whatever it was that I needed help with. And I feel that once this whole thing started, I finally found that group of friends that would be loyal back, but also it's a two-way street and they feel like they're family to me and I could go with them to anything. And I feel like in today's world, a lot of people will have these friends and tell them something, etc. And then this friend will go and turn around and tell somebody else and be like, "Ugh, look what she came to me with," or "Look what problems she's having," or "This is so embarrassing," or something like that, to kind of dumb it down to other people. And I think that's the worst part of today, is that a lot of people don't find that value in friends anymore, and they don't think that they're good enough for better friends. So they just trust these people and then stick with them because they don't have any other quote unquote options.
So you're saying even after the trust is violated, they still continue to hang out with these people?
Yeah, because a lot of people would rather be around these people that will stick around, quote unquote, or whatever, listen to them, and rather than find better friends because they don't want to be alone.
My goodness, but it's so lonely being in friendships like that.
It is.
That does not cure loneliness. So, are you a better friend chooser now? What changed? Tell me what changed, how you choose friends now.
A lot has changed in so many aspects. I think me being more confident in my friendships, me trusting people in the right ways, and also seeing things as a two-way street. I always reference that because friendships are just like relationships. You have to care for each other. You have to do what's best for each other. And also, if things aren't working out, you have to talk it through. I think that's how friendships thrive. I choose friends now that help me as a person grow mentally and physically and in life, and also just do better for both of us.
The thing that I think is very significant here is that your meetups are in person.
Yes.
Are you better at talking on the phone? Are you better at getting together with people? Or are you back to sort of DMing and IMing and all the Mings?
I do everything online, but all my meetups are in person. And if I talk to somebody online, I eventually see them in person, or if they come to a meetup or whatever it is. I love in-person interactions. I think it's good for you. I think it's good for me. I think it's good for everybody to meet up in person, because people think that they're socializing and think they have so many friends, etc., because they're talking to these people online. And that's where I think a lot of people get mixed up, is kind of they have this skewed reality of, oh my gosh, I know her because I follow her. We follow each other online. We talk online.
Psychology has a term for this. It's called a parasocial relationship, where it's one way. So it's like we're on first names with Brad and Angelina, for example, right? They don't know who we are. The parasocial relationship is when we feel like we know everything about somebody else because we see them online, and there's intense pressure for people in the public eye, or for people who want to be influencers, to put themselves out there and share their lives and what they're eating and who they're dating and what they're doing. And so we feel like we have a relationship with them, like we know them, when we don't. What it is fundamentally is a fake relationship. But it feels real to the person feeling it. That's the problem. They really do feel like you guys are friends, even though you've never met them. What social media has allowed for a disproportionately higher number of parasocial relationships. And as you said, you exchange a DM or two, and it validates the faux friendship. It takes effort to build friendships. It takes time and patience and vulnerability, that horrible word, right?
Yeah.
Your generation is a pretty activist generation, which I love. You don't just complain about things, you get things done. And what I love is that you turn this painful experience, could have been extremely humiliating because it was done out loud, right? So lots of people who know you suspected that you might be that Marissa. So it's also humiliating because it was done publicly. And yet you turned this agony and pain into something very, very positive, which is you publicly acknowledged it was you on TikTok, and then you put out a call to anyone who feels like their friendships may also not be that deep to come make some real friendships. Your Lonely Friends movement, right?
Yes.
How did you come up with the name No More Lonely Friends? Lonely Friend is a strange combination of words.
Growing up, I was constantly around everybody. I was president of my school. I was so sociable. I was friends with everybody. But in the end, if I called somebody at night trying to help, no one would help me. And I felt it was sad. I felt lonely as a friend, and I felt so weird that I had all these quote unquote friends that never acted like a friend. And I had some close friends, sure, but I felt that there was more loneliness than I felt like a friend. And someone said, what do you want out of this? And I was just like, I just don't want people to feel lonely anymore as a friend. And I was like, oh, no more lonely friends. Yeah, like no more lonely friends. And someone said, #no more lonely friends, ? Like, is this it? And I sat there and just contemplated. And in the end, I was like, whoa, no more lonely friends. Like, that's it. Like, that's the line. That's the motto, like turning strangers into friends.
What was the last meetup you had?
This last weekend was Los Angeles.
How many people came?
Probably about 400.
Wow. Tell me one specific thing that happened that made you smile and go, it was worth the trip.
It was a more special meetup than others. It was more eventy this time. We had a partnership with a few different companies that came together. I wanted to do something like this because a lot of people are alone for the holidays, and that was something I struggled with as well before, especially when I was living in LA. So a lot of people came out to kind of meet people so that they can spend the holidays with. And a special thing that stood out to me was this one woman came up to me and said, my wife has been really struggling throughout the last few months. And I, a lot of people tell me that. he started tearing up, and I was like, oh no, this is when I start crying. And he said, we have met so many people today, and that whole group right there sitting with my wife, there was about 12 of them, are all coming over because they were all going to be alone. I mean, it makes me just so mind blown that my little event that I said, hey, meet up at this one spot at this time and meet some friends, sure, whatever, that's going to have a lifelong impact on them forever.
You're touching upon such a basic human need, which is our desire to feel seen and heard and to feel like we belong.
Yeah.
That's where the insecurity comes from in the first place, which is I don't feel like I belong. I love subcultures. I love Comic-Con and all kinds of subcultures where people who don't feel like they belong find each other. And I think loneliness is one of those things where you don't realize who feels lonely. People are good at putting on an act. And I think what you've done is you've made loneliness not so lonely. And to recognize that if you put in a little effort, right, like you go to this meetup, you'll meet people who kind of get you and kind of understand, because simply by showing up, you're telling everybody a little bit about who you are just because you showed up. When I listen to you and I listen to the work you're doing, I relate to it personally. And the internet is a blessing and a curse, right? I wish the internet existed when I was younger because I would have found these communities a lot easier. But at the same time, the internet exaggerates so much of the thing that makes us lonely. And so it's a real double-edged sword. And I think the trick to a lot of this is putting the phone away. Do you require that people put the phone away at these things?
Not necessarily, but unless somebody is exchanging information, I barely see people on their phones. And I think that's the coolest part, is that these people aren't having these conversations of, hey, what do you do? Oh my gosh, I do this. Oh my God, so cool. It's not those conversations. It's like nobody cares about what you do or who you are. It's like, oh, like, I came here for this, you came here for this, like, let's talk about life. And one of the partners for this was this card game called The Deep. It's a conversationalist game where they give you prompts on the card of very deep, like deeper conversations, not who are you, what do you do? It's what's the most vivid memory that your mother ever gave you, or something like that. And it could be a positive thing of let's talk about this, or it could be like, I don't want to talk about my family, or oh, I can talk to you about my family another way, or whatever it is. So it's cool, but it's these things that people are so open to doing that on a first date you wouldn't just sit down at the table and be like, so what's your deepest, darkest secret?
I had somebody do that to me. I went to an event, and it was like big long table we were all eating at. We're all strangers. We're all basically just met. And this one guy says, hey, so let's try and connect. Let's all tell each other something we've never told anybody before. And he says, I'll go first. And he goes on to tell the story of how his sister molested him when he was a child to a bunch of strangers. And then it's my turn. I'm like, nope, not playing this game with any of you.
Oh my God.
I don't know you, and I'm not telling you things that I've never told anybody. It's not going to happen. Very often in our intense desire to feel belonging and feel included, we screw up the timing. Brene Brown talks about this a lot. Vulnerability is not meeting a bunch of strangers and telling them your deepest, darkest secrets. People misunderstand like we say, you have to be vulnerable, but we don't mean right now. It's a dance. It starts slow, and you pick up speed. And I think that's one of the things in our desperation to feel included, we're sometimes grabbing and lurching out with these strange tactics that backfire all over the place, which only then makes us feel more lonely. There's going to be social awkwardness. I hang around socially awkward people my whole life.
Yeah.
And so things like that can happen at your meetup. And what I like about it is it's when and I've been a part of a group of, creative, socially awkward people who all come together. And it's magical because it's not a networking event. It's because to be a networker, it's a different personality, somebody who's like coming to get something. And it's a group of people who know they need to put themselves out there, and this is a safe space they found to put themselves out there, because they could go to other things, but those things are too uncomfortable. Is there someone you personally met at a meetup who's touched you more than someone else?
Yeah, there's two that kind of go side by side that had somewhat the same story, but in the end it turned out to be just something that really kind of pushes me along. A lot of people ask me why I do it, and it's for these types of stories for sure that hit me pretty hard. And there was these two people that they both had severe autism. It was the one girl's birthday, and she came to my meetup, and she said, every year I've spent my birthday alone, and it made me not want to be alive. And she said this was her last year, and she didn't think she was going to make it and to her birthday, and if she did, if she spent it alone one more time, she wouldn't have continued. She said when I posted where I was going and what date it was, and she found out it was her birthday, that was what kept her there and made it to her birthday, because she was at least happy to be around people. And she said she met so many people there, and this is the first year that she was not alone, and it literally kept her alive. That really just, I mean, shot to the moon of how I felt and how much of an impact it could have on people. And at the Los Angeles meetup on Saturday, it was the same thing. He said, I've never met people that didn't look at me for my autism. They just straight up asked me, what's your name? Cool, you want to come hang out with us this Saturday? They didn't look at him for who he was or whatever. They looked at him for how cool of a person he was and how loyal of a friend he could be.
What was your childhood like?
So my parents divorced at a very, very young age.
Okay.
It was a very, very messy divorce, very messy childhood type of feel. So I think that growing up, I did a lot of raising myself. I was very involved in a lot of things. I liked doing sports. I liked doing team things. I liked talking to people. And I always want to do like public speaking, etc. A lot of that rooted from I saw how poorly people treated others, and I wanted to kind of get my voice out there saying like, stop being mean to people and let's all be friends, like what's going on type of thing. So that's funny that this came out of it, because that was a huge thing I liked in my childhood, was that I was friends with everybody.
Who was the parent figure in your life if it wasn't your parents?
I looked to teachers at school. I had this one teacher, Mr. Carroll, who was my science teacher in high school, and he was kind of that person for me in a weird way that really cared, and also was just like, how's life? How's this? How's that? And would kind of go through the basics of me, of kind of seeing where I was at, and really broke it down into showing he cared and showing that meant a lot to me, and whatever it was. And I think he knew just that I was looking for that type of person in my life, and he was there for me. He treated everyone with kindness and also made sure that everyone, you know, whether it was inside of the class or outside of the class, was heard and pushed empathy that other people didn't give.
Tell me an early specific happy childhood memory.
In 8th grade, I made my graduation dress. Oh God, this is embarrassing. I made my graduation dress out of Capri Sun juice bags. And it was so happy for me because all my friends helped me with gathering all the Capri Sun juice bags from everybody at lunch and everything, that I got to make this thing that kind of showed my personality and everything. And also, I was just really ecstatic to make it. I know that's like a weird memory and a kind of odd situation, but that was something I really enjoyed.
I think it's a beautiful memory. I think it's about self-expression. And if we go back to Mr. Carroll and the role he played, right? Which is, he saw you and heard you, he made you feel like you mattered. And you were going through these experiences as a child, you know, about self-expression and your friends helping you self-express. And I think in some way, shape, or form, you've become Mr. Carroll. You've taken on the role where you're going to make sure that people know that they matter, that they feel seen and heard, with the hope that everyone will, you know, wear their Capri Sun dress, with the hope that everyone will be able to express themselves as they truly want to be, as they truly are.
I'm going to quote you again. The people don't believe in you for what you do, but why you do it. That is one of, I know it's an old TED Talk you did, but it is one of the most relatable things in this situation, because people aren't coming to these meetups because they're like, oh, she's doing this and it's cool, it's great. It's for why I do it, because it's for others. It's not just for myself to gain friends. It's not for myself to gain money. This whole thing, I pay for every meetup. I pay for my flights, my hotels, my ticket. I mean, everything. I'm losing so much more money than I'm gaining. And it's one of those things that I'm putting this effort and time and money into it because people see the value and people donate to it. They buy the shirts because they see the, you know, they're like, what can I do to help? Can I volunteer in my city? Can I host these meetups for you in my city so you don't have to do as much? Because they believe in it. They see the value and they see what's going to be next, and they're excited as well with me. So it's cool. It's cool to see people really enjoy and believe in it and back it.
Do you have any questions for me?
What is one piece of advice you would give to people that want to get themselves out there but have a high social anxiety?
Two thoughts come to mind. One is start online. There are plenty of online groups where there are people who share a love of Vermeer or whatever it is, you know, a love of something, and somebody can propose, why don't we all go out for dinner? There was a group that I was a part of a bunch of years ago, which is just a bunch of creative misfits. And literally like 4 of us showed up at a bar and we became very close friends very fast and became a little community of our own. So I think starting online is fine, but there has to be the intention of actually meeting up at some point. The other thing is go with a friend. I know it sounds awkward, but you know, will you go with me is pretty powerful. And we don't build trust when we offer help. We build trust when we ask for help. Giving someone the responsibility of being there for you makes them feel wanted and needed and loved. And it makes them feel trusted and that their life has value. I wanted to go to Comic-Con and didn't want to go alone because that was way too awkward. And I called up one of my friends and said, will you go with me? And it's not her thing at all, but she's like, yeah, totally. And she had a blast and I had a blast, and she had a blast because she was just holding space for me.
That's a true friend right there.
That's a true friend. So that's what I would recommend. I'd recommend starting online, but with the intention of going in person when you all feel comfortable, and then taking a risk to go do something and asking a friend to go with you.
That's amazing.
Marissa, you're an inspiration, and I wish you nothing but good fortune and good luck as your movement spreads. It's wonderful.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
If you're interested in learning more about Marissa and her work, you can follow her on Instagram at Marissa Mize, or visit nomorelonelyfriends.com to find out any upcoming picnics that might be happening in your area. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. William Ury is one of the nicest people I have ever met. Whenever I talk to him, I feel at ease, I feel like I'm learning, I feel like I can accomplish anything. And this is probably not by accident. He is best known for being the co-author of Getting to Yes, which is a staple for any business school student, or quite frankly, most people in the world. It's sold an astonishing 15 million copies and been translated in a whole bunch of languages. He also co-founded the program on negotiation for Harvard Law School. He's been negotiating peace agreements around the world for decades, from nuclear disarmament pacts with the Soviet Union, to Arab-Israeli conflict, to tribal squabbles among the Bushmen of the Kalahari. So I thought I'd call him to see if he could shed some light on how we can resolve some of the many conflicts that we have ongoing in our world today. This is a bit of optimism. You have made a career not only as an author and professor, but a peace negotiator. You've traveled around the world, whether it's Arabs and Israelis or Venezuela or wherever you've gone, to negotiate peace amongst people who hate each other, let's be honest. It seems that's what we need in our country, that we have two factions. And I believe it's more political parties than it is the average population. I think we're still pretty moderate, and I think America's pretty frustrated with the state of the world. But we have two parties of a single nation that accuse each other of being traitors or un-American. There's no listening, there's only talking. So my question is have you ever negotiated peace inside a reasonably functional country, inside a reasonably functional government? Like, how do we get peace in this country, Bill?
Great question, Simon. It's funny, it's ironic because, I've been wandering the world for the last 4 decades looking for the most intractable conflicts. And I come back and I find an intractable conflict, an impossible conflict right here in my own country, which has a lot of the same features of the Arab-Israeli conflict or the conflict in Venezuela that's been roiling that country for 20 years. We're dividing ourselves into two different tribes I agree with you. I still think the majority of Americans who don't dominate the airwaves, basically we want to get along with each other. We're dividing ourselves into these two tribes of Democrats and Republicans and hating each other and forgetting that way before we're Democrats and Republicans, we're Americans, And what do Americans do? Americans talk. We meet, we unite. That's why we're the United States. And so the question is, how do we do that when we've been hijacked? Essentially, that's how I think of it. Our country's been hijacked. Even in the brain, there's this left amygdala that was there to protect us, but is driven by fear. and our left amygdala has been hijacked, and we're trying to protect what we hold dear from those enemies. The result is that by playing this finite game, as you would put it, a win-lose game, the result is we're all losing, and we're losing our country. And so the question is, how do we get out of it? I believe we can do it because I've seen it happen in other countries where it's been worse. I was in South Africa during apartheid. Apartheid was 10 times worse than what's here in this country in terms of hatred, bloodshed, and racism. And everyone thought when I was there in the 80s, people thought this blood war is going to go on for as long as we can tell, even the best observers. And yet, within a very few brief years, the South Africans proved them wrong, and they transformed their country. They didn't end their conflict, but they transformed it, and apartheid came to an end. And if they could do it, we could do it.
You said the conflict here between these two warring factions of political parties mimics some of the elements of Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you break down more specifically what are the common elements that you see?
Well, one is toxic emotions, treating the other with contempt. When we get into that reactive, deep fear of the other, almost existential fear that our very life, is in danger from the other side, from the enemy. That's what's present in the Arab-Israeli conflict and increasingly present here. Number two is the positions get really entrenched and there's no budging. There's no communication. It's like you're in different realities, we're in different silos, And that you find true in the Arab-Israeli conflict too. And the third is the intensity of the fighting, where it's almost on the verge of violence, or at times it leaks into violence, and there's even, vast numbers of Americans fear that we're headed towards a civil war where there would be levels of violence unprecedented here in this country since the Civil War. Those are the three elements that are common to the Arab-Israeli conflict. It's the toxic emotions, the rigidly opposed positions that don't budge, and the intensity of the fighting, the fierce fighting.
And I can't help but point out that the Arab-Israeli conflict is still ongoing. So I want to talk about solutions, obviously, but I feel it's important to try and understand how we got here in the first place. What is it that takes a nation where people were cooperative and did get along, and politics was not always like this? How did we get? Here in the first place, because it clearly didn't happen overnight. It's been a steady drumbeat. It's been an evolution to get from that to this. Do we need to understand the root before we can really solve the problem?
I think it's really important to go to the balcony, for me, which is that metaphor of a place where we can get the larger picture. And that's what's really needed here. When you're hijacked, you need to go to that balcony, which is the right thinking part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex. And there are different factors that have created this. There was the loss of a common enemy. At least in our lifetimes, we had the Soviet Union. But I think more importantly in this country, there were large segments of people who felt left behind. When I started off in the field of conflict resolution and negotiation, I was looking around for where I could really get my hands dirty. I just didn't want to read about in books. So I took a job as a mediator in a coal mine in Kentucky. I did my doctoral research as an anthropologist in that coal mine, and I got to know the people, and it's those people who feel left behind. And those people to whom Trump spoke and continues to speak, but people who feel like their country is being taken away from them underneath. And when you have a substantial number of people who feel excluded, and that's not even to speak of other people, I mean, obviously African Americans have felt left behind, so many different groups, but when you exclude people, and when people feel excluded and humiliated, then you start to go into your different tribes. And then, of course, there's the effect of social media that creates cocoons and different realities. There are a lot of different factors that have created this problem, and it's really important to understand them if we're going to figure out how we're going to get through this. And I believe, based on my experience, and I have to tell you, after all these years of working in the world's impossible conflicts, I haven't given up hope around this country. I believe it's possible because I've seen it happen in other situations with my own eyes, and I believe we can still do it.
So existential threat, an external existential threat, I think is very interesting. When the Soviet Union fell out of the game, we as a population no longer perceive this external existential threat. And something history has shown us, this upsets me, this depresses me, but in all of my work, it seems to be clear that one of the ways in which human beings find clarity in what they stand for is not by articulating their why, but by looking for the thing that is the opposite of what they stand for. Because knowing what we stand for can sometimes be ethereal and intangible and about the future and something like that, where when I can see and feel a threat to the thing that I believe in, though I can't put it into words, that's tangible. And when the Soviet Union fell away, the thing that was the not that, I don't know what I stand for, but I know it's not that. We start looking for a not that anywhere to help give us a sense of purpose or cause. And unfortunately, when we no longer look outwards, we start looking inwards. So it upsets me as an idealist that we have to have an enemy to know what we stand for. But it seems that is the case. And unfortunately, we have ignored any threats from the outside world and are focused exclusively on the false enemy within.
That's true. We've met the enemy, and they are us. The thing is, when we get hijacked by fear, then we look for a scapegoat. You project all of the problems and all of the terrible things you projected on someone, and then you try to kill them in some way. And that's a path to doom for us, because we live in a highly interdependent world. We live, as you put it, an infinite game. We live in a world of relationships. And when you take that very narrow win-lose, us versus them mentality, and you put it in a world that's as complex and interdependent and relational as we are, you may get short-term wins, but the truth is, in the end, everybody loses. You get lose, lose, lose outcomes. And we could see that happening in our country, that even the winners lose. I mean, like the Democrats won, but for how long? And they're going to lose. And then, then the Republicans win, and then they lose. But the truth is, the whole country is losing through the battle.
Yeah.
I see only one way out, which is we need to change. We need a paradigmatic shift in the way we look at conflict, we've forgotten it's not enough just to go from win-lose to win-win. That doesn't work anymore. There is a third win that we've missed, which is a win for us all. A win for the community, a win for the society.
What both sides think they're doing is that, but they're defining community as their base.
Yeah, that's it.
And so I have to defend the values of my side before they destroy this country.
You got it. When I was in apartheid looking at South Africa in the 80s, I also spent some time with a group of hunter-gatherers.
Always the anthropologist.
Right, always the anthropologist. I was interested in how did we survive? Because we lived as hunter-gatherers. Our minds, everything is like, 99% more than that of our time has been as hunters and gatherers. And the secret I found that they have is very simple. When there's a fight, between two individuals or two groups, what happens is the whole community gathers around the campfire. Women, men, everybody, the parties, and they look into that fire, which is the fire of conflict, and they talk past each other, and they listen, and they argue, and whatever. And it goes on for days, and at night they call out to the spirits for help and guidance. And then they don't rest until not just the conflict is resolved, the issue is resolved, but there has to be a reconciliation. And sometimes tempers are much too high, and so the elders suggest, you go out and, to one of the parties, you go and visit some relatives for about 6 months, it's a cooling off. But the key is there's a shift in mindset, because we approach every conflict like it's got two sides. In this case, it's Democrats versus Republicans, vaxxers versus anti-vaxxers, this versus that. What they know is that there's always a third side. And the third side is not the neutrals in between. It's the whole community that takes responsibility and has that campfire. And that's how I figured we survived as a species. And to me, that's what we need to look for today in today's America, is we need to remember to take the third side. We need to remember that we're Americans before we're Democrats and Republicans.
There's one little detail that makes that argument fall apart, which is remembering that we're Americans. But that's the problem, which is, each side believes that they are the most American Americans.
Yeah.
And the other side is violating the sanctity of what it means to be American. And so you back at square one. But you talk about something that I think that we need to go deeper on. In each case, you talk about relationship, coming together, all of this stuff. And there was a profound shift in the United States government that happened back in 1994, which has to be talked about, which is it used to be that when somebody won a position in federal office, they moved their family to Washington, D.C., and they lived in Washington, D.C. And though they fought during the day at their job, in the evenings, they went to the PTA meetings, and they went to the kids' baseball games, and they sat in the bleachers with people from the opposite party, and they knew each other not as political foes, they knew each other as parents and friends, and they knew each other as human beings. And then in 1994, one of the proposals that Newt Gingrich made was, do not move your family to Washington. That is a terrible thing to do. You should stay back and be with your constituents. And so politicians come in for 2 or 3 days a week, do their business, then go back, and they're not actually with their constituents. They're predominantly fundraising, so the whole thing's folly. However, the problem is none of them know each other as parents or coaches or friends. They don't break bread together. So all of the examples you give, there's a relational component. We live together, we hang out together, our kids are friends, and that no longer exists in Washington, D.C. And the question I raise is, can we ever have peace in America if our politicians do not make friends with each other?
I completely agree with you. I mean, early on, I remember 30, 40 years ago, we talked about the importance of what are called cross-cutting linkages. And that's what you're talking about. Those little league games where you cross your ideological lines, you cross your religious lines, you cross everything. And America has thrived on forging those cross-cutting linkages, whether it's Rotary Club or whatever it is, that brings people together. What's happened is there's been this fraying of that. And we do need to reverse that. And I'll just give you as an example, back to South Africa, apartheid. What they did was, because the violence actually was so fierce, they formed what they called the National Peace Accord, which was they had committees at the neighborhood level where you would have people of all races, people of all classes sitting around trying to figure out how do we stop the violence in our community, working with the police and so on. And they had at a community level, at the district level, at the state level, and at the national level, in those fora where people got together across their differences for a common goal, which was stopping the political violence so that a shift could take place. That's what made it possible, and we need to do something of the same. The most important thing we can do is reach out to our neighbors and find people who disagree with us. And it's not that you have to talk about the conflict, just make a relationship with them.
But we're in a situation that seems so toxic that simply talking to the other side, you get blackballed. I heard of a story of a congressional spouse dinner. There were two wives who've known each other for 30 years because both their husbands have been in office for who knows how long. And they sat next to each other because they're friends, and both of their husbands were admonished and told never let that happen again. So here's the question I have, like, Arab-Israeli, not a great example, even though some elements are the same because they're still fighting. That hasn't been resolved. South Africa, though there are some elements, not a great example because the violence got so bad and there was a force of personality in Nelson Mandela, which matters, that forced truth and reconciliation to happen. January 6th apparently wasn't bad enough that the whole country was in such shock that we said, we probably need to stop this. So the question that I have is, are we simply waiting for something so atrocious to happen that both sides can look at themselves and go, okay, this can't happen again? Or do you have a specific example that you worked on that actually looks more like us than South Africa or Arab-Israeli? Because we don't have Nelson Mandela, and the violence hasn't got so extreme that we've become shocked into doing something. I don't want it to get there. That's the problem. Even the pandemic wasn't enough to bring to bring our country together.
Well, let me just say a couple of things. One is, let's make no mistake. This is the hardest work that human beings can do. It is hard work to sit down and talk or listen to someone whom you violently disagree with and you disapprove of and all that. No question. Number two, I'm struck by your story about the two congressional wives. And, I see that in every conflict, which is fraternizing with the enemy is frowned upon and sometimes worse. I'm just remembering, take another conflict, Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants, sectarian strife. When I started, people said, it's impossible. There's no way. Catholics and Protestants, they drink this in with their mother's milk. It's been going on for centuries. It's never going to stop. It changed. And this is the key is we have this wrong idea that it has to be resolved and we all have to live in peace and harmony. It's not about that. It's not about resolving conflict. It's about transforming it. And transforming is very different. Transforming means changing the form from, yes, you continue the conflict, but instead of the destructive ways you use constructive ways. And that's what democracy is, right? It's, conflict is not bad. And so to me, what happened in South Africa is the conflict didn't get resolved, it got transformed. What happened between the United States and the Soviet Union was it didn't get resolved, but it got transformed. The risk of nuclear war went down. You went to majoritarian democracy in South Africa. And in every conflict, it's about transformation of the conflict, which is a more modest goal and more in line with the way our democracy was set up is actually the world needs more conflict because whenever you have injustice or you need to make a change, you need conflict. But the question is, how do you deal with the conflict? Do you deal with the conflict destructively in ways that destroy the common good, or do you contend and cooperate together in ways that promote the common good? And that's the real question. And the last thing I'll say is, I think right now it's true that the situation hasn't gotten so bad that it's woken us up. But I had a really interesting conversation about a year ago with Newt Gingrich. And I was introduced to him by Van Jones, And, there between Van, Newt, and myself, we could find some common ground in terms of being concerned for our country, where we are in this process, and can we turn this around? So I still believe it's possible. And it may be, that things have to get a little worse before they get better. I've seen it happen. And what it takes is, it takes the activation of us, of us.
Two things I want to explore here. So Must there not be the courage of accountability? I met him once also, Newt Gingrich, a few years ago, and I found him to be very astute, a student of history. He was dismayed by the situation in America, but I also found him completely unapologetic, or at least completely blind to his role in where we are today. You know, there's a side of me that thinks that until one party, and it can come from either side, takes the risk, the courage for accountability, and said, we are a part of the problem, without saying, and so are they.
You got it.
And neither party, individually or as a collective, seems to have the courage to say, we are part of the problem. And you and I both know, good luck with your marriage if you operate in a way like our politicians operate, like I'm right and you're wrong. Like, good luck with your marriage if you think, you know, compromise is a dirty word. Good luck with your marriage if you hold fast to your beliefs for 30 years and never, ever, ever see any kind of growth. You know, we have a country that's now more accepting that gender can be fluid, but political views, nope, that's black and white. Our views are fluid. I have views that are pretty liberal and views that are pretty conservative, and it makes me messy. And I think everybody's political views are messy.
For sure.
And you and I both know from personal relationships, friendships or romantic or otherwise, until one person has the courage to say, honey, I'm sorry, I screwed up, it just goes on and on and on. Bill Urey, fix it.
Yeah, going back to marriage, that marriage analogy, if you're asking the question, who's winning this marriage? Your marriage is in serious difficulty. And that's the only question we're asking is, who's winning? It's like, no, that's not the question to be asking. The question is, how do we make this country work? How do we create the place we want for our kids?
So when we talk about who's winning this marriage, I'm thinking, okay, let's game that out to how our politics is looking, right? Where one parent wants to make an indelible mark on their children so that their children will live the life that they think is the way to live a life, which is different than my spouse, and they're competing to have an indelible mark on the children, like our parties are competing to have an indelible mark on the country. If that couple existed, we would recommend they divorce.
That's true. And the trouble is, this country, we can't divorce. I mean, people keep on dreaming, fantasizing about divorcing, but the truth is we're all intermingled. I mean, every state is red and blue. I live in a red and blue state. I mean...
Yeah, but not because of gerrymandering. You know better than anybody. We don't live in a world where the electors choose their candidates. The candidates choose their electors. They've cut it up, so their districts are only red or only blue, which, again, means they don't have to have a political message to appeal to both sides. They only need a political message to appeal to their side. And so that's pretty insidious as well.
Yeah, so is this going to be fixed in a day? No. Can it be done? Absolutely. I've seen it happen in other places. Back in the late 90s, I was a facilitator at a bipartisan congressional retreat. There were 200 members of Congress, 100 Democrats, 100 Republicans and their spouses, and we all got together and they talked. And this was right after the Clinton impeachment, and everyone felt it was toxic in Washington at that point. And they said to me that they'd had more conversation with a member of the opposite party in the 2-hour train ride from Washington up to Hershey, Pennsylvania, where the conference was, than they had in the previous 4 years. But it was interesting was once we got them into groups, just talking about their lives and talking about what was on their mind, there are a lot of decent, good people in these, so they're trapped in the system too. They have to have courage, but we also have to have courage, and it can happen. I mean, you've seen it happen. We've all seen it happen. We've all seen turnarounds in families, in workplaces, in communities. I've seen it happen in countries. It can happen here. It really can. And it starts with us, not just blaming all the politicians either. It's systemic, but it starts with us.
Can you talk more about Northern Ireland?
So Northern Ireland, Catholics and Protestants, everyone in their different tribes, anyone who talked to the other side was branded a traitor, just like you were saying. And so where did it start? In one way, it started with mothers of sons who had been killed. Because it's like when a Catholic mother and a Protestant mother, they got together to grieve their sons or their brothers or whatever, their husbands who've been lost in the Troubles, they couldn't be attacked so easily because they were so clearly had borne the highest pain of the Troubles. Once that happened, they had the courage, that courage that comes from that fierce thing. Then they opened a little door for the religious leaders, Catholics and Protestants who could, the priests and the ministers would say, no, I'm not sure killing each other is actually what Jesus Christ had in mind. And, people could imagine that, then they opened the door for the business people who could say, I'm not sure this is good for business. This is, driving away any kind of investments and jobs and whatever. And the last to open up and show courage were the politicians. So there was a pattern where it starts with a small group, in that case it was mothers, to religious leaders, to business, to politicians. And that was when the floodgates opened, and then you could actually try to knit together a solution that didn't end the conflict, but it ended the war.
The one uncomfortable detail, I think that is an excellent path and an excellent analogy for us. The one uncomfortable detail is that the situation had grown so violent that it reached a breaking point where mothers said enough, and we, January 6th notwithstanding, we have not reached a point where the violence has reached a point in America, and I do not want to get to that point where mothers are fed up with their children dying because of political fighting. The case you're making is that change starts at home. The case you're making is that uncle who has different political views at you, and there's so much conversation about this that has happened at the Thanksgiving table. What do you do with political discourse? And most families either don't show up or they just all agree not to talk politics. But I think what we're talking about is the skill set of how do we find resolution at home? How do we find resolution in our relationships and our friendships? How do you create safe space for that uncle or aunt to feel heard? Which is very difficult.
That's why I said it's the hardest work you could do. And it's doable. We know it. It takes exactly what you're saying. It takes courage. It takes taking responsibility. In marriage, there's a saying, you can either choose to be right or you can choose to be happy, but you can't choose to be both. Do we want a country that works or do we want to be right? That's our choice.
Your work, and you've written multiple books over the years, getting to yes, how long? When did that book come out? Decades ago.
40 years ago.
Oh my God. 40 years ago. I mean, and it's still one of the top-selling negotiation books that has ever been written. I mean, it is the textbook. What have you learned about negotiation vis-a-vis this current state that you look back at what you wrote 40 years ago and you say, my goodness, that's more relevant now than ever, or I would say it differently now. I wouldn't say it the same way. I've learned more. I would slightly adapt that.
I hope I've learned a little more. But Getting to Yes, it's sold over like 15 million copies, and it continues to sell just as well today as it did, 40 years ago. So it hit a vein, which was, at that time, the bestsellers on the list on negotiation went by the titles Looking Out for Number One and Winning by Intimidation. And Getting to Yes kind of proposed the revolutionary idea that you could negotiate and both sides could benefit, so-called win-win. And it works, and it's had enormous success, and win-wins become almost a cliche. My feeling looking back over 40 years, as I look at the tough, seemingly impossible conflicts that we face today, is Getting to Yes didn't go far enough. There's two missing elements that you need in these really tough, intractable conflicts like the one we've been discussing that need to go together with Getting to Yes to make it work. Getting to Yes is work with the other, right? It's kind of like, how do we dance together in a difficult conflict to try to get to a yes? The prior work, which is what you've been talking about, is work with ourselves. We need to get to yes with ourselves. And we need to have that courage. We need to face our own fears. We need to do that work with ourselves around us. And that, to me, is what I call balcony work. We need to learn to take a pause. We need to learn to ask ourselves, what do we really want here? We need to go from the amygdala hijack in our left amygdala, which is just driven by fear, to our right thinking and really think about what's really important here. What's the prize? So that, to me, is absolutely critical if we're going to get to yes.
Can you give some specific guidance to us as individuals? If change starts at home, let's say I have a friend or a family member where we are on completely different sides of the political divide. We are emblematic of our national state of affairs. Professor William Ury, PhD, what do I have to do if I wish to establish peace with my family member? What's the first thing that I need to do? Can you give me some specific advice, please?
Yes. Starts with breathing. Remember to breathe. Breath brings oxygen to our brain so we can actually think about what's important. Because we get trapped in emotions like fear and anger, and it's natural. But that's not going to have you say what you want to say to your kid or to your spouse. You know, you're going to do it by taking a breath, taking a pause, taking a break, not hitting the send all button, but hitting the save as draft button, and thinking about it, going for a walk, doing a workout, whatever you do to go to the balcony. Everyone has their favorite techniques. Have a coffee with a friend, but just don't react right on the spot. And just take, in this very hurly-burly world, just take a break, take a breather, and ask yourself, what's my why? What's my prize here? What do I really want? What kind of family do I want? What kind of relationship do I want? What do I really want here?
Other than to prove them wrong or to be right. What's higher than that?
What's more important, being right or getting what you want? And everyone wants to get what they want. So that's what we need to do. And right now in this world, which is a highly reactive world where we're always just going to reaction, we need to find ways to press the pause button.
I find this so interesting that successful engagement starts with disengagement.
That's it. It starts with stopping.
It starts with stopping, which is you find yourself becoming enraged and angry, and to say to that person, I want to have this conversation, but I need to step away for a little bit first.
You got it. That's the secret right there.
Wow.
Thomas Jefferson, during the Constitutional Convention, he used to say, when angry, count to 10. If very angry, 100. That's what we need to do. We need to count to 10 and then come back and think about what's going to really advance our interests.
One of the things that I've learned about what makes a successful relationship is that when we fight to get to resolution, not to be right and the other person to be wrong, and that the other party can see and feel their partner, the other party, working hard in that debate to get to resolution. And so it naturally changes the tactics that I would use or that she would use, like wanting to understand something I don't understand, where in the past I'll just say you're wrong or that doesn't make sense. And now I'll say something like, I don't understand, can you say it again to help me understand? Because I'm trying to get to resolution.
Right.
And so I love this idea of before you start, stop.
Right.
The first step of engagement is disengagement. The higher purpose here is resolution. I'm trying to get to resolution.
And the thing in between those two is what you just alluded to, is listening. People think, well, I listen, but the question is, do you really listen to understand the other? Do you listen, putting yourselves in their shoes, understanding where they're coming from, without giving up where you are, but just for a moment, trying to understand where they're coming from? That's the key, is listening from within their frame of reference. Not just what we often do is we just listen from our frame of reference and then our mind is saying, I disagree with that, that's wrong, that's wrong. No, that's not the kind of listening we're talking about. And it's very simple. It's not easy to do, but it turns out to be the key, that negotiation is much more about listening than it's about talking.
I think the hubris that needs to be put aside is that the other party is worthy of engagement. I've had this conversation with both sides of the political spectrum where they believe the other side is stupid and the other side isn't worth talking to, which I find insanely ironic. Why would I talk to them? They're so stupid they won't listen to me. I'm like, are you listening to yourself? But there has to be a belief that the other party's point of view, even if you find disagreeable, has value to be heard.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it has value to be right. You don't have to agree with somebody to find resolution. You don't have to agree with somebody to find peace. And I love this idea of transforming the conflict rather than ending the conflict. And that's my big takeaway from this conversation with you, which is peace is not the end of conflict.
No.
It's the transformation of conflict, that we may deal with our disagreements in a constructive manner rather than a destructive manner. But conflict is perfectly normal and healthy.
It's not normal and healthy. We need more conflict in this world. I mean, that's the paradox, is because so much has been suppressed, needs to surface. But we need to surface it within a container in which it can be cooked, it can be transformed, it can be made something that we can eat.
And on that note, may we both sit down and have a piece of conflict pie, the sweetest pie there is.
Good old American
Oh, hey.
Bill,
Sorry, I didn't
you've
see
got
you.
my mind spinning. I am
not sure if you're still
forever
here.
and endlessly
But hello.
grateful to you. Not just for coming and talking with me, but just
I
for
got sick of the
being
ads.
you and being out in the world fighting the good fight and helping us learn how to live together and get along together. I absolutely love you. I love your work, and I just love you endlessly. So thank you so much. This is the best.
Simon, that love is mutual, and it's a huge pleasure to be your friend.
Thank you, Bill. If you'd like to learn more about what Bill is doing and how you can help to advance peace in the world, check out his organization, abrahamspath.org. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. When you hear that someone is living in gratitude, immediately we start to think of them as a monk sitting on the top of a high mountain. To say we need to live in gratitude sounds like hippy-dippy, ooey-gooey stuff, but that's exactly how Omar Brownson lives his life. And he is not a monk. He's a businessman and an urban planner, and he's into all kinds of cool projects with architects like Frank Gehry. But he learned the hard way that his high-stress life was hurting him and hurting his family, and gratitude was the solution he found. This is a bit of optimism. Omar Brownson, before we start an episode about gratitude, I think it's probably important that I start by asking you, what are you grateful for right now?
What I always come to is just this moment. Being able to take a breath, pause, and just notice that there's so much to be grateful for. Whether this moment with you, getting to meet you, the spontaneity, and yeah, I'm overwhelmed.
When somebody says, do you have a gratitude practice? You know, it sounds a little hippy-dippy to a lot of people. And I think if we just change the words, instead of saying, do you have a gratitude practice? Simply ask the question, what are you grateful for? The thing that I've taken away since I've met you is to ask myself that question when I'm feeling good. That's obvious. I think we all sort of feel gratitude when we're in a good space. You know, oh my God, I love you, you're the best. But I think what I've taken away from you since I've met you is the ability to say, what am I grateful for in times when I'm struggling, in times when I'm not feeling my best? Is that part of a gratitude practice? Is that, well, like, what does gratitude practice mean?
Well, I think that's absolutely the time when gratitude counts. And I think, as you said, anybody can be grateful for when times are good and things are going your way, the wind is behind your back. It's when you're facing the headwinds that I think that gratitude really kicks in and the power of it. Because it's, you know, the brain has a biological bias to see the negative. And so learning to not be reactive to the brain and just being like, okay, wait a second, is this actually reality or am I falling into some bad habits here?
How did you discover gratitude?
So about 7 years ago, I was leading the large sort of scale transformation of the LA River. And yes, LA has a river. Not everybody knew. I didn't know when I first started that we had a river.
When I first saw it, I thought it was like a sewage thing.
Yeah, it was a concrete channel that was in Terminator, you know, great chase scenes with Schwarzenegger. Actually, it's 300 million gallons of water that goes down the river a day. All to say, it's 51 miles, 1 million people live within a mile of the river, It's, to me, an opportunity to reimagine LA, the second largest city in America, with green infrastructure, right? Like, how do we bring nature and culture together? We were working with the architect Frank Gehry, and so it was high profile, lots of attention. If there's 1 million people, there's 3 million opinions. And I was stressed out as the founding executive director, and I received a fellowship to go travel. And I told the foundation that I wanted to do a silent retreat to begin that fellowship. So I spent 6 days up in Big Sur, and in all of that silence, I just realized how impatient of a human being I am. And at the end of 6 days, I got to talk to this monk about it. And he said, Omar, the root word in Latin for impatience is patis, which means to suffer. And he said, that's your burden to carry. And I was like, I don't really want that burden. And so how do I sort of do something differently? So I tried meditation, I tried mindfulness, but it was ultimately the practice of gratitude that helped me learn to pause and just not feel that energy of like, why aren't things moving fast enough?
The obvious solution to impatience is to be patient, to learn patience, right?
Yeah.
And that didn't work for you. The sort of meditative, mindful, take a deep breath didn't work. And what helped you overcome the suffering of impatience was to discover gratitude.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that part of it is meditation and mindfulness can be very head-oriented. Gratitude is something you actually feel in your heart. It's an emotion. And so I think part of it, the challenge, is that I was already kind of very logical, very rational. And that sort of logic, rational brain was trying to control everything. My fear came up around, how do I control everything that I don't know? That uncertainty, that unknown. In a large-scale project that's thinking about the next 20, 30 years of Los Angeles, there's a lot of moving pieces. And at some point realizing, like, how do I let things go and be more present? That's actually an emotion, not sort of a way that the brain can think.
Why is it that gratitude is the thing that helps you let go of that? It seems incongruous.
Well, I think part of it is learning to actually feel your emotions without becoming your emotions. So when you're very kind of logic, you're like, you can rationalize your feelings, you can rationalize your emotions as opposed to feel them. And when you feel them, then you can actually let them go. And so you're like, oh, look, there's fear. Oh, look, there's anger. As soon as you're able to, I like to think of it as noticing and name something. So often what we do is we maybe notice what we're feeling, but oftentimes we don't name it. But by noticing and then naming, then all of a sudden it doesn't have sort of the same power over us. It's sort of like the fear of fear is greater than the fear itself.
I learned this recently from Sarah Kubrick, the millennial therapist, how we don't do a good job of labeling our emotions. You know, when you ask somebody, how do you feel? It's usually good, bad, angry, happy, sad. That's about it, you know?
Yep.
And emotions...
Hey. What did I say? Oh yeah, I was just saying that I was bothered by the ads, so turned off affiliate. But yeah, good. I wasn't sure that I was actually gonna get a whole lot of work done, but I got some work done. I was modeling as Tant pointed out, something that looks like something his furry friends would model. See if I can get you an image of it. Oh no, I got rid of it now. Unless, no, it's not there anymore. It's even if I were to say the name of it to someone who speaks English, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't know what it is. It's called a hoodoo. It's like a rock formation. Hoodoo. I was just struggling to get the UV maps. Yeah, like this. Technically working on rocks. I just finished a gold coin. Now what I'm going to try and do is the Left 4 Dead approach of having piles of things that really don't cost much processing power on the computer's end by having it render here on Blender. It's dropping a bunch into a pile. And then making a much more simpler mesh and applying pictures of this render. Stuff like that. It's quite a number of steps. I'm just now currently remembering how to do things. I don't know. Been going for 4.5 hours though. Thank you. Did I ever show you? I've done it. I did it with like 3D modeled sausages before. Did I ever show you that? I might as well bring it up now if I'm mentioning it. Because Luke will watch the VOD and then he'll be like, oh, I want to watch that now. Oh, that's not the right one. This one? Doesn't look right either. Google, what are you doing? No, that's not the right one either. Huh. Oh, it's just a thing. I wouldn't go worrying about front PM. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. I should have the sausage render in here somewhere. Just before this, it was around here. I got rid of it. Oh no. I have videos of me making it. That might be worth watching now so I know what I'm doing. Did we never use it? I think it's in the, I think it's at the start of Demon Guts, actually. Which I don't think I have on this computer. I'll check Frumpy Ham one last time. Might be in that. Here, but okay. It's hard for you to see, but in the center monitor there, yeah. Okay. It zoomed in for a bit. The sausage is coming down to get the physics and the bending and all that. It's like, at least on the last computer, it was like a 6-hour render for like 3 seconds. Don't worry about it. There's little funnies I did with my friend, and we'll probably continue at some point. We put it on hold for a bit. Hiatus. For me, it was specifically so that I could do streaming with some new friends I made, some D&D.
are more complex.
I always thought like emotions were like wild beasts. I
Get your
imagine
man.
horses
Keep safe.
trampling through the prairie, and I know that like, you know, I've gone to good schools because I've studied hard. I've ran and played sports because I could train my body. I never knew that I could actually train my emotions. I just thought you were either born with an amazing disposition and cool, calm, and collective, or you weren't. It's not something that we teach. And this is, I think, what's beautiful is that my daughters actually have social emotional learning in their schools. So they actually are learning mindfulness and meditation and gratitude. Those were not skills at all that we even talked about. I think you say it incredibly well that it's not about soft skills, it's about human skills.
Yeah, I hate the term soft skills. You know, in work, they always talk about hard skills and soft skills. Well, hard and soft are opposites.
Yeah.
And I would hate to think that the skills of being a good human being are the opposite of being a good worker. It proposes that we should suppress any humanity at work. And so I like to call them human skills, and I want to be good at my hard skills, and I want to be good at my human skills, and that makes me better at whatever I'm doing. When you asked me what human skills were, I would have said listening, effective confrontation, conflict resolution, how to give and receive feedback. These are the standard list of things I offer when somebody says, what are human skills? And I've just recently added gratitude, the skill of gratitude. I think is a human skill that we don't practice.
In some ways, instead of, I'd say, hard skills and human skills, one way I would think about it is technical skills versus adaptive skills. And technical skills sort of allow us to solve specific problems, but often those problems tend to be very linear and narrow. I would say adaptive skills are the ones like, how do we actually deal with the messiness of humanity, right? And this is a concept that I've been playing with is like, if gratitude makes visible what we value, fearless gratitude is what enables us to see what we take for granted and maybe make invisible. And so when we can learn to kind of see what we make visible and to actually see what we make invisible or take for granted, then we're actually really, I think, in a place to be more present to all the challenges that life presents.
Let me say it back to be clear that I understand. Gratitude is acknowledging the seen, the understood, the present. Fearlessness is acknowledging the unseen, the hard or impossible to understand, and the unknown future. And that's that combination of being immensely grateful for what I have that makes me stronger as I go into the unknown, and more accepting that I cannot control it, but rather I will find gratitude on each step of the path.
Yeah.
So if I think about the unfolding of my own movement, my own career, my own ambitions, things go wrong all the time.
Yes.
And to either discover and be grateful for new opportunities that were unknown, in other words, it didn't go according to plan, but I kind of like where it's going, or it didn't go according to plan. I don't like this, but what can I learn from this? I'm grateful for the lesson. I'm grateful for the relationship. I'm grateful for something that happened. And I can always find at least one thing. I'll share a story. So I have an uncomfortable relationship with this one person in my life who's been in my life professionally. We're not friends. We have a professional relationship, and I don't trust him at all. And I've struggled many times because I felt used. I've suffered unbelievable anger towards this person, and I've attempted to reform them. And one of the ways I attempted to do it was by taking responsibility for my part of the broken relationship. And so I called him up and said, let's meet for lunch. And we sat down, and I said, I'm sorry. I didn't ask for anything in return. I just said, I'm sorry. And I went through the things that I'm sorry for, like being reactive, being inappropriate, whatever it was. And he just sat there. He didn't even acknowledge, he didn't say thank you. He just sort of nodded as if this is about time. And I realized I'm not reforming anything here. This relationship is so broken. The only way I got over that, because it was like everybody knew not to bring up his name because I would go off the handle, right? It was like such a trigger. Yeah. And where I learned to put that anger aside, where his name was no longer a trigger, was when I started to ask myself, what am I grateful for from that relationship? Mm-hmm. And I am grateful that I went on the journey to learn how to take accountability for my part, even if I didn't think that the other person was going to. I learned a skill set that I did not have because of that situation. I'm grateful also that I can accept someone's nature and not try to change it.
Well, I think that acceptance is like one of the most powerful sort of pieces of it. One of my favorite quotes is Leo Tolstoy: everyone thinks about changing the world, no one thinks about changing themselves.
Yeah.
And that then, how do we reorient when it's like, okay, all I can do is actually control myself? This is where gratitude, like, how do we trigger our positive emotions so that we don't become triggered by our negative ones? And it's not that we don't feel the negative ones. It's just, how do we not become triggered by them? Like, anger, just anger is a good feeling to acknowledge. Petty anger, not so good. It's not that those challenging moments don't go away. It's just what is your relationship to them now?
We have to talk about how triggered we all are by each other. Whether it's vax versus no vax, mask versus no mask, left versus right, or this president versus that president. Somebody merely uttering their point of view can literally send somebody else into a tailspin. And by the way, I see it on both sides of the political equation. An intolerance that you simply acknowledge somebody's point of view on the other side, and it literally can send somebody into a rage, like me and that guy in my career. Like, it's such a trigger. And to say to oneself, what am I grateful for? To look inwards. I hear this with psychology students. I love asking people who major in psychology, why did you choose to major in psychology? And almost universally, the answer is, well, I want to understand other people so that I can understand myself. And what I've learned in my entire career is it's the exact opposite, which is the more you can understand yourself, the more you can understand other people. And that practice of gratitude, to go inwards to what you said, which is everybody wants to change the world, but nobody wants to change themselves. We're in a young generation that's very activist, very wants to change the world, which I admire and adore. To change the world, we have to say to ourselves, well, what work am I willing to do on me so that I can change the world, change my family, change my community, find peace and love?
And the neuroscience supports that. Part of changing your sort of emotions and feelings is your physiology. And your physiology is often being driven by your environment. And so how you relate to your environment, and whether you're like meditation and breathing helps settle the body. And so some of the more interesting work right now I find is actually in embodiment work, which is how is your body physically reacting? Your body's in some ways like this giant algorithm that's constantly processing information. And if your body's on high alert, then how you process your environment is going to be very reactive. And so thinking about our relationship of like, how are we giving thanks? How are we connecting to people? How are we being present to them? That's actually about us, not them.
There's an irony in this, isn't there? And for those who listen to my work and know my work, I say this a lot, which is there's an entire section in the bookshop called Self-Help, and there's no section on the bookshop called Help Others. And what we need is a Help Others industry.
Yes.
And the great irony in being a better servant to others and for others is that we have to be willing to take on ourselves. We're a part of a relationship. We are a puzzle piece, but we are only one puzzle piece. To know our shape and know what piece of the puzzle we are and to be the best puzzle piece we can be makes us connect with others a lot better.
Gratitude helps us actually change the pace at which we adapt to change. And if we can adapt to change faster, then we can be more present. If we're slow to adapting to change, then we're actually like holding on to something past or reacting to what's coming at us, and we're not being present to what just is.
For anyone who has not practiced gratitude as a practice, it's not like saying thank you for the birthday present. The thing that I find magical about it is it can be very, very small. Somebody asked me recently, how is it that I'm always so happy? And the answer is because I find joy in little things. I don't need big things to make me smile. Seeing a hummingbird outside my window, I really like that. I think they're so cool. Or the rumble of a beautiful sounding engine, because I'm a bit of a gearhead, Like those little things, I acknowledge them. I say, oh God, that's such a nice sound. Or look at that bird, isn't it pretty? Or a color or a sound or a sentence. And I think that's part of what gratitude is, which is when you say you have a daily gratitude practice, you're like, well, I don't have that much stuff in my life to be grateful for on a daily basis. We're thinking too big.
What I would say, you're not actually appreciating small things. What you're appreciating is specific things.
Oh, I like that distinction.
And when you appreciate specific things, then you're actually really being able to sort of see it unto itself. And so this actually came up in the last gratitude class, was the story of walking home with my youngest daughter. And she was telling me, she's like, Dad, I'm really grateful for this sidewalk. And I was like, why are you grateful for the sidewalk? And she says, well, if we didn't have the sidewalk, it means we would be walking in the street and that would be very unsafe. And so by having the sidewalk, we can walk home safely. And, and it brought up this poem that I remembered this specific line, that sidewalks are where errands and epiphanies can happen. And so when we can appreciate the mundane and the miraculous and just sort of be open to all of it, that's when we're actually noticing the world as it is, not as we want it to be or as it should be or, what it could be. Just this is the world as it is. And gratitude is just sort of like, how do we actually just sort of see the world as it is? How do we just notice what is there and appreciate it?
When we talk about reconnecting with people who trigger us or we disagree with, and the Thanksgiving table, politics has entered the Thanksgiving table. For so many, they struggle to sit down with that uncle or that aunt that has different views to them for fear of somebody getting triggered. And sort of there are these deals that are made. We just won't bring it up. So avoidance is one strategy for sure. But I think what you're talking about is we can find, and I'm going to use the word specific instead of small because I really like the distinction. Find something specific to be grateful for in anything and everything that happens. For your daughter, she found safety in the sidewalk with her dad, which is, my goodness, so beautiful and poetic. That level of specificity, to be specific about the thing we're grateful for, that thing can be shared. That thing can be talked about and help someone else see the world in a different way. So now we're getting into the help others industry, right?
Yes.
So one of my favorite things to do is tell my friends the things that I'm grateful for in our friendships. I can't help it. It comes out all the time. And it reinforces these friendships over and over again. I have a friend who she and I have very, very, very different political points of view, where we represent the polar opposites of America, and yet she's one of my dearest and best friends in the world. And one of the things that we have found that helps us listen to each other is that we regularly tell each other what we're grateful for from each other. And that creates safe space for us to have difficult conversations because we have already acknowledged and built a very strong foundation for all the things we really, really are grateful for in each other. So it's not that we've avoided having difficult conversations. It's that we show up for those difficult conversations with deep love, respect, and gratitude for the other.
And what I hear you saying also is that you're willing to listen, right? To hear and be heard, to see and be seen. And this is, I think, one of the fundamental challenges is that when we have disagreement, we make the other person feel invisible, right? And then because the other person then feels invisible, then they're like going to shout out or they're going to like go away. What you're doing is sort of showing that like, hey, I see you. Hey, I hear you. And that's what gratitude is an acknowledgement as opposed to just sort of taking those things for granted.
And it goes in a very uncomfortable direction for some. And I learned this from Dia Khan, the BAFTA and Emmy award-winning documentarian, where she said, we all have this desire to feel seen and feel understood and feel heard. And unfortunately, you're going to struggle to find those feelings unless you're willing to show them to another first.
What I appreciate you saying is you're acknowledging other people's feelings and emotions, and it's hard to do that if you can't even do that for yourself, right? Like if you can't even sort of acknowledge not just the joy, but the pain, the anger, the full suite of emotions that we have. If you can't even acknowledge that for yourself, it's going to be really hard to acknowledge in other people.
And we become self-righteous about it, right? Well, they should go first. They should listen to me. I'm the one who's not heard. I'm the one who's not understood. And we don't just see this play out in big political discussions, but we see this play out at work between employees and employers. We can create victims out of ourselves. What have they done to me? And it goes both ways. It just plays to that theme that we are not in any of this alone. Like, we don't go through career alone. We don't go through life alone. You can't go through relationships alone. You can't even walk down the street alone. At some point, whether you like it or not, you're going to have to interact with people, sometimes substantively and sometimes innocuously. But you're going to have to do it. So expecting the world to fawn or fall over to make us feel seen, heard, understood, happy, safe, grateful, it's an impossible standard. And that goes back to that psychology misunderstanding. The better I can understand myself, the better I can learn to make others feel seen, heard, understood, the better they will be equipped to make me feel the same. And this is what the help others industry is all about. The help others industry isn't about martyrdom. It's not about this excessive amount of giving to the point of self-pain. That's not what this is. The whole point of the help others industry is initiative. That's it.
Right.
That I will choose to go first. That's all it is. Right. I will acknowledge another because I want to be acknowledged. I will hear another because I want to be heard. I will forgive another because I want to be forgiven.
Yeah. This is why giving is receiving.
And this is why giving is receiving. I mean, it's so corny, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I think is important about your work, is you're spiritual-ish in the way you talk about this stuff.
That's perfect, yes.
Ish. You know, you're spiritual-ish in the way you talk about it. So it's not alienating to those who find the stuff deeply spiritual, but at the same time, it's not alienating to those who find the stuff non-spiritual. And I think that's really important, which is you are a spokesperson to the people who need to hear this, not to the people who've already heard it.
Well, I think this is what's so powerful about the people who resonate with you is how do you speak to early adopters, right? Like who wants to sort of see the change, is ready for the change, and you're not going to necessarily reach everyone at first.
You're referring to the law of diffusion of innovation, a theory put forward, I think, in the 60s by Emmett Rogers. Basically, that all populations sift across the standard deviation, the old bell curve. If you have high performers in the population, you have low performers, regardless of the size of the population. The first 2.5% are your innovators, the big idea people, your Steve Jobses, your Elon Musks. The next 13.5% are your early adopters. Then you have your early majority, your late majority, and the laggards. And the whole point is if you want to have a quote-unquote impact on the world, you actually don't go after the world. You don't go after the majority. You go and find those early adopters, the ones who are a little more open-minded, a little more open to taking a risk, a little more open to giving it a shot, whereas the majority wants a guarantee. What'll I get if it goes wrong? Will I get in trouble? Will you take the blame? Will you pay me back if it doesn't work out? An early adopter mentality is just higher risk tolerance. And by the way, we're all early adopters in various places. It's not a fixed thing. I'm a laggard when it comes to fashion. I am not an early adopter. And for change to happen, it's to find those who are willing to make the change. And eventually it catches on. And this is what the law of diffusion is all about. It's about creating tipping points. You know, there was a time where we used to talk about world peace pretty openly, and now it sounds like weird. I think we miss that. I think we miss idealism in our nation. Idealism seems to have gone by the wayside, and like practicality. Everything's practical. Everything's algorithmic. Everything's metrics, measure. What gets measured gets done. It's like, well, you know, how do you measure the hug from a mother to their child? How do you measure that? That should be done. We're not measuring it. It's kind of important. You know, not everything has a metric, but we know that these things are important. I think that's reconnecting with these things. And this goes back to your point of the unknown and the fearlessness, which is I'm going to do this thing because it's the right thing to do, even though I don't know exactly right now, but I'll find out later, and then I'll be grateful for it.
Well, that's dealing with those fears and what is scary.
I get a kick out of technology, you know, how reliant we are on such imperfect technology in this modern world. You know, our cell phones are constantly dropping signals, and Zoom is constantly freezing. And, you know, this stuff mostly works.
Right.
But it's unbelievable how broken it is. And yet we're perfectly fine with all the broken and imperfections. But when it comes to people, we expect perfection.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's right. We expect everybody else to be more patient, to be more kind. And what does it look like for us to actually do it?
I have a last line of questioning. How old are you?
47.
So we're about the same age. I'd like to know something you're grateful for every decade of your life. 0 to 10, what are you grateful for?
So 0 to 10, I was born in San Francisco and moved to Saudi Arabia when I was 6 months old. And I went around the world twice by the time I was 3. Even though I don't remember any of that, what I appreciate was that I sort of had an immediate sense early on in my life of like, we live in a global society.
10 to 20.
10 to 20, I moved to Los Angeles. It was the 1984 Summer Olympics. It was Sam and the Eagle. And there was just a sense of moving from a rural community in the Pacific Northwest to the big city of LA. It was a sense of awe. At the same time, I'll just say that I was in LA in 92 with the civil unrest and seeing my city sort of burn down, not being able to see the end of my block because there was so much smoke in the street. And I learned early on that democracy is fragile and cities are fragile. And so to not take them for granted.
20 to 30.
I think 20s to 30s was learning that I could actually build things and getting sort of a sense that that idea of wanting to build the world that I wanted to live in, that I could actually do it. And so beginning to be in real estate and like actually physically building things that I could contribute and make a mark was pretty exciting.
30 to 40.
That is definitely kids. There would be no gratitude practice but for having kids and learning that they move at their own speed, and I can either learn to adapt or be unhappy. And so I was like, okay, my heart is going to have to become bigger if I want to be the parent that I want to be. And so, yeah, I would say my wife, who having an incredible partner, and then having 2 kids that really are teaching me how to be a better human.
40 to now.
I think moving from just building things to now building companies and really being able to, how do you not just do the work, but create the conditions for the things that you want to see happen and be in collaboration with other people. I think the other sort of piece that I'm starting to really begin to appreciate is just my own creativity and art. So it's not just sort of like a business mindset or social good, but what does it mean to tap into more creative energy? I'm becoming more and more firmly believing in the power of metaphor. And so that sort of long horizon that's in front of us, what are we picturing that's there? And how do we actually sort of move towards that, or it move towards us? And what is that metaphor in our life that we're going to be connected to?
So your gratitude journey in decades is gratitude for the world and appreciation for the fact that there's more than one point of view, a sense of awe that came, and in that awe, a sense of all of that is great and big is also incredibly fragile. There is the ability to build the world you want to build in this fragile world, coming right down to your family, that you have a choice to build in how you build, that it is just as fragile as everything else, and there's a responsibility that then moves into a sense of rebuilding and creativity. And this gratitude journey that you've been on since the day you were born is this relationship of big and fragile and responsibility in those things, that we can do big things and the world is big, but my goodness, we each have a responsibility to hold it up, otherwise things will break, whether it's society at large, the world at large, or just how our family dynamics, that we have a role to play and we have to be creative in all of that. I have to bring you back in a few years so that we can talk about the next decade.
What a gift you just gave me in reflecting back what I said.
Hey,
I
how's it
feel
going?
heard.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you. And I think part of
It's modeling.
what this next decade
Well,
is about is us not just creating, but
Trying to
how
do
we
the
co-create. I think
Yeah.
that's in many ways the platform that you are helping to.
I'm hoping to do the Valve thing of they had this pretty good idea where to make sure a video game doesn't actually take up too much processing power from a computer, if you get a bunch of the models you want, you spawn them in, and then you render it out in something like Blender, right? So you're like, yep, I just want this static mesh here of all these coins. Rather than having all of these things modeled out, pack them in a bit tighter than this, and then you create a much simpler mesh. You get photos of this, and you put that texture of the photos over the simpler mesh. That's what I'm starting, at least. I think I might finish stream soon so I can go eat. But I'm not sure. How you going there? That is okay. Good to hear. Good shit. Is it Friday where you are too? Ah, we're in the same time zone. Good shit. Mesh.
To create and unleash is like, it's not just about one person, but it's about many people, and how do we actually all sort of pull together.
Omar, you are as magical now as the moment I first talked to you. And I never do this. I never use this as a platform to plug. But if you're interested in Omar's work, please go check it out, because you'll be grateful. Whether you want to go check out his stuff on his website, which is in the link below, or if you want to check out the course he teaches on our platform, you can check that out.
Hey, Omar, how are you?
We need a little more gratitude in this world.
What?
My
Someone
temptation
just
is to say
started
a lot,
lurking,
but it really
and their
isn't.
name is Feet.
It's specific.
The human.
Specific. We need a specific amount of
There's
gratitude
the
in this
Twitch
world.
account named Feet.
Omar,
has
thank you
started
so
lurking.
much. Truly
Thank you,
enjoy.
sir.
Thank you so much.
I'm quite blessed for Feet's presence.
If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Sarah Kubrick is a writer and existential psychotherapist. She writes a weekly column for USA Today, but online she is the millennial therapist. She has a wonderful perspective on authenticity, self-love, acceptance, and responsibility. And in this time of high stress, high anxiety, I wanted to talk to her more about how we can protect our mental health. This is a bit of optimism. Sarah, you call yourself an existential therapist, an existential psychotherapist. I understand what those
You're absolutely
words mean,
right,
but you
Crazy Bro.
put them together. So I have to ask, what exactly is an existential therapist?
So an existential therapist is someone who helps people figure out their meaning in life and helps them figure out who they are.
So how long have you been doing this?
The therapy, I mean, including training, probably like 8 years. On my own, probably like 4.
And have you noticed a change in the questions people are asking or the challenges that they're facing in the past 8 years?
Absolutely. I mean, it's
I have
really
an idea.
difficult for me to say it's because society's changing. It could also be that my demographic is changing as well. But I would argue that, especially with COVID, everyone became a bit more existential. I feel like there was an existential crisis overall. So especially in 2020, people started to ask the question, what for? I think a lot of people mistook kind of their roles or their success as their identity.
This
And when
might
that
work.
was stripped away during COVID, they all went, okay, but who am I now that I can't go into my office? And so I think priorities shifted. I think purpose became something that was on their radar. And I think for all of them, they realized that money couldn't help them, if that makes sense. They were still as miserable and lonely.
They couldn't buy their way out of this one.
They couldn't buy their way out of this one. And I think it really shifted their priorities.
And do you think it's sticky? Because, you know, when you're in crisis, it's like being in a troubled relationship. You fantasize about the future and the grass is always greener. But as soon as it's over,
it works.
Sometimes it's sticky. And I'm curious if you think once they have that direction that they're going to completely follow that direction, or once the world goes back to semi-normal-ish, that it'll all be forgotten until the next crisis.
It really works. Look at that.
And
oh, good, you're cynical like me.
I'm super cynical. I'd like to think that this is a big awakening for people,
I'm
and I just don't think
so
that's
surprised
true
at
for
how easy that
everybody.
was.
I think
Most of
that
today's been such a
humans
struggle.
have the tendency
And
to gravitate
that
towards
just
the
works
familiar,
with the first thing that I
comfortable,
tried.
and you changing your life because you had an epiphany usually doesn't fall into that
Yeah,
category,
making
right? Living an authentic
games
life takes a lot of work and intention
can
and many
be very
decisions that
painful,
people don't
yes.
want to make. So I think it's going to be really hard, especially because although people are changing their priorities or finding their meaning, for most of them, it's not actually rooted in who they are. Most of them
Thank you,
don't know
Elma.
who
You're
they
very
are.
kind.
And so I think when those two are disconnected, you're more likely to not follow through.
I mean, I can't help but ask about the Great Resignation as you say that. You know, so many people are saying, this is not what I want. This is not for me. I'm going to pursue my dreams. Or I know my value. I know my worth. I'm out of here. Pursuing a dream, as you said, takes a lot of work and a lot of difficult decisions. And so I'm curious, based on the people you're talking to, if they're part of this, A, what the Great Resignation means, and if it's less sticky than we would both like it to be, then what are the repercussions over the next year or two?
I feel like there are a lot of studies that show the impact COVID has had on our mental health because of the prolonged chronic state of the unknown and how difficult that is for us. So our coping mechanisms that often worked don't. And so the freeze, flight, fight isn't, you can't do that for 2 years straight. And so we're
Literally.
noticing a decline in mental health. Maybe people are having these moments of, I'm going to change my life and I've survived this and now I'm going to embrace the unknown. I would also suggest that it's already a shit show. I feel like if you fail now, you're not the only one failing. I feel like there is just this safety blanket there. If you quit your job now when everyone else is quitting their job or people are being laid off and then you don't succeed, you're just one of the people that didn't succeed. But you didn't do that 5 years ago when everyone wanted stability and that was something that was really obtainable for the masses. I think it's also an excuse for a large amount of people to do it because they're not happy or they don't want to put in the work and they think the solution is to do something different rather than to work harder. And so, you know, and they're going to find that out once they switch their career track and don't succeed. And I'm not saying that's for everybody.
Sure,
and again,
sure.
I preface this with being a bit cynical, but I think when I hear you talking about it, when I think of my own experiences in community, that's kind of what comes to mind.
Okay, so I know you're the millennial therapist because you're a millennial, not because you necessarily only talk to millennials.
Correct.
But let's be honest, millennials love you. As you're talking about, you know, they're doing it now because it feels like the stakes are lower and there may be a shock later when they realize there's actually a lot of work to do in whatever this new thing they want to do is, sounds eerily like some of the complaints levied against the millennial generation in the past. Discuss.
Look, I don't think that millennials are entitled or lazy across the board. I actually don't think that's true at all. I think millennials work really freaking hard, and I think what we've accomplished as a generation is quite remarkable. We've changed society. I genuinely believe that. Do I think we always have the tools to cope with the society we've created? No. I think there's so much pressure on us in any really job at this point that it's okay if you're failing too. Like, there is grace there for me because now it's not enough that you just have a job, but it has to be a really cool job that also your friends kind of want, and it also has to be super meaningful, but you also need to be making millions, and you also need to be an activist in some way, and you also, and so the stakes are just so high, and I think we have set unrealistic expectations. And so people walking away part of it makes sense, and part of it could be for their own mental health, and part of it could be just that we don't have the tools to stick it out.
What are some of those tools that you think are lacking?
So millennials, I think, from my work at least, again, I cannot speak
No, of course,
for
we understand.
millennials.
No, you're making generalizations based on observation, and of course it doesn't apply to everybody, of course.
Cool. Okay. Nice disclaimer. I think that we are really not in touch with ourselves. I think there's so much stimulation that comes from the outside. There's so many expectations, need for validation, all the stuff that was present before, but I think the social media enhanced it. I think that scrolling through your phone is a form of escapism, of calming down, of coping. I don't think we sit there and go, oh my God, I'm uncomfortable, so I'm going to check in with myself and take a deep breath. We're like, I'm feeling something, so I'm going to grab my phone. I'm peeing, so I'm going to grab my phone. And there's absolutely no moments of solitude and reflection unless you're really intentional about it, just because it's not really constructed to be that way anymore. And so now you even have little commercials on buses and like little TVs in cabs, like you're being told something all the time. And so we're not listening to ourselves. And so I think that millennials don't have the tools necessarily to figure out how they're feeling. It's really as basic as, some of my clients in the first couple of sessions can't identify an emotion that they're experiencing. I also think another tool that really translates to workspaces is boundaries. I don't think, millennials know how to set boundaries necessarily because we want it all and we want it now. And there's something really cool about that and motivational. And then there's also something super unrealistic. And so I think those two tools just like translate to us doing poorly in any context, not just work.
Give me an example of the inability to set a boundary professionally or personally and how it backfires.
For example, I won't answer emails after 8 p.m. And then you go, I feel pressure to do work or fulfill this task after 8 p.m., although you know that you're too tired and you're not focused. And then you don't perform super well. And then it backfires in two ways. One, you betrayed yourself. You didn't take care of yourself. Your mental health might suffer. And then the second is your performance sucked. And so there's really no win there. And I think we just want to please, not realizing that actually boundaries can preserve some of those relationships, including work relationships.
So you're advocating, I will not check an email after 8 p.m.
Depending on your job, yeah. Like set some parameters that make sense for your job in particular.
I concur. I like when we set boundaries. And I like when my team, like we force our team to set boundaries.
Love that.
Like we don't want people working on the weekends. But we always add, unless there's a real need to. Like there are always, but I think that's lost. In my experience with some people, that little caveat that there's always exceptions to these policies rather than rules. There are always extenuating circumstances. And that little nuance, which I think is very, very important, is lost. Yeah. As an employer, or just as a friend, or just as somebody in society, or as an observer, the understanding between a rigid boundary and a flexible boundary, that those distinctions seem to be fuzzy today.
Super fuzzy. And I think that the whole mental health movement, Instagram therapy, quote unquote, has maybe made that worse.
Yeah.
I think that people just didn't know what boundaries were. And I'm so glad that we are talking about the concept of boundaries. But I think sometimes people I'll give you an example. I have had a friend text me and go, I just had a huge argument with a family member about boundaries. And they sent me your post to prove their point. And then I had to go and find another post to explain how actually I was right. And so they were exchanging my posts during a fight. Wow, bless. This is not what my content is for. Please don't do this, whatever. But it really got me thinking of how people, they see what they want to see, they take what they want to take, right? So especially if they've been abused or misused or mistreated, they're more likely to overcorrect and have super strict boundaries. And so that's just process of learning. You hope that those people will then eventually fall into the flexible boundaries. So I understand, but I think because there is education and because as therapists we're always preaching boundaries, the nuance might be lost sometimes. And people might be super extreme, and then of course they're going to get fired, of course they're going to be a terrible worker, of course they're not going to be able to have a healthy relationship because they're completely closed off and they're using them more as a form of isolation and distance than understanding and connection, right?
Yes, and then it sets off this cycle of I'm struggling, I lack the coping mechanisms to deal with stress or uncertainty. I read, I get my therapy from Instagram.
Which you shouldn't. It's not therapy.
Right? Somebody sent me a meme. I saw a thing on Instagram. It all made sense to me. That's the solution to my problem. I implement the thing. It didn't work. I'm more insecure, more uncertain. The vicious cycle continues. And then we end up with clinical anxieties and depressions or worse. And so to your point, which I find so interesting, which is there's an education here, and that education has to come from talking to someone like you, to someone like you, not just reading a book or an article or a meme or a post and saying, I've got it. And I struggle with it because there are people who I care about and love, who I want to be there for, but the desire to engage in that difficult discussion is not there.
Yeah, oh my gosh. The whole point of my Instagram too wasn't initially to necessarily educate.
Yeah.
It was to get people curious about themselves.
Yeah.
It is not the Bible of psychology. It is not, the final word. It's meant to evoke or even sometimes provoke things. Yeah. And then it's up to you to, figure it out. Like sometimes I'll get comments of people who are like, well, how do I deal with it? Or you didn't give us a solution. It's like, well, I'm not actually here to give you the solution. It's part of your own personal experience. You need to tell me what you want to do next now that you're aware of the fact that these things resonate with you.
Yeah.
And I think we all want those quick answers. And that's something I try really hard not to offer, because the point is for me, yes, to raise awareness, but really is for you to start having inner dialogue, not for me to tell you what to do, because then we're losing a really important skill, which I think is ultimately the most important skill, which is self-awareness.
Changing taxonomy. Where are you right now?
I am in Amsterdam right now.
So where do you consider home?
I just technically have become based in Australia as of 2020, but I'm a Canadian citizen, so I'm kind of straddling Canada and Australia at the moment.
And what is the reason for your nomadic lifestyle?
I honestly think it had something to do just with my upbringing and being an immigrant and all that good stuff, and always moving as a child. But I genuinely enjoy it. I started in my mid-20s as a way to work on myself, find myself, all of the stereotypes. But it actually worked, and it was a really profound experience for me. I got to live in countries and within cultures that I never thought I would. And then I started to be curious.
What did you discover about yourself?
I think when everything changes constantly, it forces you to find yourself real quick, because you're the only constant. And I think when we're in routine, it's so easy to blame other people or contexts. And I think when you're the only common denominator, you're like, oh shit, it's me. Oh, that's on me. And so it was an awakening journey. I think also living in cultures that are not super easy for women was difficult for me, but I think it also empowered me to think about what is being a woman and what does that mean for me. And so there's a ton of stuff, facing my own, childhood trauma, going back to Serbia, realizing that trauma doesn't define you, and it's something that can build resilience. And so I think there was just an endless stream of things that I learned in each place that I went to.
Were you in Serbia and Yugoslavia when it was no longer becoming Yugoslavia? Were you there for the war?
I was there for the war in '91. That was in Bosnia. Yep. Actually, I was born in Bosnia, so that genocide occurred during that time, and my family flew to nowadays Serbia. And then the Kosovo War occurred, and then we immigrated to Canada. So I got to kind of experience both of those.
How long were you this high stress environment?
It depends what you define as high stress environment. I still feel high stress environment when I go there. It's such an intense atmosphere still. It's such a traumatic atmosphere. I really don't know how to, like, you feel depressed after being there for a couple months. We were there a year after the war ended in Kosovo. And then we left, I think, high stress. I was probably only there for about 2 months in Serbia during the bombings. And then we escaped to Bosnia. And that was interesting because we each had to do it separately. I was like 9.
And so when you talk about COVID, that we can't be on this fight or flight response for an extenuating period of time, I think about my grandmother, my grandfather. My grandfather was off to war in the Second World War, but my grandmother was back in London, living through the Blitz. I remember at the beginning of COVID, the panic that we all felt. What gave me calm was thinking of my grandmother through the Blitz, which is if we stayed home, we were 100% safe. And my grandmother, like so many, during the Blitz, they went to work every day. And a building that was there yesterday is not there today, and you were safe nowhere at any time. I thought about that she got through that and was still strong through her whole life, that if she could get through that, man, I could get through it. And I have a great aunt that lived through the Holocaust, and she was a rock, and her husband wasn't. And she said if you went through something like that, you came out of it only one of two ways. You came out of it stronger, or you came out of it broken. That was it.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. And it was interesting to watch my family during their pandemic. They were so chill. Like, there was panic, there was so much panic, and they were just like, we're so blessed, we have food, it's okay, we are at home, we're together, and it wasn't like that forced positivity, be grateful for what you have, which, has its place, but it really wasn't forced. They were genuinely just grateful. And that was interesting to see that for many people, COVID was the worst thing they've ever experienced, or the biggest threat that was ever imposed on them. And for people that it wasn't, I think COVID was slightly less traumatizing, if I can use that word. And just looking at my family, I mean, they did hoard food. Definitely were one of those people. And I think that was more of a trauma response, honestly, just because we've been in situations where we just didn't have food. But other than that, they were just so happy. They went on their 1-hour nature walks. And it was really interesting to see that division of people that have lived through things, and this was just another thing. They knew that they were capable of surviving, and then individuals that felt really threatened, existentially threatened for the very first time.
Which raises a very interesting question, because for quite a long time, and I don't mean this generation mean like millennials and things like that, but this generation meaning the time we're living in, it's been pretty cushy. The Cold War's gone, and then since the fall of the Berlin Wall, nobody's really felt much existential threat of anything. So much so that we seem to be looking for it, that we seem to be looking to find meaning in ourselves by anointing someone else the existential threat, whether it's political divide or others. But the point is, it's pretty soft, and goes to your point, which is lack of experience, lack of difficulty, lack of stress. You don't develop the skill set to deal with it. And I wonder if we flash forward 10 or 20 years, and this is the thing I'm so curious about, which of course there's no way to know but to wait. Like, those who lived through the Second World War or the Great Depression, for the rest of their lives, reused every jam jar and saved every piece of tinfoil because they lived through rations. I'm so curious, the 10 and 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds during COVID, are they going to be like really good at reading people's eyes because they haven't seen the rest of their faces? Are they going to be like afraid to shake people's hands? Like, what quirks are their grandkids going to make fun of them for that were formed right now? I just think it's kind of valuable to have a little trauma in your life now and then. I'm not talking about existential trauma, but to have a little difficulty seems like a good thing, no?
Well, I was just going to say, I think there's a difference between getting skills to cope with stress and experiencing severe trauma.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't say that every generation or everyone benefits from living through severe trauma.
Yes.
I wouldn't go as far.
Difficulty.
However, difficulty.
Yeah.
A professor of mine said there's no change without tension or difficulty. And I genuinely believe that as well. I think you need to learn. And I think difficulty, why millennials get so much shit, this is me defending them, is that the difficulties they're experiencing are not as valued as the difficulty that our parents have experienced. So we go, well, you didn't live through a war, so calm down and get some resilience. But in reality, I think the psychological warfare of social media and everything they have to put up with could be just as severe. It's just very, very different. So I do think that we have some very tough lessons to learn as millennials, especially Gen Zers, which I think, in my personal opinion, I'm the most scared for.
Yeah, I'll try the Gen Z for those who aren't Canadian or English.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll translate for you. It's fine.
Thank you.
But here's the twisted irony, right? And I think you're onto something, which is that there is real difficulty and little t trauma that people are experiencing with the social media wars and the ghostings and the taking your opinions out publicly and humiliating people and preserving. You know, when I tripped over in the cafeteria and made a fool of myself, everybody laughed at me, made fun of me for the day, and it was over. Now someone's going to video it and it's going to be on YouTube for the rest of my life, or worse, text it to everybody in some group chat, and I won't ever be able to let go. Like, I understand those difficulties and those little t traumas, and sometimes those lead to big t traumas. And the irony here is those that went through war went through together, physically, actually. As you know, when we go through shared hardship, it produces oxytocin, which actually strengthens relationships. And here you have people going through these difficulties in these little t traumas alone. And where I struggle, and I have huge empathy, is the lack of skill set to ask for help. And even going inside and finding yourself and asking yourself questions, I still think requires help. It could be a friend, it could be a therapist, it could be a loved one, a family member, but to try and do this thing called life alone is madness. Life is way too difficult. None of us are strong enough or smart enough, especially if you're in pain. The lack of clarity and objectivity when you're in it. And so there's a great irony, which is the generation that is suffering from difficulty and trauma because of the pressures that they face alone, connected to their telephones or their social media, is exaggerating their need to ask for help, which literally is missing.
I think that's part of the expectation, is that you will do it on your own. This is the construct that we have, that we're so incredibly independent that we don't need what everyone else needed, and now we're self-sufficient. Then I have no idea where this narrative came from, but it's so prevalent that now when we can't do it alone, which we absolutely cannot, like we have a basic human need for connection, then we feel like a failure, and there's shame for doing something that's as natural as breathing, essentially. And so it's a big lose-lose. And we also have this assumption that because we're on social media, we're connected. There's a difference between being noticed and being genuinely acknowledged. Someone liking something of yours and someone actually validating you and seeing you and appreciating you for who you are. I think there's just this lack of actual genuine connection and lack of acknowledgement of who we are as people. And so then that intensifies the loneliness, because it doesn't matter if you have a big social media following. I know a ton of influencers that almost committed suicide. It's not about that. You're still alone because you're not genuinely connecting. And I think that millennials have confused connection with social media, because it's a platform where we connect.
I think your distinctions are so good. Noticed but not acknowledged. Liked but not validated. That we've confused ththose terms, confused the meaning. Are the themes that we're talking about consistent around the world? Or is this a very ethnocentric point of view?
I think loneliness is a really prevalent one almost everywhere I've traveled, just because we talked about it. And I think the identity crisis is huge. It's not just a North American thing. I think when I lived in the Middle East, a lot of people, were educated maybe in London, or, went to university in New York, and then they came back, and then they didn't feel like they fit, or they're so exposed to media in Hollywood and whatever, and so now they kind of want to integrate that into their society, but it's not working, and they feel alone, and they feel misunderstood, and they're not connecting.
What do you recommend is a healthy way to interact with social media?
Know why you're on it. Why are you posting? Why are you looking? I mean, this is a conversation I had with myself. Are you posting a picture because you want people to make you feel good that day? Are you posting a picture because you want to share an experience that you enjoyed? Is it because you want people to genuinely see you? Is it because you want people to see this persona of you? Like, what is your intention with every post? there's times when, no one likes my post, and I'm like, damn it, I really like this post. Why don't people like it? And at the start, it used to really upset me because I'm like, what is this? And then I got to go, okay, why are you posting this? Is this something that you think might be of value to two people? And if it is that fulfilling the mission of this post? And it's like, yeah, it is. I want to communicate this. I think this is meaningful, and this is how I'm experiencing the world. So this is just what I'm sharing. And I'm not expecting anything back. And so setting those boundaries with yourself is so important. When you outsource your self-love and self-acceptance and self-validation to other people, then you're in trouble.
Well done. Can you tell me an early specific happy childhood memory?
It was during the war, ironically. We escaped to Bosnia, just my siblings. My parents stayed in Serbia because they had to. And I was on my grandpa's farm, and there was a little forest. And my brother made me a tree house. Actually, we made it together. So every day we would go and bring the supplies and cut the wood, and we would make this little tree house together, and they would teach me how to sword fight. And so I just got to spend so much time with my brother, and I think it made it a really special time, even though if you think about it rationally, it was probably one of the most stressful times for the adults.
You know what I've learned from this whole conversation with you? That you have devoted your life to helping people build a treehouse where they can find safety, and you'll teach them how to sword fight, and you'll do the work with them, but they still have to do the work with you. Like, you're not going to build it for them. They have to gather wood as well. But your role in life is to help people build a treehouse that they can live in and feel safe.
I love that. That really deeply resonates. I mean, I didn't think of a cool analogy like that before, but that does deeply resonate with me.
Thank you, Sarah Kubrick, for helping us think and for being so willing to help us build a treehouse in which we can feel safe. If you're interested in learning more about Sarah and her work, follow her on Instagram at Millennial Therapist. If you enjoyed this podcast and would like to hear more, please subscribe wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other. All Ron Finley wanted to do
last one.
was plant some flowers and vegetables in a dirt patch outside his house in South Central LA. And he got a ticket for doing that, for gardening without a permit, which then led to a warrant for his arrest. Well, after he got through that, he's been turning dirt patches into vegetable gardens ever since. And as a result, he's completely rejuvenated neighborhoods and revolutionized education through his gardening projects. So I wanted to talk to him, not just about gardening, but what gardening serves as a metaphor for how we change our society, change our communities, and revolutionize education. This is a bit of optimism. I've been talking to you while you are in your garden. Where exactly are you?
Exactly. I'm in Los Angeles, South Central Los Angeles. This is a swimming pool. The place I'm in used to be a swim school, so I turned the pool into a garden.
That's amazing.
The thing is, something I tell people, design the life you want to live, not the one that's been designed for you. You can take something and change it to what you need it to be. You don't necessarily have to go anywhere else to get it.
How old were you when you sort of discovered the joy of gardening? Because, it's usually something that people discover in their later years.
I mean, it's been different times in different spaces that I've lived in. But, it happened after the depression that they keep calling a recession. It happened then when I was like, damn. It was a relaxing thing for me. I had what we call a parkway. It's the part of land between a street and a sidewalk. And some cities don't have it. Some cities do. We happen to have them. And I planted my parkway. Which, I wanted to come out, Simon, and just see beauty. I wanted to feel beauty. I wanted to smell beauty. I wanted to see beautiful flowers. I wanted and it wasn't that much food at first. I had banana trees and things like that on the street. That's where it started, and it just, and I got an arrest warrant. You know, and the first time, and then they told me I had to take everything out, everything. I had to put it back. I had to put my weeds back in the ground, you know, instead of growing food.
You had to put the dirt and weeds back to replace the food.
Yeah, exactly. And then years later, I formed an organization. I put it in again, and so it was going good. And this time it was more food, but also flowers. Also, people would just give somebody something to look at. And again, a neighbor called, and I got another arrest warrant. And I had to go to court twice, and that story ended good.
What got you the arrest warrant wasn't necessarily the police were coming around looking to arrest you, but your neighbor complained.
Twice.
I want to know what's going through someone's mind when you're beautying their neighborhood. They prefer the dirt and the weeds. Have you reconciled with that neighbor?
She's not here anymore. She was old, and I think she passed away. She moved away, but I think she's passed away now. But if she wouldn't have done that, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now. But I wanted people to see a difference. I wanted people to know that you can take this opportunity that you have, these resources that we don't call resources, and utilize them to the good instead of leaving it like this. Because what we do is we think things have to be the way they are, Simon, because that's how it's designed. We're supposed to do this. We're supposed to get on the freeway every morning in rush hour. You know, so my whole thing is we got to shake all that up, man. We got to shake this education system up. Definitely where we tell kids that they are the most special, the most important, the most brilliant things, the most beautiful, the most worthy, and the most expensive things. Because these kids think that shit they can buy gives them value. Yeah. And it doesn't.
I heard a story that Jamie Oliver told. He had a food program where he was bringing food to
I love Jamie.
Inner city schools because a lot of kids, the main meals that they eat are at school. Yeah. And so he's like, well, let's make that food healthy then. And he tells the story of going to one of these schools and was absolutely shocked that all the kids who were taking photos with him and of him when he showed up all had the newest whiz-bang iPhone that money could buy, and yet at home they couldn't afford to eat. And he started asking this question, like, why is there a greater value put on having the newest iPhone than there is on food?
No, it's terrible, and I speak to that. There's a story that I was in Long Branch Junior High School, and this kid, everything was Fortnite. You know, I'm like, come on, guys. This guy saw the picture of the pool where I'm at now, and he says, "Are you rich?" And I said, "Yes, thank you. I am rich." But I said, "So are you. You're rich." He said, I'm not rich. I want to be rich." I said, "Why you want to be rich?" He said, "Then I could play Fortnite all the time." And they all scream, corn and video. Ah! I said, "No, really, why you?" I said, "I know, you want this, you want that." And I said, "You want diamonds." I set his little ass up. He said, "Yeah, I want diamonds." I said, "Why you want diamonds?" He said, "Because if I had diamonds, that means I'm rich." I said, "Really?" I said, "Okay, so you have $550,000. And he goes, "Yeah." So I said, "Okay." And then you go to the diamond store, and it's beautiful. Everything is shiny and gleamy and lit and sparkly. And you go to the counter and say, "I want a diamond. I have $550,000. And they said, "Okay." So they bring you a diamond in this beautiful velvet box, and they hand it to you, and you give them your $550,000. Simon, he goes, "Yeah." And I said, and then I let him. I did a 3 count to myself. I said, "What?" And then I said, got real close to the mic, and I said, "Okay, who's rich?" There was this lull, just silence in the audience. Then this big old crescendo. Ah! They went crazy. And I told myself, I said, "Got your little ass." And I said, "You gave them your riches, and they gave you a rock that came from the mother, that came from the earth. You don't respect the earth, but you only respect what comes out of it." I said, "It's worthless. It's a rock like any other rock. It came from Mother Nature." I said, nothing you can buy gives you value. Nothing that you can buy is more special than you. Nothing that you, and I just started downloading. I went on with them, man, to tell them you have an intrinsic value just being here on this planet. You know, social capital, community capital. Money is not the thing that makes you rich. I said, you cannot buy value. and they got it, man. They heard me. You know.
So you take people of all ages, obviously, but you focus on kids coming in and beautifying their own environment, planting all kinds of things in any space they can find in their neighborhood. Is that right?
I tell people, Simon, I'll help you, but I'm not the help, so don't get that twisted. You know what I'm saying? I want to show you how, to me, gardening equals freedom. I want you to do this yourself. I want you to see how this feels. I want a kid to see this passion fruit seed, and you can barely see them. And so to get this, and then all of a sudden you put it in the ground and you have hundreds and hundreds of passion fruit, that's magic, son. What else can you call that? So when a kid is exposed to that kind of magic, not once, but over and over, it becomes normal for them, where they see this and they value this, and I made this.
Can you tell me a specific story of someone who came and joined your garden and was gardening, who turned their life around?
I mean, it's a bunch of them. I mean, one of the big stories is this was dope. I had no idea. These guys were following me in prison. And so I met one of them. He came out, I mean, he did like 16 years. And he drove down from San Diego, came to Ron. I just had to drive down to meet you because you changed my life. And you don't know me, but I was inside and I found an article on you. And I'm like, damn, so I just did a deep dive on you. And I said, okay, I want to be like this guy when I get out. And he wound up learning how to farm, not even just the garden, farm. And so at that same time, at this event, we're talking, got my sunglasses on, crying under my sunglasses. This other guy comes up, and he's been out a year, and he says, hey man, I'm from another prison. And I'm like, what the hell kind of day is this? And he, the same thing. What he told his CO, he said, release me to my neighborhood because I want to change the things that I screwed up in my neighborhood. So when he came out, he said, I want to do what this guy's doing. I want to be like Ron Simmons. And he said, man, you don't have any idea how many people are inside that look up to you, that watch you, that want to be like you. Because he said, we got tricked with the OG gangster guys, having us kids do the work while they skated. And we the ones that wound up doing the time. So, I mean, there's stories. I got kids, they used to send me pictures from India, and one of them calling themselves gangster gardeners, like they 10 and 11 at the time, and and they get it. They get the whole, the gangster has nothing to do with violence and drugs and alcohol, misogyny. I wanted to change the vernacular with that word. No, the soil is gangster. The air is gangster as hell. You can't get no more gangster than air. You know what I'm saying? So being self-sustained, being self-regenerative, that's gangster. Teaching, showing people how to change their life, that's gangster.
What's one specific thing that you've been a part of since you've been on your gardening movement? One specific event, one specific day, or person you've met that really captures why you do this? That if every single thing that you did, every single weekend was like this one, literally you'd be the happiest person alive.
That's a hell of a question, Simon. Come on. The first one that comes to mind, and this happened early on, this kid in San Antonio had his parents and him, they took up their grass in their front yard, and he called it his neighborhood grocery store. So they started growing food on the parkway. I mean, not just on the parkway, but on their lawn. And I was like, damn. People across the country literally saw me talk and said, okay, I like what this guy's doing. Mom, let's tear up this grass and let's start feeding our community. I mean, come on. What about if we had an effect on 20% of the population like that? I mean, this, like I said, this is humanity, man. This is culture. We treat it like it's frivolous. The school should be in the garden, not the garden at the school. Yeah. Because there's too much to learn in that garden. That's what I'm trying to take it, man. It's like, because in school we're being indoctrinated. We're not being educated. No one's telling us to value ourselves. No one. What's your earliest specific happy childhood memory? Not like we went to my grandparents every weekend. Something that I can relive with you. Oh, boy. They had this thing called Pacific Ocean Park back in the 1800s when I was a kid, and it was in Santa Monica. And I think just going there, from South Central to the beach, that's a vision that came up in my head when you asked that. That's the first vision that came up in my head. What specifically about that memory? As you asked that, I see the Ferris wheel spinning around, and it's right on the beach, and it just was fun, man. It was I mean, one of the proudest moments is when I was a child, was in junior high. I used to walk by the cooking class, the home ec. They used to put pies and the cakes in the window to cool down, and I'm like, I need to be down with those pies. I need those chocolate chip cookies. So I went to the counselor and said, I want to take the cooking class, and she said, you can't because that's for girls. And what am I, 11? 12, I don't know. And I'm like, so I don't know where I pulled this from, Simon. I said, well, aren't most men chefs? Not. And she goes, you're right. And so at Horseman Junior High School, they started a boys cooking class because I wanted hot chocolate chip cookies. I didn't realize that was paradigm. No, Simon, that's some paradigm shifting shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I didn't, as a kid, it was for one reason. I could get hot German chocolate cake now. That was pretty baller right there. That it fell on her ears was the beautiful thing, because she could have stayed with the status quo. Yeah. That's for girls. You need to go to wood shop.
There's a common theme in all those stories you told me, from the cooking class and going to the beach, and even the story of the kid who ripped up his lawn. It's about going to new places or creating new spaces.
Wow.
Which is, I can go somewhere new, or I can make somewhere new around me.
Right.
That's
crazy, Simon. I wouldn't have thought that.
I mean, it's so clear. Where the world around us, and you say this, you talk around this, where the world around us isn't necessarily the world we have to live in. Right. And you can simply ask for something. I'd like to do that. You can simply agree to go somewhere. I'll go to the beach. Or you can just build it. That's your lawn. You're actually allowed to do whatever you want on your lawn. And it can just be a lawn, or it can be something magical that you create. And I think the metaphor here, because, the gardening that you do and the gardening that you inspire other people to do, there's a metaphor in all of that as well. Which, it's not just beautifying your own space and making food and loving the ground and finding community, but it's about agency. It's about creating the life you want to live and living in the space you want to live in, rather than society tells me I should value this rock out of the ground and so I'm going to spend all my money on a useless rock. But I create my own definition of value and success and beauty and all of this. I'm in love with the metaphor as much as I'm in love with the actual work that you do.
Thank you. No, it's funny that you put it like that, because and I think a lot of it comes from being dyslexic. Simon. I mean, because in school I didn't read the way I was supposed to, and they still shuffle you through, and even though you're not getting it like everybody else, but I'm so glad I didn't get it. I'm so glad.
So do you consider yourself a gangster gardener, or do you consider yourself an education reformer?
To reform education, you gotta be gangster, Simon. I mean, because you gotta think about it. We're dealing with some serious gangsters here, so you can't come in like Tinkerbell, with a wand. No, people don't realize that it's a perfectly oiled machine, and it works perfect. But does it work for us? I speak at architect schools and things like that, and I don't know how the hell I wound up doing that. And first question I asked Simon is, what are cities designed for? And then I heard this one time in Atlanta, the professor, she's got people like duh, and I'm going, wrong. I said, she's gonna tell you the cities are designed for people. She's wrong. I said, the cities are designed for commerce, period. I said, people do not even, they think about storing people, but they don't think about people's health. They don't think about people's needs. They don't think about people's comfort, or having a beautiful lifestyle. But you, as architects, you have to change that. Instead of designing some phallic building that represents you or something, And I asked her, I said, you want to debate this? She didn't have nothing to say. So,
again, that theme of changing the environment around us, which is agency. Yeah. It's not about moving to the inner city, because that's, as you said, where commerce, where they built the factories and they had to bring the people close to the factories, the Industrial Revolution. And it just kind of stuck, because then we built offices and we built headquarters, and then, as you said, we sort of had to live nearby, and ta-da, you've got a city. We can live a life by design, or we can live a life by default.
Exactly.
And I think most of us don't realize that we have choices. And the choices aren't about quitting and moving and like selling it. That's not what it's about, as you've proved it, which is if you find a patch of dirt outside on the street, fill it with something beautiful that you want to look at, because nobody wants to look at a patch of dirt. Now, what if that patch of dirt was a friendship that you could make more beautiful by filling in the gaps? What if that patch of dirt was the way you feel about yourself, and you can find little beautiful things about yourself? And it's not about wholesale change. That like a plant, it grows. Like, you got to start with a seed, and then you water it, and there's patience.
Gardening is a whole nother kind of patience. I mean, it's the spirit of the garden, and it seduces you that it's not instantaneous. That's why I said the school should be in the garden. We're spinning around on a ball, Simon, in outer space looking for aliens. But right now, we're spinning around on a ball. Nobody thinks about that every day, and they should. So, to me, it's like we need to fix this. We have to fix this planet. We need to stop crashing it. And I think if we show kids at an early age that you are nature, okay, you are a part of this planet. It's not nature in you. You are a part of this planet. Your energy, your life force, your chi, your prana comes from this rotation of this ball that we're spinning around.
I always get a kick out of when people, you have a piece of garbage and someone says, you throw that away. Like, where exactly is away?
Right.
It's like, I'm going to put it here, then I'm going to move it to the front of my driveway or put it outside the building, and then somebody's going to come and move it somewhere else, and eventually it's just going to get moving, but there's no actually away. Like, there's no, it just gets moved. It's like blowing your leaves onto your neighbor's lawn and be like, there we go, fixed, I got rid of the leaves. This is what we don't actually throw anything away. We just take our problems and turn them into somebody else's problems.
Right. And then pay taxes for that. It's funny you said the part about the leaves. I tell people a leaf falls for a reason in a particular season. That leaf is not falling on another tree. It falls right under that tree because it has a purpose. Not only is it photosynthesizes the sun and feeds the tree and directs the rain and the moisture when it happens. A leaf has a lot of purposes. So then after it finishes that season change, it falls to the ground. Now it becomes mulch. Okay, when the season change, now it turns into compost. Okay, so it turns into soil, and it starts and it's a circle that continues on and on and on.
To change subjects, you're teaching kids about self-reliance. You're teaching kids about changing their environment. You're teaching kids patience. What about health? It's one of the big topics these days because cheap food is shit food, generally, McDonald's and stuff.
Yeah.
Are you teaching kids to change the way they eat, not just the things they buy?
That's the thing with this garden. If a kid grows kale, they're gonna eat it because now they have skin in the game. And now they know where it is, and they saw the magic when they put that carrot seed in the ground, and all of a sudden it's a carrot, and it's like, I made this. You got them. So now they're vested in it. But yeah, it's not only do you show them eat, do you show them how to cook. That's what I'm saying. I learned, I had a cooking class in junior high school, so why aren't we showing them how to grow food, harvest food, and cook food? I mean, again, that's another trade. That's a bunch of different trades right in there that these kids can be self-reliant. They don't have to be dependent on anything. But yeah, that's the big part of it. But you don't go in necessarily with that. One of the things I do with these kids when I go to schools is I'm like, I brought you guys some snacks.
A bait and switch.
Right. I pass them out, Simon. Have somebody pass them out, and I have 2 mics set up. I say, but you can't eat them. I said, what I want you to do, I want you to turn the package over, and I want you to get on your phone, and I want you to look up what these words mean and what are they related to. And it's always, this is related to acne, irritable bowel syndrome, and this thing, and this is, made from beaver anuses, and it's in ice cream and makeup. And it's like all kinds of crazy shit. And it's always this kid that gets up that can't pronounce this word.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've been waiting for you. The whole thing has been about you. I've been waiting for you. And I said, really, because if you can't read that shit, don't eat that shit. I said, nothing in nature has 16 letters that you can't pronounce. Okay? So it's like man-made. And I get them like that, man, because they realize they associate it, I got acne and I'm eating this, or I got irritable bowel syndrome, and a lot of the stuff this gives you cancer. So why are they allowed to put this in our food? Why are they allowed to give you cancer? Why are they allowed to keep you sick? And that's it's not healthcare, it's sick care.
How often do you garden?
it every day? Every week?
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I mean, because it's maintenance, man. It's maintenance. But the thing I tell people, be the forest. Because if you garden like the forest, who's gardening in the forest? The forest does what it's supposed to do, you know. And people are, oh, this is junky. I'm like, do you go to the forest and say, oh, this is junky? It's a damn forest. This is how they look. So I try to do biomimicry, which is replicating what nature does. So a lot of times if you do that, you don't have the weeds, you don't have the soils being built, because you're leaving stuff right there where it falls, right, where it's supposed to. And that's why do we go out and buy forest soil? This soil is from the forest. You can make your own forest. I mean, if I could take you guys on the parkway, you see, I mean, I have banana trees, orange trees, pear trees, apricots, plums, just growing on the street.
What's one place that you want to plant a garden that you have not yet been able to get to plant?
In every school in the world. I think every school in the world needs to have a garden, and they should be everywhere. And why aren't they? Why aren't we showing these kids nutrition? Why aren't we showing these kids self-reliance? Why are we showing them, you know, we're training greedy bastards from day one. If you had this, you live here, this makes you special. So now you got these kids thinking, I need you showing it and flashing all that shit in front of their face, but you're not giving them the access to it. I mean, you got to think, some people in this world are bonds for all these industrial complexes, from the prison to the army to, you know, to the health industrial complex. You know, they're not showing really people how to get well. They're showing you how to maintain.
There's that pattern again, which is, here's the dirt, and you can accept the dirt and take a pill to continue to look at the dirt, or every single one of us has the agency to change our lot, literally and figuratively. God bless Sir Ken. We all love him and admired him, and I firmly believe that the torch of education and reform that he held has been handed to you.
Oh,
and you are
on,
carrying
Simon.
that torch.
You about to make me cry.
You are doing it your way. He did it his way.
That's too big, dude.
And you're doing it your way.
You can't say
No.
stuff like that, man.
It's true. I mean, listen to your words. You want to have a garden in every school. You want to change every kid's life. I mean, you're teaching kids agency, and you're doing it. And the mechanism is gardening. But that's because that's where you come from.
Exactly.
You know, it could have been something else if you came from somewhere else. And you are, as far as I'm concerned, Ron. I love your story. I love the gardening story. But the thing that inspires me more than anything else is you are reforming education, how we think about education, and how we think about how to treat children and what children need to think about for their own futures, and that they have agency and choice for the world that they live in.
That's what makes it dangerous. That's what makes it gangster, is because, as you know, Simon, I tell people, imagine yourself free. But imagine if people had free thinking instead of thinking in this so-called box. Yeah. You know, ain't no fucking box. You know, let's just think and be free. But it just seems to me that the world would be such a better place. You know, if people didn't, you don't realize that somebody's foot is on your neck.
Yeah, Ron, you are just an inspiration, a magician. I'd like to bring my niece and nephew out.
Would you please
to come garden
make
with
it happen?
Please. Can we? Yeah.
No, without question, make
Good.
that happen.
Good.
That's what we do.
Good. I want them to learn how much agency they have in life.
We all need to realize that, and I think if we train these kids that they have value, they would realize, I don't really need those shoes. I don't really need that phone. I don't really. It's like, because I have value in myself. Yeah. You know, and no one's teaching that, Simon. Yeah. No one.
I can think of one person.
Oh.
You.
Whatever. No, but not. Stop, dude. Stop. Not the way it should be. Not on the scale that it should be, man. I mean, I don't know. It's just, and I think it's a lot because of how I was raised and what I wish, the way I raised my sons, man. I got 3 sons, and people are like, oh, it's so hard raising kids. I'm like, shut up. It's not hard, you know? Most people become their parents. And I'm like, no, that wasn't cool. There was no violence. There was no drugs. There was no alcohol. I said, let me take all of this stuff that was in my household and see. Because I tell my kids, you guys were test tubes, you're babies, you were experiments, you know, and I'm 3 for 3. So I wanted to let them know that operate from happy. Basically, if the shit don't make you happy, don't do it. And so what they're doing is just that. So I took all those negative things out that a lot of people don't see as negative, because this part of my life. This is how I grow up. And it works, man. If you're there and you show up, and it's not hard.
What was your household like when you grew up, and how is the household like that you have with your three sons different?
There was love expressed. There was no violence. There was no beat.
So you brought that love to your home.
If I get to eat dinner or breakfast and lunch with my kid, I took them to school. I was, I was the black parent that dropped his kid off, and at the school at UCLA, and so stuff like that, man. And I was there. It made a difference.
You were involved.
Yeah, and it wasn't hard. So I'm, and people kill me how they say, it's so. I said, no, what's difficult about it? Stop trying to make them do what you did. It's like, because I tell people, you're going to be a doctor because your dad was a doctor and his dad. I'm like, dude, I want to be a ballerina. Leave me. Can I do what I want to do? So now you put them in school and they're miserable because you got them doing what you want, what you didn't accomplish.
Ron, you are one thing if not consistent. You don't have to be a doctor. You can change your environment. You can change the thing. You can change the world. You can change yourself. You are consistent. Ron, such a pleasure. Such a pleasure. Thank you so much for taking time.
Come on.
And we're gonna garden together soon.
Make it happen, Simon.
All right, I will.
Big love, baby.
All right,
Take
big
care
love.
of yourself.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay, bye.
If you're interested in learning more about Ron Finley or donating to the Ron Finley Project, visit ronfinley.com and follow him on Instagram at ronfinleyhq and at Ron Finley Project. Until then, take care of yourself, take care of each other.
Oh boy, haven't talked in ages. That was the last one. Oh, 6 hours of podcast, nice. I think it's time for lunch. I'll save this in case I forget. Oh, let's see if there's someone to raid. Was it Twitch dashboard? Alright, please have fun.